You are watching the Vodka stream.
Oh, it was my mic off right there? Probably. It was blinking, so I don't know. Is my mic working? Should be working. Hopefully. Don't mute it. Yeah, we're good. Should be good. All right. I think I was muted there right at the beginning. It happens. What's happening, everybody? Hold on a sec. Had my fan off because, hey, guess what? It's actually nice and cold. It's cold in Southern California. Finally. It's November 14th. We finally have fall type weather. Okay, it was 90 degrees on Monday and Tuesday. 90 degrees. It is now currently raining. It is cool outside. So I had my fan off, which is nice. So the room wasn't all crazy warm and everything. So I had the fan off, but I figured I'd put it on right now because, I tend to get animated when I'm got a microphone and a camera in my face. All right, cheers, guys. So let's go ahead and turn on that mood music. Let's see. Let's get the vodka stream started. Hopefully, you guys had a good week. There it is. There we go. All right. Cheers, guys, to another fun discussion tonight. Yeah. It's not like, the news is not all crazy, but, we got some things to talk about when it comes to DCU things, Batfleck things, and Running Man things. Get my full review of Running Man, and hopefully we'll have a good discussion about Running Man, talking about the two movies, and get somebody in here who knows the book. All right, what's going on? Let's see, what do we got here? Brainiac Wolf. Yeah, he'll be freaking awesome. Yeah. Oi! What's going on, Mr. Phil? Good to see you, buddy. Braden, I know people cast him as Batman, but Lee Pace. Yeah, and Lee Pace was actually in The Running Man. And I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, man, he would be a good Bruce Wayne. I thought at one point. Then I'm like, nah, I don't know. Then after watching him in Running Man, I went, nah, I think he'd be a better Brainiac than a Bruce Wayne. Or a Bruce Wayne. Well, Bruce Wayne and Batman. I thought, he was actually on the top of my list, but I think I'd rather have him as a Brainiac, to be honest. What's going on, Monique? Happy fantastic Friday, right? It's a dry, rubbed, air-fried sirloin steak and the viral melting cabbage kind of night. Damn, sounds intense, and it all sounds great. I like me some cabbage. Air-fried sirloin steak, very interesting. I'm wearing my James Gunn's t-shirt right now. That's cool. It's cool. What's going on, Del? Always good to see you, brother. What's happening? And also my brother down south, in the land down under, or kind of in that area, Mr. Jason McKenzie. Ahoy, ahoy. Always great to see you, buddy. Oh, who else we got? We got, of course, Mr. Arkham Knight. Good to see you as well. Frankenstein is extremely good. It's such a shame that Netflix got it. I wish it was in theaters. I know. No theaters. I don't know why. I live in Southern California. You would think they would be all over the place over here. No theaters. The two theaters that I go to, and maybe there's probably because they're the closest. The theaters I frequent the most when I meet up with my dad, or if I just go by myself. Neither of them had the movie, and I'm wondering. I'm wondering, like, probably this AMC theater that has an IMAX that is like an hour almost that way probably has it, but I probably just gonna fucking watch it on Netflix, even though I feel like I shouldn't. I feel like I shouldn't watch it on Netflix. I should watch it in the big screen, but I'm gonna have to. What's going on, Caleb? Good to see you, buddy. Everybody's been saying that. It is now. There's Mr. Scott McClellan right there. If you guys didn't think, if we're going to have somebody on here tonight who's read the book, it's not Scott. What are you talking about? Scott doesn't read books. What are we doing? Rational Skeptic, did you watch the Devil Wears Prada teaser? I did not, because I did not watch the first movie. I should probably watch the first movie. It just wasn't my cup of vodka, my cup of, so I just never did watch it, but I know it's like an iconic movie, and it kind of it parlayed Anne Hathaway's career. I mean, she was already on the ups, but Emily Blunt came from that movie, and then of course you have what's her name? Totally, I love it when names are just like, it's right there. It's right there, and then I just can't, and like my brain just can't connect with my mouth to say who it is. But yeah, the news. What's going on, Mr. Balga? Good to see you. Good evening, Dave and fellow film junkies. So now we know it's Brainiac. Now begins more crazy casting rumors, theories, thoughts. Oh wait, more of the same. Yeah, pretty much it's all the same. Who else we got? Hey, we got Mr. Axel right here. Jared, what's happening? What's going on? Good to see you, brother. Jared was on last week. He was the featured guest. We had a great conversation. Hopefully you guys caught that. Great conversation was had when it came to me and Jared. Meryl Streep. Yeah, that's right. Meryl Streep. I was just like, I tell you, sometimes don't you hate it when that happens? When you're like, you see, like it's right there. You're like, of course, you know the name, you know everything, but your brain and your freaking mouth just go. There's a glitch, like your Wi-Fi blinking out. It's just a glitch that happens, and you just can't. You just go, ah, and then it just doesn't come out. It's just a glitch in the fucking matrix, man. That is also talking about Clay's bang. Yeah, no, I made my little short video yesterday because good old good old Grace, her tweet was going around like crazy saying, I mean, it was actually a nicely crafted tweet, and I'm gonna actually commend Miss Grace Randolph for that, because she tweeted out that she heard like one of these actors had already auditioned for Brainiac, and she put David I. Pierce, which that wouldn't be that bad. That would not be that bad. David I. Pierce as Brainiac would not actually be that bad. I was just kind of going, that actually could work, but I'm sure she wasn't meaning that. And then it had Clay's Bang, which apparently he portrayed Dracula, and apparently he's a musician overseas in like the UK or something. I never heard of that guy, but I don't know. People were saying that he was awesome as Dracula. I didn't see that either. And then, of course, she put, what's his name from, I can't remember his name right now. See, another name that just totally left my brain. Inconceivable! That's why I did that at the end. Fuck, I can't remember his name right now either. Jeez, somebody help me out here. And it was like, obviously she was making, joke with that one, but I thought that was just pretty funny when it was like, oh yeah, she's putting that out there. That's pretty interesting. Jacob Elordi proved people are like commending the absolute shit. It's so funny because I've watched small movies with Jacob Elordi, whatever the hell it is. I've watched like smaller movies, like I've watched movies that he's been in that like people don't even talk about, and I'm like, man, there was like this one movie, I forgot, it was with him and Zach Quinto. It wasn't like Don't Rush to See It. It was on Hulu, but he just played a really good asshole. I mean, he was an asshole. He was an absolute asshole, and he was like this. I don't know. It was an interesting story. It's called, I forgot what it was called, but it was with Zach Quinto, and I watched it a while back, and it actually wasn't that bad. But what's going on, Mr. Clone Avenger? Good to see you. What is this? Teb the Purple Man at Midnight. Bill Clinton and Donald Trump did a BJ together. It's in the emails. All right. Something I never thought I'd read live on the Vodka stream. But here we are, guys. Take it in. Stanley Tucci is pretty iconic, and he was the first one too. Oh yeah. Stanley Tucci is one of those guys where you go, hey, he's always good. You always like Stanley Tucci in a movie, I don't think there's ever been a time where when Stanley Tucci shows up on the screen, I go, oh, fuck, Stanley Tucci's in this? No, I always go, oh, yeah, there's Stanley Tucci. He's always good. He's always one of those actors. He's like a character actor who's been around forever, and he just shows up, and you just go, Stanley Tucci. I like that guy. He's Danish. That's what he is. He's Danish. That's right. I remember I looked him up when I saw Grace's tweet, and I went, oh, okay. I haven't, like I said, I don't know much, but if he played Dracula in something, that means he's got a good voice, and he's a musician too, apparently. So he's got a good voice, and that's what you want in a Brainiac. That's why everybody was always fan casting Benedict Cumberbatch, because he's got that commanding voice. He's just got that voice, and he actually wants somebody that's kind of lengthy. Maybe they want something that's kind of lengthy, looks more like alien-like. That's why Lee Pace, I'm like going, yeah, he would have been, I thought maybe Batman, but then I'm going, I don't know. It depends on what kind of Batman James Gunn is going for, or what they're trying to go for when it comes to Brave and the Bold. Do they want like the big shoulder brooding dude again, or do they want a lengthy Batman, like a lean Batman? But Pattinson's a lean Batman. He's a skinnier Batman. Obviously we got Batfleck, who is like the, what does Gunn want to do when it comes to that? Wallace Shawn, thank you. That's what it is. Jesus Christ. Names. Eluding the inconceivable. But yeah, pretty funny. Yeah, Mark Strong could work too, but I think, Mark Strong, let's give somebody else a chance. Dude's been in how many DC projects now? Hey, I would actually go for that. I would not mind that. I'm just saying, you just put that in my head, and now I'm going, I kind of want to see that. Of course that's not going to happen. But who doesn't love some Woody Harrelson right there? It would be freaking crazy. That would be absolutely insane. I know you're kidding, but yeah, would have been crazy if that was the case, though. True, he is killing it with Peel Fashion and his cooking show. Yeah, you just can't, Stanley Tucci is just one of those guys, man. Salud, Mr. Trevino. My mandatory overtime for the weekend was just canceled. I am now able to go comic book hunting at the local Motor City Comic Con this weekend. Salud to you, sir. Awesome. Love that. So apparently there's a Comic Con in Detroit, huh? That's pretty sweet. I like that. All right. Man, I swear to God, it sucks because oh shit, Mr. Balga, I'm sorry. Oops. Oh, I just messed up. Oh, anyways. I totally messed up on something. I always mess up on something when it comes to these stuff like right here. So hold on a sec. And I forgot to message Mr. Balga back. Yes, Mr. Balga will be on for sure. Anyways, Mads Mikkelsen. Yeah, some people were saying that. Let's see. Yeah, big celebrates go there. Celebrities. I was like, celebrates? Big celebrates go there. I was like, what? Oh, yeah, he was in Dune Prodigy. It's Dune Prophecy. Close enough. I met Sean Gunn and Michael Rooker there, and Felicia Day and the cast of Superman 78. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Anyways, okay. See, this is, I swear I need, yeah. Anyways, hold on. I can't type with these sunglasses on because, you have a black keyboard and you're wearing sunglasses. Who thought about that one? But I want to look cool. What can I say, right? Is that what I'm trying to do here? Who knows? Put it on the vibe. Anyways, thank you guys, of course, for tuning in. Good stuff. All right. We'll bring the panel on in a little bit, of course. And we'll get all that going. But let's first, and then we're gonna have more Running Man discussions. But let me give my full review now. Now that I've sat with it for a little bit, let me give my full review of The Running Man. Because you guys saw my first reaction, and in Clone Avenger, I love how you pointed out that half of my first reaction review was yelling at drivers. Oh, I wasn't yelling, but I was talking shit to drivers because it seemed like the drivers that when I pulled away from that movie theater last night, it just seemed like whoever was driving around me just was like, holy crap, what the hell? What are you guys doing here? But, crazy drivers and whatever. But anyways, so The Running Man. Edgar Wright, The Running Man, was very much looking forward to this one. Love the original movie, but we all know, obviously, that this one's more based on the Stephen King book. And naturally, when it came to the Arnold Schwarzenegger movie, it deviated from the plot a little bit. The initial plot is there to a point, but they did they had some liberties when it came to the script and changed some things. And so obviously being a fan of that, I knew this one was going to be different, kind of like how when it comes to Total Recall and then the new Total Recall, and I don't know how many times we discussed it on the Vodka stream, how much I really enjoy the Colin Farrell Total Recall. I think it's a great little action movie, and I was worried that maybe The Running Man would suffer kind of the same kind of blowback, I guess, or like it wouldn't be as successful and people would just not want to see it because that's because the other one exists. But The Running Man, the original one, that wasn't as big of a hit as Total Recall, I would say. So I think it has that working for him. I think when it comes to Arnold's movies, I think it's still a hit, still a classic, 80s classic, but it's not as big as Total Recall. So, but anyways, when it comes to The Running Man, I think part of the reason why, I wasn't yes, one of my favorite movies of the year, fuck yeah, this type, blah, because I'm a huge Edgar Wright fan. The guy hasn't made a bad movie, and he still hasn't made a bad movie. I'm just saying that it just felt like I was hoping for a little bit more of the Edgar Wright-isms, I guess you could say. Obviously, when you go into a movie with your favorite director, you always want to have, the isms of that director. You just want that, you go into a Nolan movie, you're going to get these just beautiful, just epic looking shots with a beautiful score. Same with a Denis, you know what you're going to get. You're going to get tension, this certain kind of tension. And those guys there's just how they make movies is crazy. When you go into a Tarantino, you're going to get some snappy, witty dialogue and some, just he's going to have that cinematic feel when he shoots his movies. When you go into a Zack Snyder film, you're thinking oh yeah, we're going to get some of that beautiful some beautiful shots that are going to have that beautiful slow-mo that he has crafted so well. So when it came to doing that, it's yeah. And I mean, I've seen other people say it too. And I wish I could say that, no, you guys are crazy. But yeah, it just seems man. And it seems I'm not going to give, spoilers away. And there's not really any spoilers you can give away, to be honest, because we all know that, if you watch the original Running Man and all this stuff, we all kind of know, the good guy's going to win. I'm not going to say how, because there's some interesting concepts that happened in the final act that when it leads to, the conclusion, it is pretty interesting. But there's it starts off very well. It starts off a little slow, but it starts off well when you start getting introduced into this world, this dystopian future, which I really enjoyed. I thought, okay, this is cool. They're building up the story. They're building up Ben Richards and his wife and their sick daughter and everything. And then he's a very angry person. And sadly, Glenn Powell, he comes off as likable, but not too likable. He's a very angry person in this as Ben Richards. And maybe I wanted him to be a little bit more likable. And maybe, I don't know. There's some times where it's yeah, it was good. But, and sometimes the humor just did not work. Oh, you're going for humor there. And I'm going, this is Edgar Wright. Why is some of this humor not working? I don't know. But, I would say the build up to a lot of things were good, but then man, there's literally something that happens where there's these other characters that pop up that end up helping him. Sometimes I just wish there was a little bit more time with them. Maybe, I don't know. There's a little bit more time when it comes to those characters, and then there's just this random character that shows up towards the end who ends up being at the climax. And I'm just kind of going, this character, why is this character even here? This character, we don't even know what this character is. This character just kind of just showed up And now she said she's here, and I'm going, when they're trying to, it's just, sometimes I was just like going, and I'm like, I don't know. And maybe I was too, because I like I said, I haven't read the book, seen the old movie, and the old movie, the Arnold Schwarzenegger movie is essentially, they just send him down into an arena, like an underground arena, an underground maze and whatever the hell location, and that's where everything takes place. This takes place with everything. Oh yeah, they're being hunted in the real world, which I like that. But that, there was part of me that went, man, I kind of wish that it was back, that they did the underground stuff instead. But then I'm like, no, that would be too 80s and too cliche. But I don't know. And then there's just some of the other characters I went, we see them, but that's it. It's like, there's nothing. I mean, it's just strictly Ben Richards, which is fine. And then of course, the Josh Brolin's character, Killigan. Fucking names are eluding me tonight. But yeah, it's just, I don't know. It's just, for me, it was a little disappointing. I still was entertained by the movie. And I don't know. We'll see. Killian, that's right. Killian, that's right. And yeah, so for me, I was like a little disappointed. And it felt a little messy at times. And I think like the first, when they were establishing everything, I thought that all flowed pretty well. But then as soon as it started, and then when it even started going, when it could oh yeah, and now it's time for the Running Man portion, I was like, okay, some of this is cool, but then it just, I don't know. There's sometimes where I just went, this is feels like it's just missing something. And then I wasn't seeing that those Edgar Wright isms. There's some of that, you see some of it. You definitely do. I'm not saying there isn't Edgar Wright isms. Just, maybe I just wanted a little more with a movie that's called The Running Man. It's literally fast paced. So I was hoping for a lot more of that fast paced Edgar Wright. When you watch Baby Driver. Baby Driver is just so, that movie is just so well crafted, how Edgar Wright crafts a movie. And I was hoping a little bit of that was going to be, I was hoping for a lot of that, actually. I was hoping more of that would be in Running Man, but it's just, you just didn't feel like a lot of it. So I think that's where a little bit of my disappointment comes into play. But I still enjoyed the movie for the most part. Still enjoyed it. Still enjoyed Glenn Powell. I just wish I would have liked his character, liked the Ben Richards character a little bit more. And yeah, some of the humor just didn't work. Some of it did, but it was very little. It was kind of a little oh man. Again, Edgar Wright, who's made some really fucking funny movies with Scott Pilgrim and the Cornetto trilogies, as he made two. The trilogy movies, I should say. So, anyways, there you go. I would say still see it. Like I said, if you want to see it, if you're a fan of the book, if you're a fan of Edgar Wright, go check it out. See what you think. Like I said, we'll see. And part of me even thought that it shouldn't even been rated R. I'm going, yeah, maybe it shouldn't even been rated R because, they drop F-bombs. That's why. But there's really no other reason besides those F-bombs that it's rated R. There's not big time. I don't think there's there's blood, but there's not anything that's too drastic that I would think would warrant a rated R if you just cut back the F-bombs. Probably could have been a PG-13, but who cares? Again, it's not like it would it help it or not? Who knows? I don't know. I guess we'll see. Anyways, all right. So there is my Running Man review. Cheers. Go check it out. Go to the movies. It's going to get crazy. There's too many movies that are coming out in November. That's for damn sure. Let's talk some Batfleck, huh? Let's talk some Batfleck. Obviously, if you guys, been paying attention, we got a new, probably one of the best images of Batfleck that Zack Snyder posted. And I'm just kind of going because you guys know that just the way Ben Affleck looks in that BVS costume is just, it's going to be hard to beat. I hope that James Gunn could beat that costume and whatever actor could look better as Batman. I always root for the next person to be better than the last, but it's always not, and it's just my preference. That's all. Just my preference. When it came to Corin Sweat, I think Corin Sweat is a fantastic Superman. But I just like, I don't know, for some reason, I just like Cavill's, and I like his Superman costume. Man of Steel is just one of my favorite CBMs of all time. And then of course BVS. So naturally I'm just, I gravitate towards that. That is my favorite Superman. So when it comes to a Batman, being more of a Batman fan, being that my favorite superhero, obviously, if you can see behind me, and I mean, I even have Batfleck right there, and the fact of the matter is like, it's just, you got that Batman, that brooding Batman, that Dark Knight Returns Batman. And of course, that's what Zack was going for. And naturally, he posted this right here, which you guys, of course, saw, I'm sure. So he posted that beautiful image of Batfleck right there, which is the same photo shoot as the very first image. I know some people were like, is this the same photo? Yes, it is. It was, come on. And then I realized, man, there's just people that just, they don't understand. They don't understand things. People just don't understand things. But yeah, he posted, thank you for 300,000 followers. That's right, 300,000 followers within 6 weeks? It's been a fun 6 weeks. Oh, wait, right, he said it right there. And I'm just getting started. Shot with my Leica monochrome with a 50 millimeter. More to come. Yeah, you keep posting images like that, I'm definitely going to, all right, I'm not going to say that. What are we doing here? Jesus Christ. Might be the best. I mean, the cowl just looks good. The chin, everything, the fat bat, the texture of the suit. It's just so good. It's just so good. But yeah, like naturally, I get people that ask me, what do you think it means? What do you think it means, Dave? What do you think it means? More to come? What? I'm just getting started? It's happening. And I'm going, this is where I still go, pump the brakes, guys. I know I'm Dave the Hope Killer, the Dream Killer, whatever you want to call me. I know I'm killing the hope again, killing the hype. Look at Dave the Film Junkie, killing the hype again. I just say pump the brakes and start thinking with, an actual brain, not thinking like a crazed fan with 17 hashtags in your profile. That's all. I just kind of go like, don't set yourself up. Just don't set yourself up. That's what I always say, is like, don't set yourself up. We've been through this many times where Zack has posted things and people look way too into it and set themselves up. And then, of course, you have people who are creating content that just want to gaslight their fucking audience and saying, yeah, it's happening. It's 100%. It's this, that, and this. And, of course, people like to come at me saying, I see it in my comments. I see it in my mentions where people just love to say, oh, it's happening. And I'm going, I'm like, okay, so if it is happening, this is going to be a first, an absolute first, where a merger with two studios are happening and a creative, a director, is heavily involved with those discussions. Whoa, never heard of that before. How many times did that happen between Fox and Disney? Were there directors that were heavily involved in those discussions? Maybe. I don't remember. So they essentially, Netflix is 100% buying Warner Brothers, and they are telling Zack, post on your Instagram, start teasing it, buddy. Start teasing it. We gotta start teasing this thing because you are on board. We're getting rid of that fucking, what's his name? John? What's his name with the glasses? We're getting rid of that guy. We don't like that. We're bringing you back. And, tell Affleck, tell Cavill, tell all the gang. We're getting them all back. And it's just like, okay. But that's why I just go pump the brakes. That's all. I just say pump the brakes. Don't overhype and don't let, these people out there with the hashtags gaslight you into thinking that it all is. Just don't, just kind of take it out. When somebody asks me, do you think it just means more images? I'm like, yeah, it's going to be more. He's going to be posting more images on his Instagram because Zack's a photographer. We have I can't emphasize enough how the last photograph is looking like it's going to be an indie Zack Snyder movie where he's going to be taking it to film festivals, shopping it around, and he's going to be posting more about it. And then, of course, that UFC movie, that UFC movie is probably well into pre-production right now. Whoever the lead actor is probably doing sit-ups on a Friday night right now. He's probably about to spar with somebody right now. That's going to be the next thing. And you better believe that Zack is going to be posting images and videos of all of that journey as well. That's going to be the next thing, which I'm very much looking forward to as well. But again, apparently, while he was filming this movie in Colombia and prepping UFC, he's on Zoom calls with Netflix and Warner Brothers talking about the return of the Snyderverse. 100%. So, Zack just doesn't sleep. He doesn't sleep. He does not sleep. He runs on coffee. Well, he's in Colombia. Colombia is known for their good coffee, so maybe that's what's happening. I don't know. But, that's why I just go, man, just let's relax a little bit. And then, Zack is going to need some support when it comes to Last Photograph. And then when it comes to the UFC movie, again, you got the Last Photograph that's going to be like an indie movie that he might be shopping around. And then, of course, you got the UFC movie, which could be his biggest movie. Could be absolutely huge because the UFC is just huge. And we got everybody backing it up. It's going to be an crazy next couple of years for Mr. Zack Snyder. Cheers. But keep on posting those images. Like I said, there's, November 17th, which is a crucial date when it comes to all this, is Monday, November 17th. Obviously, there's literally people out there that think he's going to drop something and announce something, which, again, I can't with these people. I don't know, something's going to happen or whatever. But I would not be surprised if he posts a never before seen image from like the Justice League production or something like that. I would not be surprised. Post a shot, some kind of shot, group shot. I don't know what he's going to post. He might post something to celebrate because, November 17th, even though that was the original date of Justice League, which crazy to think that it'll be eight years. Yeah, 8 years since that monstrosity that is Justice that came out. Is going to be 8 years, man. 8 years ago, this whole fucking thing's crazy. Some people make it seem like it was 2 years ago or a year ago. But I'm sure he's going to post something to celebrate that. 100%. I would not be surprised. But, there is a campaign I can actually get behind, which will be AFSP and put hashtag justice pledge. Okay. None of the other hashtags, just that hashtag. And, they say like, hey, donate like what you paid for a movie ticket. Just donate to the AFSP. And I'm like, okay, yeah, get around that one for freaking sure. Gotta love that. All right. That's a smart move to have Snyder's own DCEU in Netflix. It's a smart move. I don't know if Netflix will pay for that though. Zack Snyder also made a Veterans Day about Henry Cavill, Man of Steel. One of my friends who is in the Snyder cult reposted that the real Superman. I know. It's like, well, I know. I hate it when people say like the real or my, and I just go, yeah, these guys are actors. They're playing a role. They're not, just you can enjoy. You could say like, hey, this is, I don't know. I just say whatever you want, I guess. It's all fun. It's all good. It's all good, man. It's all good, man. All right. Let's go ahead and start bringing some peeps in here. I'm going to go ahead and take these glasses off. One of my other glasses. There we go. Okay. Let me go ahead and start bringing some peeps in here. All right. Do that. Man, they changed. They changed. The Twitter. The DMs are no longer the DMs. It's now X chat. They changed it up. I know they were like toying with it, but they full on implemented it, and I don't like it. I mean, I guess we'll get used to it. You can't send GIFs from Twitter anymore. You can't send the GIFs that they usually have. You can't really do that anymore, which sucks. And I don't know, it loads slower. There's just I don't know. I just don't. I don't like it. Sure if I like it too much, but you know, Twitter. Whether we got Zack Snyder Justice League 2 and animated. Oh yeah. You know what's kind of funny? You know what's pretty funny? I did not even realize. I didn't even see it. I did not even see it. But discussing fish, discussing. I don't know if you guys know this. I sometimes I don't even know how these parody sites. I don't know how they end up, just getting traction. But yeah, there's like obviously you know about discussing film. Somebody made discussing fish. I don't know how many times I've seen people get fooled by these guys. They get fooled, absolute fooled by these guys. And like there are people that retweet them and quote tweet, and I go, oh, they got fooled by discussing fish. I'm like, because I guess they do a pretty good job. They do a pretty good job of like crafting their tweets where, man, people just get absolutely fooled. And they posted this right here. I didn't see it, and I'm like, whoa, this was posted 2 days ago, but I didn't see it. And it was kind of funny because I went, oh, wow. They posted, the Snyderverse has been restored. An animated finale movie titled Nightmare, based on concepts for Justice League 2 and 3, will release on Netflix in 2028. Zack Snyder will return to direct. So they posted that right there. And it was like, oh, shit. They did that. And I'm going, wait a minute. Do these guys know who I'm? You know, you don't say the A word. Don't say the A word, for God's sakes. Don't say the A word, because you know how that is. And so many people, there's people like underneath it that were just like, some people were liking it. Some people were doing that. People were tagging James Gunn saying it's true. You know, there was people that were saying like, you know, justice has been served. Why animated? This is not what we wanted, and all this kind of stuff. But then luckily there are people that went, okay, wait a minute. We're good with this. But it was just kind of funny because I don't know, like again, I don't know how like sometimes these parodies, you just start a parody account and then sometimes you could just get traction pretty quickly. Like these people that create some of this stuff, like there's just parody accounts all over the place, and people get fooled by them a lot. I've been fooled by them. I think we've all been fooled. All been fooled by them. Let's see. They did a follow-up tweet too, where they were like, yeah, because they knew they like touched that nerve. They totally did. Right here, it was just funny because hey, I appreciate the game. So the funniest reaction I've gotten out of all this so far is Snyder fan who completely falls for the post but still isn't satisfied because it's animated. Is this me? I mean, maybe I'm running this in my sleep. Is this my Tyler Durden? I don't know. Because you know, sometimes I've done my stirring of the pot when it comes to animated, and I don't know. I'm like going, is there a pot around me? I might have to stir it again with their post, but I'm just surprised I didn't see it. But so kudos to them. It's fun. It's funny. It's really funny. It's pretty funny. But yeah, oh man, it's sad when like certain people I'm like, oh, they got fooled, and they just do not. I mean, there's like guys that are just like dedicated videos and stuff like that. This is not what we fought for. We didn't fight for him to get animated. It's like literally Zack Snyder in an interview said he would do animated. He's even said that on here, and I'm just going, God damn. What, you don't speak for Zack? Yeah, I don't speak for Zack. He's just spoken to me on my program about things. That's all I'm referring to. I don't speak for Zack, but you sound like you speak for Zack. Anyways, all right. That's it. That's all I got. Now let's start bringing on some beeps in here. First off, Scott! There he is. Scott, what's happening, sir?
I just wish I could drink alcohol, but alcohol doesn't go well with antibiotics. So.
Oh, yeah. Probably not a good idea to do that.
No. So I drank some coffee instead, even though I really wanted to finish off that bottle of wine that I started on Fanimated. But then I was like, wait, you're on antibiotics. No.
Is it really that bad? You can't have just like a little bit of wine?
I literally did a Google search.
Okay.
And
not recommended.
The worst thing, like there's some little things. They're basically like anything that can kind of weaken your body because you know the antibiotics are there to help stop. For me, it's I'm just trying to prevent a post-op infection, but they said the bigger thing is the liver.
Yeah,
because the liver's processing the antibiotic and the alcohol, and so they were like, maybe don't.
Yeah. No. It's good. Yeah, because you always you gotta protect that liver. When it's already it's already working a little bit of overtime. You don't need it to work a little bit more because you want to get a buzz.
I know.
Yeah. Not worth it. Not worth it. But
not at all.
I'm glad everything went well because Scott had some surgery on his mouth. And that's why DC Fanimated was pre-recorded and premiered, and but you're doing fine. It's not as bad as
I was shocked how well I was doing. Like once I slept off the anesthesia, it was like, oh wow, this isn't because for anyone who doesn't know, this is the second stage of at least a 3 to 4 part surgery that I'm going through. This started back in March, and that first surgery back in March was like, oh no, that was a nightmare. So I thought this one was going to be bad, and then then it was like, I took a nap and I was fine. So yay!
That's good.
The amount of money it cost, that hurt more than the
yeah. We were talking about that and how insurance is such a fucking joke.
Yeah.
When it comes to certain things, because they will find any loophole for
anything
to not have to pay when that's what you pay into. It's so crazy. We pay into it every month. You look at your paycheck, you pay into it every month. And I know sometimes
pays into it every month. Just
or
in this case, my wife pays into it every month.
Or that, but somebody's paying into it.
But it's into it, yes.
Yeah, but it just sucks because I know some car insurances will do if you're a good driver, they might give you some kind of rebate or something like that.
Yeah, discount. It
would be nice.
It would be nice.
If all insurance would be like, hey, you've been paying us and apparently you've been taking care of your teeth. You're pretty good. You haven't had anything bad, I mean, obviously with your situation, it was like a freak little thing and that happens, which, But when it comes to health, hey, you take care of yourself. Apparently, you take care of yourself. You don't really have to, go to the doctor for this, that, or this. Hey, we're gonna give you some money back because you've been good. No,
heaven forbid.
Yeah. My car insurance doesn't do that, but I've heard. I think some car insurances do.
My car insurance actually does that.
I wish mine did because
mine
I have not gotten in an accident. Knock on wood.
Yeah, mine actually, there's the app on my phone when it's plugged into my CarPlay, I allow it to track my location, but it also tracks but it's checking on my speed and, do I suddenly brake, and I'm earning a rebate on my premium by just driving safely on a daily basis. So
that should be applied to health insurance where it's like, hey, what are you doing? Oh, look at that. Obviously we all have, a lot of people have Fitbits and stuff like that. Wow, you're getting your steps in. Wow. And maybe you could just be because, a lot of people use apps and stuff like that to track some stuff. If you did that and then your insurance, your health insurance, got it where it was going, oh yeah, you're making the attempt to eat healthy and, you're making sure you're trying to keep trim. You're not having you're having your checkups, of course, but you're not, they're not going into the doctor for health reasons. So, hey,
my wife, because my wife still teaches, and we have the teacher insurance, and actually we have we do checkups every year just to stop them from slapping us with a monthly penalty. So it's so instead of giving me a discount, it's just go get a checkup every year.
And we won't raise it.
And we won't raise it. I was like, well, fuck you.
I don't know. Insurance is let's face it. My ex works in insurance and she would even say, oh yeah, there's a lot of things that are very scammy when it comes to it. She'd been working in insurance for a couple decades. And yeah, she was like, oh yeah, there's a lot of shady shit when it comes to insurance and stuff, and it's sad. It's really sad that that's the case. And it seems like there's never going to be an actual solution. Of course, people talk about universal healthcare and they do all this, they say all this, and then it's there's always the big debate when it comes to all this. And I just go, well, can we just not just not have them scam people and like do the thing that they promised to do. And then, yeah, if we don't use it, maybe give a little back, like, we get a tax return at the end. Sometimes like we get a little bit back. Of course, we wish it was more. I don't know why I'm going off on a whole thing.
You are really, however, I can segue this because I really feel like that this is some of that wonderful social commentary that underlies the Running Man. So
see, that's what I was doing, Scott, where, it's trying to like ramp up because, we'll get some other people in here that I think have also maybe seen the movie too, that can be part of the discussion. But, it's great. It was great timing when it comes to Scott being free because, work, obviously duty calls when it comes to work. And sometimes he has to work very early on Saturday, so he can't be part of the Vodka stream. But it worked out when it came to Running Man because Scott did some prep.
I did do some prep
when it came to Running Man. And we were looking forward to this discussion. We haven't had any discussion about really much of anything outside of this because I wanted to keep it for the stream. Because Scott had not seen the original movie with Arnold, and Scott decided to also read the book before he saw this. So Scott's going to be our, of course, our book guy. Shocker.
Yeah. Your tweet was like, we wonder who this will be. It's just like,
Yeah. I'm like, I'm going to discuss it. Yeah. Because, because we've talked about the running. I think we even talked about it a little bit last week on the Vox stream. You weren't here, but
I wasn't here. No, but we talked a little bit on Fanimated. So
yeah, we talked a little bit on Fanimated as well. But I remember it's like, it's going to be a cool conversation because I know everybody's going to compare it to that, to the original one,
which was funny for me because I hadn't seen the original one, so it wasn't. I think that is one of the things from my perspective is. I literally did not watch the Arnold movie until Wednesday night because it's streaming on Paramount Plus. Yeah. I was actually watching the movie while being in the chat for the Fanimated premiere. Like I had started the movie and I wanted to finish it, but since I was feeling okay, I wanted to be part of the live chat for Fanimated. So I was sitting there, like I turned the volume down because I was there for the discussion. I don't need to hear us talk again. But so I was there. I was participating in the live chat, but I was also watching, the Arnold movie while I was doing it. So that was after finishing the book. It was either Sunday night or Monday morning was when I finished the book. This wasn't like The Long Walk where I was sitting in the theater. Like,
oh yeah, I remember you said you were like trying to get done with the book before you watched the movie.
Yeah, I remember finishing The Long Walk like 5 minutes before the trailer started.
That's funny.
Because like I said, for me it was exciting because within 2 months of each other, we have two movies, both based on Stephen King novels, that he wrote under his pseudonym, or at least published under his pseudonym of Richard Bachman, and they're referred to as the Bachman books. So it was kind of funny. And of course, then I also had in my head had the joke of, we have a walk and then we have a run. Okay.
Yeah. There is some kind of correlation between both of them because it's walk, the Long Walk and the Running Man. And then it also, has to do with time. Because, like when you watch The Long Walk, they show the ticker of like how long they've been doing it. When it comes to the Running Man, they're like, day 2 complete or
right. Because that's the funny thing is that The Long Walk doesn't have a finish line.
Yeah.
Because the finish line is just
whoever's
still standing at the end. And then in the book. And in the book, The Running Man, and then also in this version of the movie, it's that 30 days. Survive 30 days, win $1 billion new dollars.
Yeah, so new dollars, which is
new dollars. Yes,
we're bringing on Ronan right now. What's going on, man?
What's up, muchachos? How y'all doing?
Doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. Did you by chance see The Running Man? You're pretty on top of things. Did you see it yet? You haven't seen it yet.
On Monday, I was supposed to, man. And then, travel stuff happened, and I was just like, God damn it. But
that'd be an appropriate response. Yes. Yeah, very good.
I'm trying to catch it. I'm behind on that and Deliver Me From Nowhere, the Bruce Springsteen one, because I like his music. And I'm like, I want to see what Jeremy did with that movie, even though both movies have been receiving a lot of mixed stuff. When up, I'm like, nah. Usually, I believe in Edgar Wright. Funny enough, people might find this hot takes. Edgar Wright's last 3 movies, which I think includes Scott Pilgrim, although I could be wrong, are my favorite movies out of his, more than the Cornetto trilogy.
See, okay, Ronan, I've had this discussion with Dave. So here's how I break it down for me personally. I think Last Night in Soho was his best made movie, while Scott Pilgrim is my favorite movie of his.
Okay,
Yeah.
I can see that. I think Baby Driver is his.
Baby Driver was actually after Scott Pilgrim. So.
Yeah.
Yes, Baby Driver was
So,
actually.
so his last 3 movies were Running Man, Last Night in Soho, and Baby Driver.
Yeah, but I think Scott Pilgrim, Baby Driver, and Last Night in Soho are my 3 favorite of his. And like people sometimes be like, "Wow, what about the Cornetto trilogy?" I'm like, I like the Cornetto trilogy, but in those 3 movies, he stretched himself beyond Nick and Simon.
And I approach my favorite list of Edgar Wright similar to how I approach my Nolan list. Is I like when it comes to Christopher Nolan, Memento is my favorite movie of his because that's how I got introduced, and that movie just I don't know, I just love that movie. I love the story structure. It inspired me, and I was like, God damn, it made me like want to write scripts, and I did back when I first saw it like 20 years ago. And so that's my favorite, but I still think Interstellar is like his best movie. I would say that when it comes to Edgar Wright, my favorite movie is Shaun of the Dead because that's where my introduction to him happened. And I love that movie so much, and I've seen it so many times. But I would say, I don't know if I would say Last Night. So, I mean, it's up there, but I would almost even think that Baby Driver, just the way that movie was crafted.
No, it's
like his best crafted movie, but Last Night in Soho is also up there too because because he switched it up with Last Night in Soho where it was like, and that's what's so funny because one of my gripes about The Running Man was like, I wish there was more Edgar Wright isms. I was not expecting Edgar Wright isms in that movie, and there wasn't really, but there was still some very beautiful fucking filmmaking that happened.
Oh yeah.
And the 2 lead actresses killed it. And there's some beautiful fucking shots in that movie. And the way he captured that era and everything was just, it was just really, it was just very well done.
Baby Driver was the one that like really like struck like a nerve with me because I remember seeing the trailer and was like, I want to fucking see that. And then I started hearing how much people were just like mind blown by it in the film festivals. And I will never forget, it was the first time I had heard that a movie had a release date. And because it had been doing so good in festivals and I think test screenings, that they pushed up the release date. It was supposed to be in fall, and I think it came out in like late summer, if you will. And I was just like, the studio is confident with that movie. And as far as I know, people love that movie a lot. And yeah, I adore that movie as well. But again, Scott Pilgrim, it's like
Scott Pilgrim. That movie, like, I mean, it didn't do anything really. It didn't do gangbusters at the box office really at all, but it became such a cult favorite.
For me, it was. I cannot remember if I saw. I feel like Scott Pilgrim was my introduction to Edgar Wright. Okay. Like, I really think that because I remember for Scott Pilgrim, I got early access. Like, I got one of those advanced screeners where it's like, show up early because they're giving out more than they have seats and you have to get there to make sure you get a seat. And I remember that I was so intrigued by it that I read the Scott Pilgrim series before the movie came out. And the preview that I saw was the day after book 6 released. So like the final book, the final volume released the day before I got to see the movie, which was funny since, they were making the movie before the series was
concluded.
So Scott Pilgrim has always had a very special place in my heart.
There is something about being introduced, and I think that's why when I talk about Memento and when I talk about Shaun of the Dead, when it comes to Edgar Wright, it's like when you get introduced to a director, and then I when it comes to Tarantino, I think I got introduced to him with Pulp Fiction first.
Yeah.
And then I saw Reservoir Dogs.
Yes.
So that's why. But my introduction was Pulp Fiction. So I still go, oh, that's my favorite movie of his, because I just love the way that movie struck. But it's not his first movie. I love Reservoir Dogs too. Yeah. But at the same time, it's like my introduction was Pulp Fiction, his second movie. And so I still hold that. But I would say, when it comes to Tarantino and I think his best movie that he's made is Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. That's like a crafted movie.
Yeah.
But that's what's so cool about that. You can have that, and we can have that kind of way of looking at it when you're going by directors. Like, and I love it when directors are not one noted and they could just, they try different things. And like I said, when it came to Last Night in Soho, that was Edgar Wright just kind of going, I'm going to do something different. Like Baby Driver was still in that Edgar Wright space, even though it wasn't in the Cornetto, but and then of course Scott Pilgrim is just Scott Pilgrim, going back to Scott Pilgrim. I mean, when you watch that movie, and I've showed that movie to people, and people go, why the fuck did I not know about this? And I'm like, yeah, I know. It's crazy. Yeah. My brother, who's very, he could be pretty critical on stuff. He loves that movie. And I remember showing it to like other friends and ex-girlfriends. Like, this movie's fucking fantastic. I'm like, I know. It's so crazy that this movie just did not do gangbusters and didn't have more movies. Like, I don't know how Edgar Wright even pulled that off. I mean, when you want to talk about how Hollywood struggles with doing like video game adaptations. Now, I know Scott Pilgrim is not a video game, but it's very much a video game type movie. And it's just so funny because I'm like going, yeah, I mean, you almost have a blueprint right here of like, if you're going to do like a video game movie and you're not going to try to take it too seriously, just fucking use this blueprint of like, just go balls to the wall.
Because he was doing what Brian Lee O'Malley like set up in the graphic novel. Like that's the beauty, is the two of them worked so closely to create that, and then going off and making the animated series that's on Netflix, which was so good.
Yeah, it was good. I really enjoyed it, and I like the fact that they just kind of went back and kind of told the story again.
Yeah. Which there's a twist there that I don't want to ruin because
there is definitely a twist where they have to make it
their own.
It was very cool. It was cool. So Dave, I was surprised, I'm going to be honest with you, when I saw your first reaction. And I get it.
Oh, let's bring on the other people before diving into it. We got William. What's happening? William, did you see The Running Man?
Okay, yes and no.
Okay.
All right, so the advanced screenings was on Monday. I showed up, and I had another advanced screening that I loaded people up for Now You See Me, Now You Don't. I was there for maybe like the first half hour, half-assedly, because I was like, there was an issue. Then I got called to the other theater, which was the other end of town, where I had to go take care of something with a list there. So I actually saw the back end of a movie that I didn't really care to see, and the front end of a movie that I was kind of looking forward to. So yeah, that's what happens when you do these. Because my list, like, it's once you're on it, you're in. It's not a general admission, and they mixed up the list. So one place got one, and the other place got another. So I had to go manually vouch for people. It was really lots of fun.
That sounds like a blast, William. Like
they usually don't do them on the same night, and if they do them on the same night, they'll usually do them in the same theater. Like there was one, like Bumblebee and Power Rangers. Was on the same night, but they were at AMC Town Square, so I could stand in the middle and make sure that all 200 or so people on each end got in. I didn't have to go anywhere, even if I didn't want to see any of those movies. Like there's been shitty movies that I don't want to see that I have to make sure, because if it's over 50 people, you don't want to leave that on the people of the studio staff. You want to actually be there because they can get overwhelmed, especially if it's like a sought after movie. So sometimes I don't even want to see either movie, but this time I actually wanted to see one. And then I had to go. So yeah.
Oh, so you saw the opening of.
Yeah, I saw the opening. Wild movie. I'm not Edgar Wright. He doesn't stand out to me. Okay. I don't hate him. Don't get me wrong. He just doesn't stand out to me like a Denis Villeneuve or a Ridley Scott. I don't see a style there that says, oh my God, I got to go see that. But I saw the trailer for this, and it was bonkers. And what I saw was absolutely, I want to see the other half. I want to see the other. Apparently it's a much longer movie than I thought.
It's 2 hours. It's 2 hours and 13 minutes.
Yeah,
It's
which is a little bit
actually not a
longer
lot-
for a
not a
movie
lot,
like
huh?
that. Usually it's like bang bang, but from what I saw, I need to go, make some time to go see it now in the theater. So
Yeah, and what I'll say is that it actually it does more than the book does. And my big hot take, and I said this in my review, is this movie improves on the book.
Okay.
Ooh.
Because I remember you saying that. I mean, that which is interesting because usually it's the other way. It's not.
I literally have a shirt that my mom
Yeah.
made for me that says the book is better. Like
Yeah.
I literally have a shirt that says that.
Yeah,
But no,
and I remember you were kind of you weren't like you were. I think you said something or maybe
what I said to you was that the
Yeah.
trailer already looked better than the book.
There you go. That's what
I
it
said
was.
to you.
That's what it was. And we got some more people coming in.
Hey, Christopher, what you up to?
A whole lot of
It's
stuff.
always going to be
Whole
a
lot of
good
stuff.
drop. I don't know. It always gets a
Always will
laugh.
be. Always.
Yeah.
And that's the
Yeah.
objective. We're here to make everyone laugh and have a good time.
So
by the way, Dave, I have something. You came up to, I thought about you today. There you go.
what is this? Oh, look at that, a JL pen. That's a
Nice.
that's a
Yeah,
cool
that's a good
pen.
one.
Like 50 of those somewhere in storage.
Yeah.
I showed you that night, dude. Because it comes up on your timeline now on all your social media.
Probably.
8 years ago, you were doing this, and I'm like, oh shit, was I? I'm like, wow, dude, we burnt the hell out of that movie. I was so excited for that movie when we started getting our promo items in for that movie. We were just going. I couldn't wait. I mean, they got you see in the pictures I showed you the stack of the tickets. They gave us 200 tickets to send people to that movie, and we were ready to go. And then halfway through the movie, I'm like, I don't know what to expect. I was trying to feel good. I'm like, maybe
We all were.
it's me.
I mean, we
I
all
came
were.
into this with bigger expectations than what I should have been going in. Then after because I didn't leave the theater after that, I sat there with a bunch of people trying to figure out what had happened. And then we came to the conclusion, like, wait a minute, I think we just got fucked, and I'm not sure. And that very night is where I found you for the first time. And about a half hour later, Chris Ron Swinson, because both of you guys, I think, were talking about it then, and it was like, or at least I think a week later, because
A week
once
later,
I
a week later, I started unleashing that.
Yeah.
That what we saw right there was not. I try to be, optimistic and try to be, and I let that, if you go back, I mean, literally fucking not 8 years ago. 8 years ago, yeah, 8 years ago
8 years
today.
ago, yes.
I was at Warner Brothers Studios.
you saw it on a lot. See, I saw
Saw it on a lot with other fucking critic people, and I remember talking with people, and then I mean, you said halfway through the movie, you were like, "Oh shit!"
I'm like,
My smile went down when I first saw Cavill's face in that opening.
I didn't even notice the mustache. I guess
totally.
I was one of the few people that was like,
the rumors were right. The movie, I immediately thought, because I try to be like, oh, there's no way they're not trying to do like this crazy like reshoots. They're trying to wipe out his mustache. That's stupid.
Oh man!
And as soon as I saw that opening scene, I went, oh fuck, the rumors were correct.
You know that scene in Wayne's World 2 where he's banging on the church and say, "Oh Jesus, God, no!" Yeah, that was me at that moment. I was like, "Oh no!"
It was the first time I felt my body like reacting in a way that I felt odd in a movie theater. I remember being like, I remember telling like sibling and some friends, I'm like, listen, it's turbulent times. Let's just bring it home. It may not be what Zach fully wanted, but let's hopefully we can have fun. And then it starts, and I'm going,
it started in earnest too. That there was no that honeymoon got cut off before the wife got out of the bathroom situation. It was like, wow. And I had all this shit to give away. I'm like, I need to give this stuff away before people see this movie and get really mad, or else I'm going to be stuck with it. And all the merchandising, like I was telling you the other, I didn't agree. I got to chill up my spine when I started getting all this Alex Ross shit and all this stuff without at least an S on it. I understand, but nobody believed he was going to stay dead doing that. You could have put him in there. At least put an S, a gravestone with the S. Nothing. And then they told us, you don't want to talk about Superman in your promo. I'm like, what? That was their instructions. I'm like, wait a minute. Why wouldn't I? That's like when Spock died at the end of Star Trek 2, and on the little thing it said Spock will return in the search for Spock, because they had already. I mean, everybody knew. Nobody was that dense that they didn't think Superman was coming back. Why would you want me to not? And they literally sent us big, giant, expensive stuff with all the Justice League on there, not 1 inch of Superman. And I'm like, okay, all right. But then I was telling myself, no, this is gonna. I'm overthinking this. And then I'm like, oh no,
dude. Talking about the Santa Claus syndrome, like I will never forget my first Comic-Con, 2017, San Diego. I made the Hall H Saturday, second row, and I was just like, what the fuck is going on? I'm like, all right, I'm gonna just stay here the whole day. I'm not leaving. And that was when they brought in the Justice League, panel, and there was the whole cast. And there was a Q&A, and then lo and behold, a little kid asked, are we gonna see Superman in it? And I could hear all the adults in the room be like, oh, that's cute. And then just like 2 seconds later, Jason's like, hey kid, I don't know if you saw the last movie, Superman's dead. And we all like, Jason, what the fuck?
But the silliest thing about that is even in the death of Superman, that debacle, they were advertising the return of Superman literally in the pages of the comic that they were telling you, make sure you get your come to your comic store and on the solicitations. I remember that because we were just opening the solicitations. It's there. Nobody was like, oh, I wonder if he's ever going to come back. Like, what? What is it? They didn't tell us back then. Like, hey, don't tell your people when Superman's coming back. No, because I want you to buy it. I mean, that was the whole market.
But it also kind of makes me wonder, like, if things didn't happen the way they happened, and we got Zack's version or a version of Zack's version, which would have been a shorter version of the version. Man, so many versions. But I just wonder what the marketing would have been, even with that. Too, like, would it have still been like, hey, we're gonna have group shots but no Superman, and what are we gonna do when it comes to because it was, I mean, I even responded to your tweet, like the fact that it's like, yeah, I understand that you said like, oh, you should have known when there was no marketing for Superman, but I'm like, yeah, but still in both versions the same events happen where Superman is dead and they still bring him back. So I'm kind of wondering, like, if it was still full on Zack's version and not this Frankenstein version that we got, would they have still marketed the same, or would there have been something else? I
think that Zack would have marketed, and I don't know, you would know better than me, but I think anybody else but WB would have marketed with Superman because they would have understood storytelling.
We also got to remember that, I know Zack did his own marketing for the Snyder Cut, but if he was still under the studio, it would be the studio's decision of how they market it.
I understand quick, but if it were a competent studio at the time that understood the draw of the story, they would have done exactly like the comic book story.
So therefore, they still would have marketed it the exact same way. That's what my point was. Because it was still the incompetence of those same people would have still done it. So it still would have been marketed the exact same way. That's the only bad part about it. See, and now William is like, oh, he's like,
said his piece.
No, it's all good.
So Chris, have you seen The Running Man?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Ooh, so we got some, I figured we get some other peeps in here, and we're gonna bring some other peeps in here, and we'll get it. And like I said, we're not gonna. What's funny is just like we're gonna discuss it, and we want your guys' 2 cents because I'm sure pretty much almost everybody's seen the fucking Arnold one, but we're not gonna give away big time spoilers. But I mean, there's really no spoilers to give, and we know how the structure of the fucking story is, but
books been out since 1982.
Yeah,
let's be honest here.
It's not like
he runs.
Maybe we won't.
He runs.
We won't go. We're not going to go into how certain things end up where they end up, but that certain things the way they are. So we won't dive into big time oh, and then this happens, and then this happens. We're not going to do anything like that, but we'll have a good discussion. But we got of course we got more peeps coming in. We got
That's appropriate.
Right on. How's it going?
Yeah, Travis. That's
Happy Friday.
I love it how you did that and you made the balloons go.
Throwing the balloons up for the farts. Why not?
What's going on, man? Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you guys. Yeah, happy Friday. Not much. Just chilling. Happy to be on Vodka Stream. Talk about some topics this week and see where the night takes us. Good to see you, Chris.
Good to see you, sure.
Yeah, I know, right? You guys friends again now?
Of course. Once you
Yes.
duke it out on the battlefield, you spit in a hand, you shake it.
What did we do in our
You
hand?
spit in your hands, you
that
shake
thing.
it.
I don't remember that other thing, but
You can't do the old days where you like cut your hands and shake hands. There's too much diseases nowadays. Spit's probably not a good idea either. But
what
once
do
you
you
do
do in
that,
Canada? It gets weird, but
it's very clean here. But no, we're all good, and it was a very fun time last weekend.
Yeah.
That was actually that was actually one of the. It was pretty damn fun. Totally forgot that there was like the third category of video games.
Yeah,
That
people
was
won
like-
it last year, and then Rhea
Yeah.
had been on Geek because we have a video game show that Dylan hosts, and she had been on there, and that kind of light bulb clicked. Like, oh, I should ask her, see if she wants to do it, and then she did, and it was it was tons of fun. I tried to make it a bit quicker this year, 45-second counter, and I shortened the questions because the year before, I remember we clocked in like 2.5 hours. Like, this can't be it.
Oh, yeah,
This
it was,
can't-
it was like a little like, oh yeah, this is kind of
yeah, and it's always tough too because people start talking, so you don't want to shut
fun.
it down and stuff. But and it's fun for us because we get a break because we're just active for the whole 24 hours. So it's fine to like, you know what, I'm fine just to sit and chill and let people talk. But no, it was a good time, and I hope I see Ben tonight so I can bug him about Cat Grant and Turok because those were two of my favorite moments of that. He was so
Dude, I
confident.
was like, when he said Cat Grant with that one, I went, no.
Oh, yeah. I felt like the whole room knew it was.
Oh,
it
yeah.
was, what's her name?
we
The other
were so
girl,
like,
you know?
oh, he's got this. He's got this. And for those that have been in trivia,
Yeah,
that was his on the left moment.
Oh,
Yeah.
Outright his on the left moment.
yeah.
That's for you,
It
Heinz.
was like, I was like, when he got asked, I was like, he's got this, and I was like, oh no.
Yeah, the question was who was Jimmy Olsen's like mole to Lex Luthor, and obviously it was Miss Tessmacher in the newest one. But right away he went Cat Grant, and then the second he said it though, he went oh.
He
and
knew,
then
he knew.
Yeah,
He
knew
knew.
it.
And then for like a full 2
oh.
minutes, you didn't see his face. It was great. So
It was pretty fantastic, but yeah, it was a fun one, and like I said, the video game one. I mean, yeah, we were all a little nervous because a lot of us are not big gamers, but Rhea did such a good job of doing. Oh, I'm gonna give you old school trivia, and she did multiple choice.
Yes, multiple
which
choice
was
was
so nice.
yeah, it's helpful.
She was like, "Wait, you're not doing multiple choice?" And it was like, "No, nobody else is doing multiple choice." But she was kind enough to do the multiple choice, so it helped. It definitely did help.
Yeah,
so it was.
Thanks for joining. Thanks for everyone that watched. It was a good time. So
Yeah,
we
and
hit our goal.
you met your goal too.
We met our goal. Yeah, it was 1,500, and now hopefully this last one I can say this because I feel like I've said a million times promoting it, but we hit 20,000 for the past 9 years for BC Children's
awesome.
Hospital.
No,
So
that's
that's what we really wanted to get to. So yeah, it's pretty good. We're just 4 people living in Kelowna, BC. Obviously, you guys help and everybody helps. That's why it's not just us; it's everybody. But when the podcast started, would have never thought like, oh, we could have raised $20,000 for a charity that's helping out kids and everything. So yeah, it's on the feeds. If you like it, we'll be back next year killing ourselves. I was done by the end of it.
You got newborns.
Well, yeah, because they had woken up at 5 that day, and I was pretty pissed. The past few nights they were sleeping in, but both the babies said, "Oh, we're up at 5." So I was
like, "Oh, Dad, yeah, he's got his 24-hour stream. We're gonna make sure."
It's kind of like how when my son has a nightmare that he's not quiet about it in the sense of like he'll go in. My image is in he doesn't do this, but it just sounds like it. It sounds like he kicks the door in because we just hear it hitting the bumper, and he just stands at the bottom of the bed and I said, "What's up, bud?" I just feel like, "Mom, Dad, nightmare, fix it." That's basically,
And you have no answer. You just gotta
just
talk them
gotta
down.
be like,
whatever.
all right,
Yeah.
that's fun. But let's see, let's bring on some more people.
Phil? Hey, Phil?
There you go. What's going on,
Phil.
Phil?
Oh man, that one never gets old, does
Oh
it?
yeah.
You got the one I gave you though, right?
Oh yeah. I didn't download it though. I can load it up though.
I'm sorry, you don't
while
get
we're
to pick
talking.
your own drop, Phil. That's not how this works.
Oh no, this wasn't.
No, this
it's
is
not
like a different one. We discussed having this drop, and I just
Okay.
like with everything and like making dinner and preparing everything. I didn't fully, but I'll get it. I'll get it loaded up.
It's for him. It's
Yeah.
way
Okay.
more for him than it is for me.
Yeah, it is. And then of course, William, you're back. And then, Travis, you're gonna be able to.
Ben.
Hey,
It's Cat Grant.
listen, man, that shit gave me nightmares.
Yeah.
Instead, I confused my white women. I almost lost it.
Yeah.
That was
It was
The whole Cat Grant in Goldeneye. It was actually with Goldeneye. I was like, oh my.
Oh yeah, you did the
God. Yeah, those two. Yeah, they hunted me for a little bit.
Unfortunately, every year I feel like there's one victim of someone
There
getting
is.
something big wrong, and it was you this year, Ben. But that's okay. We've all been there before.
But
the
you know
Cat Grant
what?
one was great because
but the
the
thing
second
is,
it
like-
left your mouth, you try it. You're trying to get it back.
The thing is that
no.
because the moderator kept saying, "Hey, is that your final answer? Is that your final answer?"
Oh, you blaming Ray?
Yes, I'm blaming Ray. He could have said that. He could have said, "Is that your final
It
answer?"
ain't
Then I
Ray's fault.
would have gotten the point.
Definitely ain't Ray's fault. You fucked that up.
Yeah.
So long, and you
As
get that
usual.
wrong. Shit, that's funny.
Oh man. And Ray got me with he was like, "Oh, I got a Snyder cut, question for you." And I was like,
Yeah,
"Ah."
the white
And then
Russian.
he goes, "What was the make-believe Russian city that they're on?" And fuck. I was like, I don't remember what it was called.
No, it was the boat. The boat.
Oh, the boat one. Yeah, I had
boat, yeah.
Portuguese.
Oh yeah, the
Yeah,
boat-
I
the
had
boat one
Portuguese.
the boat one
I had
got me,
Portuguese.
Chris.
I was like,
Yeah.
what?
And I was
What
like,
is that city?
"Oh."
Because they mentioned Flash. What is the
I
city?
totally forgot. I totally
Yeah, the
forgot
city.
what
I
it
don't. I don't
Bajornov.
remember.
Bajornov. There you go.
Bajornov.
Bajornov.
God, everyone
Yeah.
knows that.
is. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Right?
No, only I do because I'm one of those fucking dorks.
I
Because it
totally.
was basically just Chernobyl. So,
That's what I said. I was like,
That's what he said. Yeah.
I gave up, and I'm like, Chernobyl. I mean, I knew it wasn't right, but it was essentially Chernobyl. And he was like, no. And then of course it was that. I was like, fuck. I totally just, yeah. You could probably, ask me, what the fuck, how many freaking hot dogs were floating in the air when Barry was rescuing what's her name, and I could have probably answered that correctly, but no, Ray. But that's good though, because it got me, and I saw this smile on his face too of him getting me with that. But like I said, trivia competitions will humble you.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
And every year we get humbled by the Geekverse Trivia Challenge. For sure. We all get humbled. I mean, man, but it happens. But anyways, thanks you guys for joining. Yeah, we wanted to kind of do some Running Man talk. I don't know who. I mean, we know that Chris, you saw Running Man.
Mm-hmm.
Travis,
Yes.
did you see Running Man? You didn't see Running Man?
I've been busy, so I had to make a choice, and I'll see it at some point. I don't know if I'll see it in theaters. I just feel like everyone I've talked to just says it's kind of fine, and I feel like with the time I have and with all the stuff that's coming out in November, it's like, do I have time to go see a fine movie right now? Probably not. So I'll probably wait for VOD. Sadly, I'm sorry, Edgar, but yeah.
Okay, but yeah, we of course with Scott here because Scott did some prep, which was cool because, like I said, obviously we were looking for this movie. We're Edgar Wright fans. I saw it. I gave my first reaction and I gave my full review where I felt like it was missing a little bit of something, especially with Edgar Wright. I was hoping for a little bit more Edgar Wright isms, and then there was a little bit of. I felt it was a little it was kind of messy. It wasn't not even like the first act. I think the first act was solid, but I think it started getting a little bit like. As soon as everything started kicking in gear, I was like going, okay, I'm liking where this is going. And then certain things I went, eh. And then when it came
funny to me because the things you were alluding to is book issues.
Okay.
And then, like I said, the movie actually does a better job, in my opinion, than like the movie's improving on what's in the book.
Gotcha.
But some of the complaints you're complaining about, it's like, it's this weird situation that I get into when people want to complain about the movie, and I'm like, well, they're just adapting the book. So really your issues with the book, because there's a certain amount of, well, how much do you like, if you think it's an issue, then how much do you change? And then you kind of get into that sort of gray area. And because I hear what you're saying about that, Dave, but but those two particular examples that you didn't really specify because you're trying to be spoiler free.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what happens in the book.
Yeah.
I'm just going to say that what the movie does, especially in the second act, the book suffers in the second act.
Okay.
And the movie does a really good job of keeping it action-packed and moving, which is not what happens in the book.
Yeah, and I've heard that too. Or like, obviously, with the book, you're trying to flesh out a lot of things. You're trying to, and so when it comes to the movie, you gotta like, hey, let's keep it tight. Let's keep it tight.
Actually, no, the movie actually does more.
Oh,
Like,
it does more. Okay.
Yeah, like because the problem for me is that in the middle of the book it gets boring. because it seems to because in my opinion the middle of the book forgets about the whole show part.
Oh, okay.
Like, and what I loved about the movie was that it added action sequences that did not exist in the book. It took
needed it, yeah.
It, in my opinion, needed, and then I like how they kept on, because the book stays very much with Richards. It's kind of like a limited third person where it's not being told by Ben, but it makes sure that it stays like the narrator's only staying where Ben is. And so the way that it kind of jumped back to the show and like giving you like those updates, I like that because it kept the show.
Yeah, they did a good job with that.
In the forefront, where the book just kind of like leaves it, and I remember reading going, I'm kind of here for the Running Man.
Yeah, because I mean, if you're going to be doing this where he's going to be followed, I mean, and yeah, you get that little sequence when you've seen it in the trailers where he's in a towel like hanging off the side of the building. You get like this whole little action sequence, which of course it's just. I always find it funny because I'm like, this guy's down and out. They're in the slums, stuff like that. But hey, he's got a fucking 8-pack. Dude's ripped. The dude is ripped. He's sitting in his hotel room eating Pringles and drinking Budweiser. Dude's ripped. It's like,
but something that they do in the movie that I appreciate that was an addition. Once again, I'm going to argue I really enjoyed this movie. I took my dad like at the, like 10 minutes before I have to leave. I was like, Dad, do you want to go with me? The seat next to me is still free. And he was like, sure. My dad's never read the book, never seen the Arnold movie, never seen the Edgar Wright movie. So I just took my dad just because I wanted to go see a movie with my dad, and he had a blast. So it was really interesting to me that at the beginning they do a thing in the movie to explain why Richards can be successful on this show. There's some intercutting that Edgar Wright does that kind of like justifies the character's skills and abilities.
Yeah. Mm. And they do a good job of like, I mean, he's an angry person.
Oh, yes, he is.
He's a very angry person, but
for good reason. Like
for good reason. He doesn't get angry with his wife or anything like that. He doesn't get angry with the people who don't need to be, but he is with everything else. He's like, fuck you. Like straight up, like he's flipping off. He's punching glass. He's like, fuck this. And, so yeah. And Gunpowder does a good job with that. I think I do wish that maybe there was like sometimes when it came to the more lighthearted humor stuff, it would have landed better, in my opinion.
Which is funny to me because it really worked for me. Like
some of it didn't like land with me.
I was like laughing my butt during this movie.
I wasn't.
And my audience was enjoying it too. My dad and I mentioned that because my dad has a very my dad does not find a lot of things funny. Like his reaction to a lot of things that other people will say is funny is he goes, well, that's stupid. Like that's my dad's reaction. I still remember the one time I remember my dad losing his shit during a movie was when I took him to go see Men in Black. My dad loved the hell out of that movie. And I remember looking at him because that was 97.
Yeah.
So I was 15. And I remember looking at my dad going, I have never seen you have this much fun ever. Like I didn't understand. So once again, it's really interesting to hear your reaction, Dave, only because I'm having a complete I'm having one of those reactions where I'm just like, I don't understand because
Yeah,
I didn't react that way at all. So
no. Then that's what's cool. It's like, but like I said, I still don't think it's not a bad movie. I just was like a little underwhelmed with it. That's the thing, and I think maybe I just went in too much going Edgar Wright, and I just didn't get enough of, like I said, what we talked about, the isms.
The only thing, as far as that concerned, that I'll be on the same page with is that the one thing I've always loved about Edgar Wright is his soundtracks.
Yeah.
And this movie is a scored movie. This movie does not, like, even they released the soundtrack album.
Needle drops, but
there's a couple of needle drops, but Edgar Wright has always been really good with needle drops, in my opinion.
Oh yeah.
And this movie doesn't have it. And that was the
best one, Shaun of the Dead, when they're when having a good time and they start just attacking that zombie and they're like all in a circle.
One of my favorite Queen songs.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh god,
I think it's one of the perfect Queen songs. Yeah.
It really is. Having a good time, and they're just, and the camera's just rotating, and they're just boom, and they're going with the beat. It's so fucking perfect. I fucking love that so much. Anyway.
But that was the like, if I'm going to say of a quote unquote disappointment of an Edgar Wrightism, like I missed some really cool needle drops, like I've come to expect. But once again, I'm not going to bash a movie for that one thing, because I had a great time in the movie. I got to see it in IMAX last night. I got the cool poster too.
I got the poster. Yeah,
and like I said, my dad and I don't get to see movies together like we used to. And so it was just, it was nice to watch a movie, enjoy it. Like I said, I saw the Arnold movie for the first time on Wednesday night.
Okay, now I want to get your opinion about that one now.
I am not a fan, man.
Yeah, I knew you would be. I knew you would.
No, it's pure 80s, but it's almost to the nth degree. It's just like
it's the lower tier of the like fun 80s for me, because we watched I'd only seen it once when I was younger, but we watched it again 2 weeks ago for Geekverse. I was like, I will never watch this movie ever again. There's so much Arnold movies to pick from. This is not.
I was disappointed in it. I was like, really?
And I even said
it was disappointing in the movies. To be honest, I saw that in the movies with my dad.
See, that's what's funny. See, it was like when at the beginning of the stream, I said, because I was like going, is the Running Man going to suffer what the Total Recall, movie that we, Scott and I have expressed how much we love the Colin Farrell one, but we think it suffered because of the Arnold one being so popular. And I went, it probably won't, because Running Man for Arnold, that's not one of his popular movies, to be honest. Like, it's known, not. It's kind of like iconic, but it's one of his lower, like, people don't go, hey, name an Arnold Schwarzenegger movie that's not Predator or Terminator. People are going to say Total Recall, True Lies, or Kindergarten Cop. They're not going to say the
Wins.
They're not going to say the Running Man. The Running Man is not up there like Total Recall is and Predator. It's not up there in his filmography as much, but I mean, to me, I'm like, I watched it when I was a kid, and and they change it up because it's literally, they just send these guys down into like an underground.
That movie, I was watching it because, like I said, I finished the book, and I'm sitting here going, what? I've experienced that before, where I go see a movie based on a book, and I want to go, you took the title.
That's all you did.
And that's all you did.
And you took the names.
And some of the names, not even all the names. Just some. It was like Richards, Laughlin, and Killian, and it's like,
that's about it.
That's about it.
Yeah.
And so I was watching this movie, going, man, when people say that it's loosely based, this brings a whole new definition to the words loosely based.
Yeah, because they have the underground stuff, and they set up Ben Richards for like
only 3 hours instead of the 30 days.
Yeah, they had it was in the 80s. And again, they were just trying, and apparently, I don't know what it did when it came to box office and stuff like that, but
they got all right.
They got Richard Dawson as the fucking host,
Yeah, he was Family Feud in the 80s. That's it. But you got to realize those movies, it's like Cobra. We were talking about Cobra.
Oh, yeah, fucking Cobra.
It didn't have to be good in the 80s. It just had to have those names. Cobra's a fucking awful movie, but at the time, it was fun.
Yeah.
All you needed a badass, with some sunglasses on, or just somebody who was
indoors.
Badass muscles. You needed the sexy love interest, and then you needed some bad. You had to have like the one sidekick. And but it's funny because when it comes to the new Running Man, I felt like they're just like, when it came to some of the side characters, I went, man, not a lot of love, when it came to that.
And like I said in the book, not because
not the same either. Yeah,
because once again, the book stays with Richards. You get more of them in. Let's put it this way: they get more love in that movie.
Yes, they do.
Than they get in the book.
Yeah. Yeah, you do. Yeah, those side characters, like the other ones that are going through the thing, they definitely get more love when it comes to the Arnold movie, which was kind of interesting. And I was like, oh, okay, because, and then I remember hearing that too, and people were like saying stuff on like Twitter and stuff like that about the book. Oh yeah, the book is just 100% about Ben Richards. It's not about anybody else. And I went, oh, okay, that makes sense. That's the case. But like I said, it's not a bad movie. It's a very entertaining movie. Like the action sequences are done very well. I thought, Edgar Wright did a great job with that. I think Michael Cera's character was like the best side character in my opinion.
Which, by the way, that character is that sequence is nothing in the like that. That whole sequence with Michael Cera's character, that was one of the places where the movie like was like, well, and like improved, like. They needed that sequence to happen there because that's a part of the book where it just dies. However, as a Stephen King fan, where that's happening in the United States is hilarious.
Oh yeah. When you hear
what happens in the book,
you go, "Oh shit! Of course, this is a Stephen King book," and I'm sure
Stephen King book.
You guys probably can guess what it is.
Yeah,
Maine.
if there's a location,
Maine? Yes,
a lot of and a specific place in Maine.
Yes, Gary. Can you guess where that is?
Yes, exactly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Which that's what happened. It happens that way in the book. Like they go to Derry. So
they go to Derry, Maine, and like in the future and stuff. And in
the book, when this is taking place, 2025.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, and I think I heard
the future is now.
Well, I heard the movie was supposed to come out in 2024. I think.
Yeah,
that was the plan. And then they saw it like, we gotta drop it in 2025.
Yeah,
because the book got published in 1982. So
there is things that actually work with things now. I mean, there's very much about like AI, video, and they tackle some of that stuff in here, which I really appreciated certain things because that actually helps, and that's why we're not going to get in spoiler territory. It's like, we know because the book's been out, and we know that obviously the protagonist is going to be victorious, but there are things where you kind of go, is it going to happen? I mean, because there's things where you go,
well,
you don't know what's real or what's not.
I will also say this, like the Long Walk, they changed the ending.
Yeah,
I think The Long Walk, the movie, had a better ending.
Not for me. I think the way they changed the ending of The Running Man works for me. I didn't dislike the ending of the book. I thought they probably were going to change it. Dave and I talked about it. How I didn't care for the way they changed the ending of The Long Walk. For myself,
well, for me, that ending was so. I don't like ambiguous endings where I have to come up and.
See, I love ambiguous endings.
Like, I told you to do this for me. It's like I don't go into a burger joint. You know what? Let me hop behind the counter and go.
No. But Bachman. But that was another thing about Bachman books. Bachman books were definitely darker. Like. Bachman was Stephen King's. He literally wrote a book called The Dark Half, and it's about a author who's struggling.
I love that with Timothy. What's his name? They did the movie on it.
Yeah,
Timothy Hutton.
Timothy Hutton. Yeah, that was actually inspired by King's dichotomy with Bachman, because The Dark Half is about an author and his pseudonym, like.
Very meta.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Exactly.
if you even just watch I think it was a TV movie, or maybe it was a movie. I actually think it was actually a movie.
I think it was a movie.
Yeah, it came out in like the early '90s, and I actually like that movie, to be honest, because it's about and you hear about Stephen King. He said that he doesn't even remember writing certain books because he was so coked out of his brain.
Yeah,
right. That other half just came out, and he was like, I don't even remember writing it. And I'm like going, and every time I remember, I even saw that recently because obviously there's been a lot of Stephen King talk, but because there's been a lot of Stephen King content that's been put out there. And I went, Jesus Christ, this is the dark. The dark half is probably like kind of meta. I mean,
he talks about it there's an introductory essay called "The Importance of Being Bachman."
Yeah.
And he specifically calls out dark. Of course, the sucky part about that was the introduction spoils the ending of The Running Man. So I knew how the book was going to end before I even started it because
really
he spoiled the ending in the introductory essay.
I'll make a note on that one. All right.
Yeah. Do not, if you get a version, some versions don't have the essay, but if you get a version that has the essay called "The Importance of Being Bachman," don't read it if you haven't read the book yet. It pissed me off.
The Shining, because how much he was putting of himself with alcoholism and whatnot.
Oh yeah, The Shining is totally.
You can tell The Shining was drug induced.
Totally.
But you can also tell that's him dealing with his own addiction issues.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's
That somebody
why he hates the
dealing with
movie
something
so much because it doesn't focus on addiction. It's more the possession angle, right? That's one of those
Right.
reasons.
That's
he feels Jack is already messed up versus possession being like alcohol. You know?
Yeah, but The Shining, the book, is about him. Like, you don't think he's crazy. You know he did a bad thing.
Yeah.
And then it's the entire book is that struggle between, am I going to give in to this? Or am I going to become the husband and the father that I want to be?
Yeah. In the book, he's a troubled guy, where in the movie, he's trouble. You know,
yeah,
like the
exactly.
second you meet Jack, and you get Jack Nicholson for that, right? And I understand why he dislikes it. I personally like the movie better in that case because with the book, I guess with the movie up until the very end, I like how, maybe William doesn't like that. I like how they play it for the most part. Is it actual possession, weird stuff going on, or is it all in people's head? Is a bunch of stuff where the book is very fantastical with like
that's a Stanley
ice sculptures
Kubrick
chasing
thing,
you and everything. Exactly, right?
And I'm not a big fan.
Yeah, that's
There's
fair.
15 minutes of Stanley Kubrick that I enjoy. Full Metal Jacket. Once the DS is once the drill instructor's dead, I turn that movie off.
My God.
2001: Space Odyssey. Like I said, it's like watching AstroTurf multiply. I can't do it, and I understand that other people love him, but I think he's an overwhelming effect on The Shining, and that's probably why I don't think Stephen King looks at that movie.
No,
he
can
understand why.
He has walked it back a little bit more the past few decades, I think, because he was like super hard on it. I guess there was some, because we did a retrospective on this recently where for somehow Kubrick got some sort of movie and TV rights when he made the first one. So when King wanted to make the TV miniseries, he kind of had to like tuck tail and go to Kubrick and be like, hey, I'd really like to do this. And he didn't, though. And then after that, he spoke a lot more glowingly. He's like, you know what? Now looking back on it, I understand why people like the movie. So I don't know if it was. Yeah, but I don't know if that was because Kubrick said, yeah, sure, make your series, or if it, over time, probably hurt him at the moment, right? And I get that with Kubrick, where it's an acquired taste. But I love The Shining. That's my favorite horror movie all time. I love the slow burn. And I
love Dr. Sleep better. I thought Dr. Sleep was a better.
Did you guys hear how that came to be, though? Like, I think initially Stephen King didn't like what Mike was doing, and it wasn't until he brought him. Again, I won't spoil it for anyone who hasn't seen it, but there's a scene where young Danny confronts, somebody that made a big impact on his life, and that scene was what sold Stephen King. Was like, okay, and it was like him doing the book and him honoring what Kubrick did, and I was just like, that scene made it for me.
Oh, it's the perfect, it's a perfect blend of those two things. It's a double header for me. I watch one and then I watch the other. I love them both for different reasons.
So Travis, what I'll say is that it's with the Running Man movie. I think I gave it 4 out of 5. I really had a great, because 4 out of 5. When people wonder about my ratings, 4 out of 5 is my I enjoyed this. If I give a movie a 4, it means it's not a masterpiece, but I had a really good time with it. It's like 3 is like it was okay. 2 is 1 is it's dog shit. 2 is wasn't for me. 3 is like it was fine. 4 is I had a good time. 5 is cinema.
Do you not give 0.5s? Is there a different category? Okay,
I do.
What's a 3.5 then? In between the 3 and the 4?
Yeah, that's kind of like usually I give a 0.5 for on anything if there is some aspect or element in the movie that I go, okay, that was cool. Like in general, this is what I would have given the movie, but I'm giving you extra credit because you did a something that made me go, oh, all right, that was cool. Like the movie in general is this base score, but you get a few bonus points because you did something that tickled my fancy, and I'm like, cool. So that's how I look at those half stars. Those half stars are basically just bonus points for some element. And usually if I write a review, you can tell in my review what the bonus points were for. Like I will usually point out the thing that stood out to me. So for me, Running Man was like a solid 4 out of 5. I had a great time. I'll get it when it comes out. I will never watch the Arnold movie again. And honestly, I don't plan on reading the book. Like the book is
over here, Christmas tree.
Yeah. The book is actually not a book that I would ever reread. Like it was kind of like okay, cool. Check it off the list. Move along. But this movie is something that has rewatch value for me.
Okay. Yeah. And I would say that too, even with my, somewhat, issues and everything. It was like, yeah, I still would, when it comes out on video, I'm going to watch it again. Cause I know now that I know what I'm in store for, I'm probably going to appreciate it. Of course, that second watch is always like a great watch. But yeah, I think I just like initially just kind of want, and then you watch my first reaction or even what I said at the beginning of the stream. It's just like, yeah, I think maybe I put a little too much on. I was Edgar Wright. There's going to be everything's going to be like, there's going to be some Edgar Wright isms. There's going to be like how, we're going to go back to what Baby Driver's like, Scott Pilgrim and the Cornetto trilogy. And there wasn't much of that. And I went, oh, fuck.
Hey, Chris, you saw it. What you?
Yeah, we haven't heard from Chris yet.
I'm letting you all you read the book. I've never read the book, and the way you're selling it, I'm not gonna be interested in it.
No, I wouldn't recommend it. I would say if you've seen this movie, the only thing I will do is that like privately in a spoiler safe environment, I'll tell you how the book actually ends. But other than that, it's like, you saw it with the movie.
Yeah,
I agree with a lot. I was very surprised. Just, are we not sure we're living in some of these times? Into the extreme level. I mean, healthcare, corporations,
deep fakes.
Deep fakes, manipulation,
AI. Yeah.
I appreciated how he went so, unapologetically, but one could watch it and say, oh, it's becoming a joke with himself. No, that's what our life has become, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. And so I really enjoyed just kind of seeing, okay, what if we took this to the extreme level, how ridiculous it gets? And it's exactly what I pictured it to be. I agree that this definitely is not my favorite Edgar Wright. It's kind of tied together between, and they're all for different reasons, between Shaun of the Dead, Scott Pilgrim, and Baby Driver. Those I think are my 3 kind of Edgar Wrights. Like, I will put any one of those movies on at any time, and I'm gonna have a good time.
Yeah.
This one was fun. But something just seemed, like you said, like off about.
Yeah.
Like this wasn't the Edgar Wright. I didn't come in with expectations. It's just like there's a certain style I see with him, and I would say like, oh, he's done adapted stuff, but this just seemed like, yeah, I don't know. He did it okay. He did a good job. I thought Glenn Powell. I think he captured a really cool idea of I don't think I've ever seen Glenn Powell like this.
No.
So it was good, but I think the problem, especially with the third act, was it fell into a action movie trope. You know, it was fun. It was big explosions and big action set pieces, but it was just like, yeah. It didn't do much for me. I was intrigued. It was one of those things where as we're watching it, I say, okay, how are we moving? I was just more interested in the kind of backstory and the underground movement that was going on. That was fascinating to me, the underground movement.
Yeah. No, yeah. So. I feel you with that one. I mean, like I said, there's just, I think we were kind of on the same page when it comes to that. And, even my dad, like when we were talking about it, he was like, what do you think? And he even thought it was like, it was a little, it wasn't as, I think he was expecting a little bit more himself, but for the most part, we still had a good time with the movie. But I think it just, I don't know. There was just something that, like you said, like it just felt like it was just kind of missing just a little bit of something. Glenn Powell, as a lead, I think he can command a scene like a movie. He's leading man material, which is, we'll see what happens with this movie and if it parlays that. I mean, obviously, when it came to Twisters, that came out this year. Was that last year?
Last year.
Last year.
Jesus Christ.
Last summer.
Yeah. I was like, what the? I was like, I'm trying to remember, like, when the fuck did that movie come out? God, time is just moving too fucking fast. But that's right, because Superman was in it.
Yeah.
So I, when it came to that movie, that movie was kind of like, for me, it was like, but people went and saw it and it did well, and it's probably going to warrant.
What's funny is that I'm in a Discord that actually a lot of them say that for them, Twisters is what sold them on Glenn Powell.
Oh,
yeah.
I'll tell you,
It was Top Gun.
Hitman sold me on it.
Oh yeah.
Hitman absolutely
was great.
Scream Queens for me, if anyone remembers.
Well, for me, I mean, my
Dark Knight Rises for me.
Right when he took that shot by Bane, bam, Expense got something
for real.
See,
too.
for me, it was I liked him as the
slammed
asshole in Maverick, but then he was charming as hell in Anyone But You. I really
that's true.
enjoyed
Yeah, that was a surprising. I was surprised how much I liked that too.
Yeah, I still haven't watched that movie. I know. I'm just like, I don't know. I find it kind of.
Don't worry, Dave. You're not missing much.
Yeah, I know. I'm like, I'm gonna watch it.
He's very good in it, but
Yeah. Am I gonna watch it?
I enjoy it. So.
I think the problem was I saw it after the fact, and I heard a lot of people say how much they enjoyed it, and I thought, it's gonna be above most other rom-coms nowadays.
It'd be crazy, stupid love. Come on.
I think other than the acting, it was just a general like rom-com you'd see on Netflix or Amazon Prime. That's just like a straight to DVD sort of quality. I think the actors that were in it raised it for sure, but I was kind of hoping the movie would as well too, and it didn't quite get there.
I think it was funny, but and that's an interesting point, Travis, because I think I went in with no expectations, and then I was just watching it going, oh, this is what this is. Like I had that moment, like 10 minutes. I had that 10 minutes in going, oh, okay, I'm down for this. Okay, I'm here.
I like that it was rated R. That was fun. It's always,
and it still did well. Again, like what William always says, he's not here right now, but that PG-13 rating is just bullshit. Sometimes, it's like when studios strive for that PG-13, it's like stop it. I get it. It could work or whatever. And I even said, like, man, even this movie, The Running Man, like it could have, if they just didn't have F-bombs, it could have been a PG-13 because it didn't feel like there was like graphic violence.
I actually didn't know it was rated R. Like I realized as I was watching the movie that they're saying fuck a lot. Okay,
I didn't know that was
probably rated R.
Oh, that's what they're doing.
Fuck a lot. And also too, like another thing I'm gonna express right here is. After watching this, and again, I think Glenn Powell he definitely has a future. Good looking chap, leading man, not fucking Bruce Wayne or Batman. Let's get him out of your fucking fan cast. All right? No, he would not.
Yeah,
even with him being angry, It didn't give me Batman.
All right, I was alive for Ben Affleck in the casting. I remember when everyone shat on it, and then everyone's like, "He's my favorite Batman now." So, and I back then was going, like, "Ben's a great actor. He'd be great." Like, I haven't seen Running Man, but I feel like the way he plays Running Man versus how he played Batman would not be the same. I don't think it's gonna happen, but I think everyone that's just like said, "Oh, he'd do terrible." It's like, no, I think the guy, like what Chris said with Hitman, that movie to me showed how much range the guy really does have. He's not just a comedic lead. So that's where for me, it's like. Most times you give a great actor a decent enough script.
Green Arrow. I could see him as Green Arrow, maybe. Man.
He ain't doing that. He ain't playing Green
Boots
Arrow.
Are gold, of course. Boots are gold. You would do good as Boots are gold.
He ain't doing.
Chad Powers. So, he's getting his degree.
Yeah,
he is. Yeah.
Smart dude. He's a smart dude.
Yeah, he invited Lee Pace and Josh Brolin to his. He said, "You guys want to come to my graduation?"
Lee Pace. No, that's a Batman right there.
The one thing I kept on
Batman right there. You're insane.
No, he'd be fantastic. He'd be great.
I think he'd be a good Brainiac. I think he'd be a good Brainiac. I mean,
I still for Lee Pace, I still need to watch. And I'm.
The Foundation.
I still need to watch Foundation.
Yeah, so do I. Oh, yeah.
He's so good.
I know, Ben. I know. We've talked about this, and hopefully I have a very interesting work schedule coming up for the next couple of weeks. That will because what's coming up in 2 weeks, guys?
Wicked.
No. Think about as Americans.
Yeah, no, Thanksgiving.
Black Friday.
Oh, right. No. Black Friday doesn't mean jack to my business. My business is
you're always going.
God. Yeah, but so for the next 2 weeks, I'm doing overnights for 2 weeks. So I will. So when your work shift is 11 p.m. to 7 a.m., I'm gonna have a lot of time during the day to be like. Watch.
Yeah, no kids around. So like,
I have no kids around. I can watch all my things.
Yeah,
I have no kids. I have no wife around, so I can just watch daddy shows.
Yeah, there you go.
Wow. What I kept on thinking throughout Running Man was, okay, I didn't watch it all the way through. I'm being completely transparent, but I just said, okay, this is just a shortened version of Squid Game.
Oh yeah, there's a little bit of that.
Yeah.
Well, but to your,
I'm just saying on a very surface level kind of thing. It's just like
I would say Hunger Games more than
and that was kind of the funny thing for me is that like between Long Walk, Running Man, and then the 25th anniversary of Battle Royale, that Japanese film, it's like these are all like within that genre of the, There's actually a quote. Okay, I'm sorry to remember. Okay, do you guys remember Confessions of a
Teenage Drama Queen with Lindsay Lohan?
No. It was Chuck Barris. It was that movie with Sam Rockwell. It was directed by George Clooney.
Oh yeah, was the Chuck Palahniuk movie? No, that was.
I know what you're talking about.
Unless there are goats.
No. The Confessions is in the title. It's
Clooney directed it. Confessions of a Dangerous Mind.
Yeah, that's what
2002.
Yes,
it was his first movie he directed.
Yeah,
okay.
so because that's based on Chuck Barris's memoir that is him kind of like stipulating that while he was creating the Gong Show and all of these game shows that he was also working as an operative for the CIA.
Sam Rockwell, yeah.
So there was a quote that he had that the ultimate game show would be one where the losing contestant dies. That's actually in the Long Walk book. Every chapter begins with some quote involving from game show hosts.
Michael Cera is also in this movie, by the way.
Yeah,
he's playing Chuck at age 8 and 11. So there you go. There's a tie to Running Man. But I've never seen this movie before.
Connection right there.
So it's just interesting
been around for a bit, which is crazy.
But Chris, I think to your point though is that I understand that. And then my argument goes, well, the Running Man came out first, and so
you're right.
It kind of but it plays in, but it's all part of that genre of the game show where losing means
you're
dying.
Yeah.
But I also just think it's interesting how that concept has been around. Like if you really kind of track it back, how long that concept has existed.
I remember like George Carlin had a whole skit about like put that whole thing on like pay-per-view and just section off 4 different square states and put the certain groups
put a
of
fence
people,
around it,
around it, put it on the Violent
it's all
News
the square
Network.
states, Wyoming,
Look it up.
Colorado.
It's a long thing, but you're just like
so good.
Yeah, because he said in this sick country, you don't think that's gonna get views? You're insane.
Budweiser would jump on that shit real quick. Yeah.
Yep.
And Budweiser is in this movie, which is funny. But it's what's interesting though, like when we're talking about that, is the fact that we haven't quite got there yet, but we're almost there because Jesus Christ, have you ever gone to your For You side of Twitter? Oh my God, there's times where I've seen some shit.
Today was a problem.
Today was a problem. Today
amongst all Twitterdom of all time. My goodness.
Yeah. It's been a problem for a while.
Bill Clinton's a wild motherfucker.
It's been a fucking
But I mean,
long
but
while.
at the same time, it hasn't made its way to where you would literally have a game show where it's life or death on TV. Like they will not do that. It's still very happy. Hey, who's singing right now underneath this fucking costume? Oh my God. It's that kind of shit. And it's, trash TV of like, stupid, families, which they make fun of in The Running Man.
They make fun of in The Running Man.
Have you watched any of the Mr. Beast games?
Yeah.
Those challenge?
But it's not life or death because he still keeps it very lighthearted, but like I said, but you can
he just opened up an amusement park in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, that's
I
right.
cannot. I can't. I just can't, man. I can't take this fucking timeline seriously.
Reality.
But at least we're not watching TV where it's life or death game shows.
No, but you know what? 90 Day Fiancé isn't much brighter, bud.
I know, but it's not people dying.
It'll get there.
Nobody's dying.
It'll get there.
No, but my sanity's dying. That's what
I know. I get it. I get that part of it. It's a psychological thing. It's not a physical thing. I totally get that. But it's so funny because we've like what Chris was saying, the George Carlin bit, which I know that bit because I love George Carlin.
Oh, yeah.
I've heard that bit so many times, and it seemed like we're gonna get to that point where it is going to be something like that, but we just haven't quite gotten there yet. But you can go on Twitter and find some fucked up shit. Yeah.
But once again, that's why I go back and we have this conversation almost on an every other week basis talking when we're talking Batman Beyond is like, this is why I love science fiction and speculative fiction, because you look at something that was published in 1982 that takes place in 2025. Here we are at 2025 and we're going, we're not there yet.
Yeah,
but we're kind of
we're knocking on the door.
Orwell did the same thing.
Emails are being forwarded.
Yeah.
I mean, but all those, like any of those authors go back, all the way back to like H.G. Wells, Jules Verne, Ray Bradbury, just kind of working your way up. And you can go back and Isaac Asimov, and you can read this, and you can Philip K. Dick, and you look at their work, and every single one of them, you just keep on going.
Wow, you guys are on to something.
You guys were okay.
But I think they all like wrote a version of the future that it is what we're living in it now, but it's just different from what they envisioned.
Yeah, it's like I mean, this whole AI shit. I mean, some of it was, there has been things that's been shown, like talked about in books and it's been shown in movies. But I think like, there's always going to be a version of it. And then there's going to be a version of like, oh yeah, well, they kind of got it right. Loosely based. My whole thing was like, we just have not, I mean, Fear Factor. I remember when Fear Factor came out.
Yes.
2000s, it was like, oh shit, we're getting to this point.
Yeah.
And it's funny because even Joe Rogan himself, who hosted that show, he's even said on his podcast where he goes, dude, it got to the point where I was like, hey,
this is too much.
Truckers are going to get hurt. Like, what are you guys doing here? Like, he actually stepped in and said, this is getting too extreme, guys. Like, and then he, when the show like stopped, he didn't want to come back. He was like, no, I'm done with this fucking shit. Like, it got to the point where even Joe Rogan himself was like, fuck, this is like a little too much right here. And now they're bringing it back again with Johnny Knoxville hosting it. And it's like, And I'm like going, oh man, I mean, Fear Factor, I think, was always that. Anytime we saw these like or read about these future, like, oh, this is where things are going with like these game shows where things get really serious. Fear Factor is always just kind of tiptoed that line.
How do you watch those Japanese shows though?
Oh,
Yes.
They go
Yeah.
fucking harder than the paint.
Pretty
though.
hard.
Oh yeah, they go really hard. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's pretty insane.
Which is why when you look at all that literature and all these writers, creatives in those days, most of them, if I'm not mistaken, lived under the whole Cold War stuff. Like one day, someone's gonna press the button and just it's all gonna go. Well, what's the quote? The roaches will be what's left and whatnot. And like they wrote all this stuff. A, they wanted to make a buck because they had to pay rent. But B, being like, yo, it's a heads up. The generation ahead of us or 2 generations ahead of us, do better. Just try to fix it. Whatnot. I'll never forget hearing Frank Herbert saying that the reason he did Dune, one of the reasons why I don't believe we should be using fossil fuel. I don't want to use it during my time and then expire everything for my grandchildren's time. And it's like we're literally like ignoring the signs, ignoring the warnings. It's hypocrisy at its highest. And I'm like, it can't get any more stupider and stupider and stupider, more embarrassing. And just like every day, hold my beer.
I mean, James Cameron famously talked about how, like, when it came to Terminator and how when it comes to making another Terminator movie, he's like, I can't, because where AI is where I envisioned it ended up being. Yeah. And it's like, okay, I can understand that perspective, but it's like, there's more to Terminator than that. But also like looking at Terminator in 1984 and what that movie did and what it represents now in terms of like people's fear of technology, just fucking insane of like how much more amplified that is now with what people are using artificial intelligence for.
Yeah.
Specifically in like the Hollywood scene, deep fake actors.
Yeah. That's, I mean, and they emphasize this, and this is this is something that's in The Running Man, which is
it was even in the original. They used that in Arnold's movie, so that was 1987.
True.
So it's true.
To the fact that they could fake footage to just like represent somebody else, somebody, and put them in a certain light, and they do a lot of this here. And I mean, and then there's even another character which I didn't think was there was enough. With this character who is trying to expose all that. And I love the fact that they do this whole retro thing where he has like videotapes and shit like that. And then he's kind of like this presence is undercover, like, hey, I'm video, this is what they're doing, and blah, blah, blah. They tackle that whole thing too. Was that in the book, Scott?
No, that was invented for the movie.
Added. I had a feeling because it didn't feel like that would be, something where Stephen King back then.
That was something that I felt like the movie added layers that were not in the book that I appreciated.
Cool sequence. There's a cool sequence where
there's a very cool sequence.
There's a really cool sequence where and then this is where I was like, all right, thank you, Edgar Wright. You did something unique right here. That where I'm not gonna say what it exactly is, but it's like something is happening where Glenn Powell is. You're only seeing Glenn Powell's point of view while shit's going down. And I was like, that's really cool. It's a cool sequence where, it could be like this whole crazy elaborate action sequence, but you're only seeing it. You're like, where Glenn Powell is, you're hearing it. And I was like,
yeah, the sequence, it's kind of in the book, but Edgar Wright did it better.
Yeah.
Let's put it that way. Yeah, that's all I'll say, because once again, want to avoid the spoilers, but I know which one you're talking about.
Yes.
And yes, the idea is in the book, but once again, Wright does his thing and made it cool. And I think that was
the Edgar Wright-ism. I was like, all right, that's what Edgar Wright would do right there. He would like not do this, and he's going to do it like this, and the way that it was shot with a one shot essentially. And I was like, oh, fucking A. Cool. That was a cool sequence.
Yeah. So,
yeah.
But
then,
overall,
Irrational Skeptic for the $2 super chat said, just wait until consensual murder is legalized. Jesus Christ. Sorry. I had to bring that up right. I didn't mean to cut you off, Scott. But yeah.
No. I just, like I said, I think it's fine. But like you said, no, we've talked about my viewing habits this November, and it's just I saw 5 movies in 5 days this past week because I saw 2
Nice.
movies. I saw 2 movies on Thursday night. Took Friday night off. Saw a movie Saturday night. Saw a movie Sunday night. Saw a movie Monday night. Took Tuesday off and Wednesday off. I streamed a movie at home on Wednesday. Then I went to the theater last night, and then I'm planning on going to the theater tomorrow night. And then I'm going to see 3 movies on Thursday.
Jesus Christ!
Because I'm doing
God is actively trying to keep the movie theater business alive himself.
It is my.
Here.
And I'm on a mission from God, but because by next Thursday I'm going to do the Wicked double feature.
Oh God!
Thanks to Balga.
I did not. You asked it. You made a decision on it, and you're a grown man. You make your own decisions.
I did, but Balga was a factor, and but then I'm also going to go see Rental Family.
I can't do the Wicked movies. I just can't. I don't know.
Here's the thing. I am doing it out of sheer curiosity.
Yeah,
and because I didn't see the first Wicked movie when it came out, so with the second movie coming out, I'm like, you know what? They're doing this double feature. I can watch the entire story in one sitting.
Get it over with.
Let's do this. Let's rip the Band-Aid off, and let's check this out. So I have the opportunity with my schedule to see it, so I'm gonna do it. It's the same way that I drove 20 minutes to a theater down the interstate to go see Frankenstein because it waited until it came out on Netflix to finally come to a theater. So I just wait. Oh yeah. So it opened in my town or in my area.
They opened up in Alabama. I'm in Southern California. Nothing around me. What the fuck?
I got screenings like the second because they did screenings 3 weeks before Netflix. We got it the second week after. I was very surprised. My theater was actually quite full, but it was great to see it. Yeah.
I saw it
like further, but
I went to 8:45 on a Monday night, and I had the theater to myself, and I still haven't put a star rating on it because I need to. I have my review on Letterboxd is a very different review for me, and so I was actually having a conversation with Steven because Steven saw it and he loved it, and it's interesting for me because I'm someone who I read the book back in 1994, and I love the Kenneth Branagh film. And this movie is definitely it's weird because Frankenstein, it's a great movie. I only hesitate because Del Toro makes some distinctive Del Toro-esque changes to the book. He creates characters who don't exist in the book. He changes things that happen because he's intentionally viewing the story through a Del Toro lens. And so that I completely appreciate. There's just this other part of me that goes, this is one of those great movies that it's like a teacher will really get you with a question because they're going to ask you something that's going to determine whether you read the book or you watch the movie, because you're going to fuck yourself over that way. And I don't know how I feel about that part. But I also say, if I never read the book, if I never seen any other film version of Frankenstein, I think it's fabulous. And my only hang-up is you made changes that fit your flavor as a director, but I respect that at the same time. So it's kind of so I'm sitting here going, wow, I'm literally like on both sides. It's like, and it's a weird place for me to be where it's like, I'm not saying one way's better than the other. It's just, I'm holding two ideas concurrently.
Two flavors.
It's almost like how we look at it when it comes to superhero movies. It's like you have to kind of put your flavor into it. You really
Del
do.
Toro does. And
these characters have been around for so long when it comes to either Universal monsters, when it comes to comic book characters. You can't just go, hey, we're just going to totally fully adapt this. You got to put your flavor to it. I still remember what was that movie in the 90s? Sorry, I was like, what was that movie with Robert De Niro played Frankenstein and Julia Roberts was in it? Mary
no,
Kelly?
okay, no. You're okay. You're getting two movies confused.
Oh, okay.
There was Frankenstein. There was Mary Shelley's Frankenstein with Kenneth Branagh as the doctor, and De Niro was the creature,
the monster. Yeah.
But then there was Mary Riley that had Julia Roberts as the maid and John Malkovich as Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
Okay. Oh, okay. So
Yes,
wow. Good on you.
Would you expect anything less from me, Ben? I mean,
I know. I should have.
I expected more.
Very Riley.
Scott, but do you at least appreciate that you went out of your way to see it on the big screen instead of on TV?
No. I do not regret one bit, because the theater I went to also was not an AMC theater, so I actually had to pay for my ticket. Like this wasn't like something that I could A-list and like just go see. No, I put my money where my mouth is to go watch it theatrically because it is beautifully shot.
Oh man,
it is beautiful.
Oh yeah, the shots that I've seen, especially of when I see people posting gifs of Oscar Isaac's pubic hair. Just saying.
Just the laboratory itself. Just the laboratory.
You know what? I mean, he's a mad scientist. Why would he not be naked in his own? Hey, and that's true. I mean, if you're mad, why would you want to wear clothes?
And that was
funny because I saw a lot of people reposting those gifs going, do we see his Frankenstein's monster?
Here's the thing. And once again, it's also another one of those films that, and you can debate whether this should have any say-so in how you view a movie or not. But sometimes I do enjoy a director who contextualizes his work. And so I've seen I've read some interviews with Del Toro where he talks about, he essentially took Frankenstein and turned it into the telenovela version of Frankenstein. And because he also said there's a reason that my Dr. Frankenstein is named Oscar Isaac Hernandez. Yes. And so that also, so you get that very sort of Spanish Latin flavor in the movie. And once again, these are things that I like filing away in my filing cabinet so that when I go for a rewatch, like I'm, one, you get past the expectations of you're seeing the movie for the first time, and when things are different than what you expected, you're having some cognitive dissonance. But then when I didn't get the vision of the director or the contextualization or kind of like what was he going for, then it's kind of cool to go back and rewatch it and go, okay, I don't wear glasses, but essentially, okay, let me put on a different pair of glasses and let me watch this movie again. Which is why I wrote the review that I wrote in Letterboxd, but all I did was I put a like. I put the heart and I said, I like this movie, but I haven't rated it yet because I was like, I want to sit with this one. And I want to watch it again. Like, I'm not going to just jump the gun to it, but all I can say is it sucks that it wasn't more theatrically available.
Yeah,
but it's definitely, and it's a long run time. It's 2.5 hours. It's a long movie.
Yeah, it's a hefty movie, but
it is a hefty movie, but it is definitely worth
price of admission.
It is definitely worth the watch. He's going to get a physical media release because Del Toro.
Thank God, man.
Del Toro does that. It's probably going to be Criterion. Because
I'm fine with that. Yeah.
Well, because it's Criterion. I'm not going to argue with getting a Criterion collection, but
they've announced that, Scott.
Del Toro announced it. He said that.
Wow, that's a major concession from Netflix.
Well, no. His Pinocchio did the same thing,
and also they did that for The Irishman for Scorsese as well.
Well, I guess it's because it's Oscar level. I got it.
Right. Yeah, and I bet they probably agree on that before they even sign.
Yeah, because they know that it's going to be Oscar bait. Yeah,
that's the only reason why it's in
because Roma got released by Criterion, Marriage Story got released by Criterion.
Oscar bait,
right? Like so, there is an acknowledgement that Criterion kind of has this deal that like if these Oscar baity type of Netflix movies come out, Criterion gets the release. But one, Criterion has released most of Del Toro's filmography anyway, but definitely his Pinocchio they did for Netflix has a Criterion release. But there's also like Pan's Labyrinth,
Spanish movies, the collection,
the Spanish which I have.
Yeah.
I have that box set. And
I might rebuy Shape of Water just because to get in Criterion. I have the Blu-ray, but I'm like, I just want the Criterion version as well.
Yeah, I Shape of Water was one that didn't do it for me. So.
Yeah, I mean,
it was fine. I watched it on a plane, which was interesting because I had to luckily I was up against the window and I tilted my laptop this way.
There's so much sex scenes.
Yeah, I was like, oh, fuck.
You didn't show the egg scene to the people sitting next to you?
Oh man,
Ronan, have you read the novel?
Ronan, have you read the novel?
Oh, I thought you said William. Of Frankenstein.
William doesn't read it.
No. Of Shape of Water.
I haven't read it yet. I know that Del Toro got the idea from the author who was going to do it, but he bought the idea, turned it in, and then they later did a book about it. I haven't read it yet. Is it? It
was interesting because there's subtle. There's some contextualization of stuff that but there's also different. It's not like a one for one. Like the novel the novel goes a little like alternate timeline and does some things differently than the movie. Okay. It's I'm not saying it's better or worse. I'm just saying it's like, if you're a fan of the movie, it's one of those cool things you would want to, check out. I checked it out because the movie didn't do it for me like it did it for other people. So I was curious if the book would do something. It's kind of like, like William referred to 2001 Space Odyssey. Like when I took a class in college of Kubrick and Cronenberg, where we watched 8 movies and read 8 that were, it was 4 Cronenberg movies based on books and 4 Kubrick movies based on books. And we read the books and watched the movies. So I read Arthur C. Clarke, the Arthur C. Clarke book of 2001. And I remember going, yeah, this book helps. So so I've always looked at it that way, especially like the book and the movie are being developed sort of simultaneously, and then I was like seeing like what different ideas get emphasized based on whether it's a novel or it's a film. So
I've had that vibe.
I don't think it should have won the Oscar that year, though. I think some of the actors, I think Octavia Spencer and Sally Hawkins should have won for their roles, but I didn't think it was the best movie of that year.
I did, man. I remember it was that and 3 Billboards Out of Missouri that were like the 2 contenders. And
actually, that's different years. That's different years.
Those are different years. Yeah,
those are different
3
years.
Billboards won.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, 3. Yeah.
I'll find.
Be honest with you, believe it or not, the best movie of the year of that year that Shape of Water got released, in my opinion, was a director it's one of the 2 movies I can watch of him, and that's Dunkirk. I thought Dunkirk was by far.
Yeah, it was Shape of Water, Darkest Hour, Dunkirk, Phantom Thread. No, it was through 3 Billboards.
Yeah,
outside.
Okay,
so he was one was right.
Yeah,
one. And then Get Out, Lady Bird, Call Me by Your Name, in the post. So.
Oh, you know what? Frances McDormand won that year. And,
she did.
Yeah, she did.
Yeah. So that's why it's confusing. But like I said, but then again, when it comes to the Oscars, now that I know what goes into the thought process of choosing all that, I don't give a fuck anymore now.
Yeah.
I want this movie to win like Best Picture, just to be like a Frankenstein movie won Best Picture, and it's like there's not you can put up with these monsters and sci-fi stuff. Fuck that shit. Like make that. Don't just fall short for the
I think the Academy has a bias towards Netflix, though. I don't think a Netflix movie is going to win.
Yeah, probably
it'll get all the technical. It'll get
production, costume and makeup.
It's always nice when when some of the nerd culture starts bleeding into some of this. Like Dark Knight was kind of bleeding into it. Oh, we got hey, Best Actor. We got the Joker. Somebody played, and then of course we got another Joker that happened when it came to Joaquin Phoenix. So it's always kind of nice when like nerd.
But look what it has to. It has to be an all-time performance, though. It has to be like Heath Ledger's Joker is one of those top 10 performances.
Yeah,
it's up there. But anything less than that stratosphere, they're like, geeks, get out of here.
Yeah,
nerds.
No, it's interesting. But we got somebody else that's joining right now.
Ray.
There he is.
The worst moderator.
Hard ass.
Cat Grant, Ben. Cat Grant. On your left. Cat Grant. Watch your mouth.
You should have said,
"Hey Ray,
shut your mouth when you're talking to Ray."
You should have said,
"Hey Ray,
is that your final answer?" Like you did with everybody else.
But you were so certain. You were so sure.
It doesn't matter. You should have kept it consistent.
It was
strong and cock
it was
showed.
black on black crime right there. That's all.
Yeah, it was.
Wow. Okay.
He's showing me no mercy.
We're going there. Wow, we're coming in hot. Okay. I actually had a favorite.
Like how they're
ask.
positioned right next to each other on the stream.
Yeah, I know. Right?
I actually had a favorite.
Like
to
why
ask.
you have all three black guys at the bottom?
Thanks a lot, Dave.
No.
And you know he's already taken off, so you know.
Yeah, he didn't want to answer that.
Yeah,
question.
he puts us in the back of the bus and then
Yeah.
takes off.
Wow.
Gotcha.
Holy shit.
Oh, we got a brown guy up top. So,
Yeah. Oh no,
One
it's
and a half.
okay. No, it's okay.
One and a half,
You can sit up top. It's the black
Yeah.
people. We get that. That's what it is. Yeah. That's it's.
Yeah, I'll turn this bus around.
We will go back home right now.
No, I need the comic experts' help with something. I need you. I wonder if you can help me identify something.
Okay.
Because this is
Listening.
stressing me out. About a year or so ago, a coworker bought me a lenticular Batman image. It's 3 images in one, and I
Okay.
cannot identify who the artists are.
All right, full
Okay.
screen them.
Let's
see it.
All right.
Yeah.
So
All right, let me.
Oh, okay, hold on.
Isn't that
One
Jim
of
Lee?
them is Jim Lee.
One of them
Yeah,
Jim Lee.
That
That
one's
one's
Jim
Jim
Lee.
Lee.
That one's Jim Lee.
Yeah, this one's Jim Lee.
yeah.
Okay. You know who this one is?
There we go.
Adam Kubert, maybe?
Is it
Cute.
Brian
Yeah.
Azzarello?
David
No,
Finch.
that's not Azzarello. No.
No.
Hey, David Finch.
Yeah.
Finch,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh,
Hey, David
Faba.
Finch.
Yeah, yeah.
Or
Fabok.
Jason Fabok.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah,
also
yeah.
a third one. There's this one.
No signature on
That
That's
Jay
that's
Lee?
That's
That's
Jim.
Jim.
No,
Yeah,
no, no, no,
that's
no.
Jim.
That's Andy Kubert. That is
Okay.
Andy
Really?
Kubert.
That's
That
Andy
is Andy
Kubert.
Kubert.
Yeah.
That is Andy
Okay.
Kubert.
How many images is in there?
There's three.
It's three.
That's
That's
Jim.
Jim.
Right there.
So this
that's
is
Jim
Jim
Lee.
Lee for sure. Right
And then
there.
this is the middle one.
I think that's
Finch.
Fabok. Yeah.
Oh, his
No,
signature's on the upper right.
That's go back.
Go
I
back.
could have.
The middle one. That's
Is
David
that his
Finch.
signature on the
Yeah,
upper right? where that
Finch,
circle is?
Finch, upper
Okay,
right
yeah,
near
that's
the
Jim.
near
Where?
the
Where do you see it at?
Where that circle
dark,
is? That
the
circle?
dark circle.
The
On
dark
top of the
circle.
circle,
Oh,
like
okay. Yeah, you're right.
You can
Oh,
see
I
it in
can't.
there.
Well, I
And then
actually
the last
can't
one's
see it.
absolutely Andy Kubert.
And his
The last
signature
one-
is always
This is
down
the
at
stream for the
bottom
next
right.
hour,
That is
everybody.
right. Can you, hey, Ray, can you lift it up for the Andy Cooper one?
Oh yeah.
Signature is
Yeah, that's
usually
it.
down there.
Crotch, that bat, that Wayne Dick.
That's fucking awesome, though.
That's neat.
All right. Okay, so this is Lee for sure. You said who
Yes.
is this?
Yeah.
Yeah, Lee is the first one.
Finch.
Right.
Finch.
Finch, and then this
Andy
other one you
Kubert.
said was
Andy Kubert.
Andy Kubert. Okay, all right. Yeah, because I went on. I searched for this because you can buy this obviously on like eBay and other places, but they didn't identify the artists. I'm like, who? Why are you not identifying who
Because
each of
they
the
don't
artists
know,
are?
Ray. Because they don't know.
Because
Jim
sometimes
Lee's a distinctive. You can tell Jim Lee, but some of the other ones are.
I knew one of them was Jim Lee, and I knew it wasn't the middle one. I knew it was either the first or the third one. I just didn't know which one, truthfully.
yeah.
And I really only know that because I have the Jim Lee Man of Steel and BVS covers. Like I don't like that's so I can match. I'm getting a feel for his art. This is where being a novice and not recognizing comic artists that often like
I grew up
hurts.
with Jim Lee stuff. Was right at the primer when X-Men was starting.
Oh,
that,
yeah.
that book is nuclear. Yeah.
Did that-
True, but when it
Phoenix?
came to like merchandise in like retail stores and department stores, a lot of merchandise, like logos on merchandise, a lot of that stuff, or even the character mock-ups were used. Most of them for DC were used by the artist Jose Luis Garcia Lopez.
Because he also did the reference guide. So.
Correct.
Yes.
Oh, that's now good. Yeah, I get. Yeah, that
Good
was,
and
that was
bad.
an honor.
There's as much bad in this what I'm holding in my hand as there is good. You know why if you were around.
That cover, though.
Cover's great, and this is one I have the
Yeah.
five
See-
piece one too.
See, and right here, this is exactly who I needed to ask.
Yeah.
With respect to this, because I've had this for a year and I haven't framed it yet. I will at some point, but
Who's collecting in the '90s? Who was alive in the '90s? Or collecting?
I have those.
Okay.
I was conceived in
have,
the
I have,
mid-90s.
I have the fold-out cover, and I have the individual covers of that.
If you want
Yeah,
to know
three.
one of the top
It's four
five,
of them, right, Scott?
yeah, five. There's one with all of them, and then there's a Russell with the connecting cover. If you want to know the top five industry killers in the '90s, sadly,
yeah.
this is one of them.
Mm.
And I hate to say that because it's a great accomplishment. It sold a lot, but it showed them
Most
that hey,
highest
we
selling,
need.
highest single issue of all time.
Yep. And whenever you have
Yeah.
that, and they're looking at that, and they're like, let's print 1 billion of them. And
And they
the other
did.
culprit
What-
is
What is that? What book is that?
This is X-Men number one.
Yeah,
It's
when they
X-Men.
1991 when they went from
the blue and gold era.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
is that
Will Portatio was the other half of that.
So I'm willing to bet that's on Marvel Unlimited.
Yes.
Okay.
I'd be shocked if it wasn't.
And you should be able to find this for a decent price because there are more of them than there are molecules in the planet.
So Brent informed us a couple of days ago about this crossover thing they're doing for members of either site, DC Universe Infinite or Marvel Unlimited. They're giving you a free 30-day trial code to the opposite site. And so he redeemed the DC one. I redeemed the Marvel one as soon as he told us about it.
That's funny.
Look at that.
Look at that.
Blue and gold. That thing
Damn.
is
all right.
Yeah. And that, like I said, that's predominantly that's where Willis Portatio really made his bones as far as an artist goes. That's the first appearance of Bishop. That's the whole X-Trader thing that ended up being a fucking letdown with the whole Onslaught thing. It's cool because this era, even though they were inflating, there was just too many copies of everything. This was actually good storytelling until you started to get past the Age of Apocalypse. Then that's where you needed to get out of the car and run because whoever was driving it was the killer.
Well, then the Image Exodus, that started making things go off the rails.
Yeah.
They didn't know how to. They didn't know how to.
They didn't know how to read signs. When things did well, they're like, "Oh fuck it! If we sold 400,000, a million copies of these, we need to print 3 million." And once you jam up the circulation, and especially in the '90s, where half of what you're getting in is people trading things, and half of what you get is what you're selling. Once you jam up that circle, it stops everything. Your traffic dies because nobody is taking, because what you have now, like I said, every other week, Death of Superman. You had so many of these things printed that there was no value in the circulation. And then all these comic stores that popped up were carrying these things. They couldn't move them. They went out of business, and that choked the supply chain upward to where by the end of the 90s, Marvel was almost bankrupt, and DC would have been there had they not been ironically owned by Warner Brothers. So great story, but it was part of the beginning of a tough decade.
If I'm not mistaken, I think even Mark Silvestri had drawn the book for a little bit before.
He had his greatest run. He established him and Chris Claremont. He started in X-Men. He started as a regular artist in X-Men 221, which is the first appearance of Mr. Sinister. He took over for John Romita Jr. sporadically in 86, but he had a run from 86 to 91, and I believe it's Jim Lee who debuted and took over for his run.
And he co-created Jubilee as well, which I was just like shocked to find that out.
In 266, that was him. And then this was when they were all starting to boost the sales of individual books, and that's how Image came about, because Todd McFarlane made up for that book. You couldn't give Spider-Man away at certain times, and his run came along with Venom and everything else. He didn't feel like he was getting compensated, and he convinced a lot of other people that, hey, you're not. Jim Lee, like I said, Jim Lee just sold all these comic books, and he's still going to get a basic salary for being an employee and no power over the things he created. They left. They both.
For anybody watching the stream, like you look at that cover of that book and that era, like those books, specifically what Jim was drawing, that's what they were telling the animation people. Be like, make the cartoons look like that, like. I
wish they would have made the stories that way. But anyway, and this was part of that same era. This was Willis Portatio. This is 289. This was when he took over for Jim Lee. Jim Lee went 266 to I think 280 or 270, 272, 270, and then Willis Portatio took over it for a while, and his artwork is beautiful. But yeah, that was a good era of storytelling. And then, like I said, mid 90s, after Age of Apocalypse, which was one of the best stories of that era. After that, it just got completely crazy. Then we had Heroes Reborn. Then we had The Vomit Is Coming to My Esophagus amalgam in Marvel and DC, which was basically a desperation move. That wasn't done because we had a good idea. That was done because what do we have to lose?
It was a gimmick. I mean, I enjoyed the gimmick, but it definitely doesn't compare to what the crossovers were way back when.
When you did Superman versus Spider-Man, or Teen Titans versus
because Captain America.
Okay, so then what do you think about this crossover effort they're doing now?
For with DC and Marvel, as far as what, like the Deadpool and all that? I am not. I cannot give you an objective opinion because I still got the scars from the bird cage bottoms.
Okay, but I'm not getting into the debate on this one, but there is no such thing as an objective opinion. But in your feeling, have you read any of the new ones these days?
No, I haven't read any of the new ones.
Okay,
No.
all right.
I've read.
They scrolled all right, but the variant covers really helped that. I mean, there's a lot. They came out with a lot of 900 variant covers for that one.
Because the thing is, I've had Marvel Unlimited before. That's how I ended up reading all of Civil War and the tie-ins and the Death of Captain America, but that was a couple of years ago. I haven't, so this is my first time having it in a while again. And it's like, okay, where do I begin with this?
That's the almighty question. Where do you start?
I've got 1,000 ideas. I can go in 50 different directions with DC. I have no idea where to start.
Captain America 331.
The app on Marvel Unlimited doesn't compare to DC. DC's got a much better interface than Marvel.
And it's got a history.
So that hasn't changed then, because I thought it was
it hasn't.
A couple years ago. Okay, all right.
Little things here or there. I mean, Brent will agree with me on it. Yeah, it's just bad.
Okay.
Go to Captain America if you want to. Captain America 332. When he resigns as Captain America, there's a 2-year period that's some of the best Captain America stuff that they ever did, and that's where John Walker becomes Captain America. There was a whole conspiracy thing. So from 1987 to 1988, Carrion Dwyer's artist, that's a good run of Captain America because it was shocking, but it wasn't done like a Death of Superman thing to where it's like, a headline grabber. It was done because of the lead up to what Captain America was going through, and then how it ends and who's behind everything. It makes so much sense, and that's when they did 350. So
I'll give you a good team. I'll give you a good team era. Busick and Perez, the Avengers.
Yes.
When was that?
80s, maybe prior to New
No, that's not. That's 90s.
Oh, it's 90s.
That's
no, he had 2 runs. He had 2 runs though.
Yeah, he had 2 runs, but
he had the Korvac run, and then he had the run that came after the
Earth's Mightiest Heroes. Yeah, Earth's Mightiest Heroes is the one I'm talking about. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
That I think that combo. I mean, that's my favorite Avengers run of all time. Doesn't even compare.
They had a storyline in the 90s with one of the few ones. Remember the crossing? It started.
I remember it. It happened.
Yeah, and it had a promising start, and then just like everything in the 90s, it didn't.
The brown jacket era.
Oh my goodness! And what they did with Iron Man.
Oh yeah, the Avengers wore all these kind of brown bomber jackets
with the A on it, and you could buy the jacket. I mean, like I said, 90s was like let's do what we can throw against the wall and hope something sticks.
I remember at Brent's disagreement, because he despises this run. I read just for my own, because the thing was, because don't the Spider-Man tie-ins in Civil War lead into One More Day?
Yeah, I'm with Brent. I don't like talking about that, but yes, it does.
Well, because he felt so strongly about it, because we were still doing Fans Without Borders when I read it, I said, okay, I just need to know, just from my own perspective, where this is. And of course, I'm going to come at it from a very different perspective. Obviously, I'm not going to feel as strongly about it as he does in that regard. Did I think that the 7 issues of the Spider-Man tie-in in Civil War were better? Yes. But I wasn't offended by what happened in One More Day or Brand New Day in that regard.
That cost Spider-Man its audience for a long time. If right now
still does. Still does.
If you look at the sales of Spider-Man up to that point, they weren't stellar. They weren't like going out of the park or anything. But that storyline was the first one for To a Man that pissed a lot of people off. And it just really Spider-Man. And that storyline was like what 15.
Took JMS off so much that he's like, yeah, I'm done. I'm not doing this anymore.
Yeah,
this is editorial. This is editorial making me do this. I'm not doing it.
That's why I think in Spider-Man now, if it's not Ultimate Spider-Man, it's hit or miss. Even though they've redone the book, it's better than it's been. But I said this before, and I did a show on this. And Frank Miller, if you're watching this, that Spider-Man needs a 1-year Frank Miller run. I don't care what anybody else says. I don't care if people think that Frank Miller doesn't have it. Spider-Man needs a 12-issue run with Frank Miller to reset that book and set the standard for that book going forward. That's how I feel.
Kind of a Daredevil-esque era.
But okay.
Oh man,
here's the thing though. He's been off that book for like 30 years. There are people who've been born and can drink and drive, and since he's been off that book. But here's the thing though. He set the standard.
Right up there.
Yeah, he did. He really did. Yeah.
When Anna Cinti and John Romita Jr. came after him, they expanded, but they kept that standard. And who was it? Bendis who wrote it for like a good 4-year period.
It came after Innocente. Yeah,
that run he was on was one of the best runs ever, but it was based on that standard that Frank Miller set. Frank Miller left the book in like 86, 87. So if he can do that to Spider-Man, because Spider-Man needs that now. Miles Morales is doing fine, but Spider-Man needs a defining era to where the standard is set, and people are like, "Ooh, you're drifting away from that standard. I know you want to be creative, but watch out."
The last decent run of Spider-Man, and it was a long form, and I had different problems with it. Was Nick Spencer was the last one I really enjoyed. Since then, Zeb Wells' run has nearly killed me, and
me too.
And McKay and who's on it now?
I don't.
Joe Kelly. Joe Kelly's on it now. Yeah. I have no idea what's going on and where it's headed. So
that reboot that they start, not the reboot, but the reimagining where you got the whole number ones and the Hobgoblin. That story started off good and the artwork was good, but to me, it wasn't the sea change that.
No, it wasn't. But it was. Like I said, it was the most halfway decent ones. This one, Did
you guys hear the new gas that George threw into One More Day? I was like, fuck that book.
Yeah, that book did a lot of damage, man. I mean, I hate to say it, but that book did. Usually, most books don't do. Most story runs don't do that kind of damage like that. Like
I will say this, Ray. If you want to read kind of a PS and a course correction, I actually thought it was halfway decent. One More Day gives, I think, a better. It's not. It doesn't make me like. Excuse me. One Moment in Time. One Moment in Time is the follow up. It doesn't make me like One More Day anymore, but I think it's a better kind of understanding of it.
Okay.
So, it should have been part of One More Day.
It should have been.
That should have been the actual preamble or the epilogue.
Basically, the general hope is that Spider-Man Brand New Day next year has nothing to do.
No, it's going to be
not.
Well, the reason that helped
name
out,
only.
What helped out the new movie is what happened in No Way Home.
Right.
You already pretty much set the stage in a much better way than they did what they did with One More Day. One More Day was just basically, we made a mistake with doing this with this character. Now we have to magically unfuck ourselves. But they didn't. That's as far as they went with the death. Mm-hmm. That's as far as they went with the death of writing. Yeah. That's it. If they did what I just said is what you paid $4.95 for.
Right.
Not good.
No, but when it comes to the Avengers Doomsday trailer, I don't know if you guys saw this, but a scooper said the second trailer for Avengers Doomsday is gonna be in front of Spider-Man Brand New Day. Holy shit!
Perfect.
Breaking news, guys! Did you guys know that was gonna be the case?
Wait a minute. I knew the first one's gonna be in front of Avatar. They're gonna hold the teaser till Super Bowl.
Or you're gonna have a first one though.
We're gonna get a teaser with Avatar. Yeah. Apparently, that's.
And I'm not going to that movie just to see that teaser. I'm sorry.
Of course not. I'm gonna go to the movie to have the experience because
I'll wait the week before they drop it, and then it's in there. So I save my money.
They can keep the giant.
It's gonna be online the day of.
Why are we? The second you said the word scooper, all right. Next.
But it was funny because on Monday's Film Chunky Live, I was like, I wanted to talk about the Avengers. There was a lot of reports about this first trailer, and there's a lot writing on it. They have like 30 plus versions apparently.
Yeah, I saw that one. I was like, oh, okay.
And I was okay. And then there's a version that has Steve Rogers and Peggy, and it doesn't.
Yeah, who the fuck came up with this shit?
Yeah. And then all of a sudden, and then we obviously it's like, oh yeah, of course they would put it under, they put it with Avatar Fire and Ash because that could be one of the biggest movies of the year, and it's owned obviously by Disney. And then when I saw Daniel RPK says the second one will be in front of, I'm like,
Daniel RPK, okay.
Yeah, it was like it was just
not as official.
I mean,
Yeah, I know.
you want to try and draw a line and be like biggest movie of the year for this year, promoting biggest movie of next year. Sure, I guess.
Yeah.
You want to try and draw some fucking doofy parallel between Jurassic World and the Odyssey. Sure, Daniel RPK, fucking go for it. But there's really nothing here. This is a fucking nothing burger. And then Christian Harloff being like, they're not going to show Doom's face in the trailer. Motherfucker, what trailer? What do you even know? What are you fucking talking about?
Yeah.
What?
They're not going to show Doom's face in the trailer. It's like, yeah, no shit. Why would they show? Because it's Robert Downey Jr.? No, we already know it's Robert Downey Jr. You don't need to show Doom's face.
I want to see that face real for like the normies.
All this goofy ass speculation about what Marvel's going to do with Doomsday is just so out to fucking lunch. Dude.
Here's what it is. Here's literally what it is. I quoted this earlier, and Zaki Hassan actually reposted what I.
I read it. Yeah, go for it.
Because this guy goes, not having an MCU theatrical release this quarter really sucks. There's nothing coming out worth seeing, in my opinion. By the way, I already saw Predator Badlands, and I quoted it and I said, no offense, but this is why I'm glad we're getting an extended MCU and DCU break, because movies are much more than just comic book films, no matter how much we enjoy them. Branch out, people. Cinema is more than just capes and superpowers, much more. That's what this is.
As long as there's science fiction and horror to go to, I'm not doing a rom-com and human interest.
There is nothing happening in the Marvel and DC worlds until spring when Lanterns comes out, and Scooper Madness is feeling it. They're feeling it. The trades are feeling it because, okay, look, you guys have probably already talked about this Brainiac nonsense and whatnot. Okay, fine.
Yeah, we haven't dove into it.
We don't need to because it's not confirmed. But whatever.
Thank you. Thank you.
So
I got in so much hate for that shit.
No fucking shit.
I have been waiting.
Yeah,
I have been waiting for Dave. Who is the source? I don't even need to say.
I know. Goofy pants.
James Gunn.
But I have been waiting for days for James Gunn to say anything about that, or about V for Vendetta, or about the Jimmy Olsen show. He said nothing. Today he commented on a shit post about a site that claims a crazy theory that Clark Kent could be Superman. He was commenting on how the S-Crew clearly made it different and the hypnoglasses work on photography. That was 5 hours ago. That's the most recent thing he's fucking posted. None of this other shit's been confirmed. No, absolutely not. It's a dead period. Scoober Madness is feeling the pinch. They know they can't do their normal shit because if the second they post something really wrong, a real lie, he'll blast them. So they got to post vague shit, like what they're doing now, so that he'll, it could be something that's in the works. It might not even be something that's official. True. It's not official until he says.
But the thing that it's fine for them to do that. But what irritates me is every other YouTube channel, Twitter post, threads, whatever, and they are saying confirm this guy's gonna be in. Like he could be very well in the fucking movie, but the article that the rap put out is not confirming. It's
nothing.
Just.
It's all speculation.
Well, it's already something we already suspected. That
exactly. We all we suspected that from day one when James Gunn posted that image on his script.
Yeah.
But so there's no real confirmation, but everybody's like, "Oh, it's confirmed because the rap not even the rap confirmed."
No, the rap didn't confirm shit. I read that piece.
They just say, it's a high probability that it's gonna be.
I saw people sharing that like, "Oh, Brainiac confirmed by," and I was you people just fucking follow that goon like it's nothing.
And that's the thing. We're in a dead period right now. There's nothing happening with Marvel and DC, and so that's why we're getting all this wild speculation and all these theories and all these posts and whatnot. Like, hey, this is happening. We're hearing this. We're hearing that. You're not whether you're hearing shit or not. There's nothing official. And it's a dead period until we get to Lanterns.
Here's a fun one.
Which I thought was coming.
Hear me out. What if the Avengers Doomsday trailer does not play in front of
fucking
Avatar?
awesome.
That'd be fucking hilarious. Is what it would be. I would at everyone who'd be, "Oh, it's good, it's coming." I'd be like, "Where the fuck is it?"
And it doesn't. And the thing is, Phil, it doesn't have to because it's not the first Marvel movie coming out.
Nope.
Like I would far more expect a brand new day trailer before a Doomsday trailer. I would. Absolutely. So
maybe
we're probably
both.
getting a brand new day trailer for the Super Bowl.
Both.
Really likely. I don't see it. I don't see it. I feel like that's the wet dream that it's both. I don't think it's gonna be both.
No, think about it. Think about
Well,
it.
now you mention it,
Spider-Man could come on Super Bowl
I
Sunday.
think Spider-Man's
Well, Spider-Man, absolutely, yes. Spider-Man,
Spider-Man.
Super Bowl
I think
Sunday,
that's a
absolutely,
likely
yes.
possibility.
100%.
Oh yeah,
Very
that's why,
They
that's
did
why I
Deadpool
made
and
fun of that
Wolverine
whole.
on Super Bowl Sunday, and that movie came out in the following July.
Yeah. And that's the thing. We can logistically say, okay, there is a logistical path to that trailer being released on Super Bowl Sunday. There's a logistical path to Brainiac being the big bad that Lex and Superman fight a Man of Tomorrow. That's still speculation until Gunn or Feige say official. It's not official. It's
watch
not
him
confirmed.
like address it and be like, oh yeah, none of that is real, but guess what? We are making the Mr. Terrific movie. And then people just flip their thumbnails up and it's just like, what the fuck? And even with Doomsday.
The way I'm looking at all this is like, okay, so like if the Jimmy Olsen series is going to happen, and there's details, and it's going to investigate, certain like metahuman stuff like that. First thing is going to be like Gorilla Grodd. I'm like, okay, I'm actually interested. I'm like going, okay, that sounds pretty interesting, and I think the Jimmy Olsen that James Gunn established is good enough to be like, okay, he can warrant a little series that probably is not going to cost too much. And they even said that details were even saying that Corn Sweat and Brosnahan wouldn't be in there, which would be kind of lame if they didn't show up at least in one episode. But everybody else in the Daily Planet circle, like Cat Grant, Ben.
The bullpen.
I'm not gonna let
me leave that down. Jimmy Olsen had a long running comic that Darkseid.
Yeah,
made it.
exactly.
Yeah.
That's how the thing.
Well,
I still see it being true.
And that's the thing, Dave. I completely agree that it sounds like a really awesome idea, and it's something that I certainly would watch. That being said, because it sounds too good to be true. Because seriously, when I read that whole thing with Gorilla, who is mentioned, like in many ways, it read like a fan wrote it, or like an executive who's like, well, numbers say that they really like the Olsen Tessmacher idea, so let's give him a spinoff, and maybe it's an idea that somebody like in the annals of, I don't know, Warner Brothers Picture or whatever, threw the idea to Safran and Gunn, and Safran's like, well, let's think about it.
Yeah.
And that's all it is. It could just be like fly on the wall stuff.
It's like a lot of what I've seen in regards to this, for whatever reason on threads, just in passing, I've seen people like kind of scratching their heads like, who asked for this? And I know everyone here fucking hates that question, myself included. I don't really like that question. And when I see that question popped up, I've seen that question pop up over countless other projects. It came up with Creature Commandos. It came up with regards to Waller. It came up with Swamp Thing. It came up in regards to another fucking Superman movie, for crying out loud, and came up in regards to Supergirl, Woman of Tomorrow.
The Suicide Squad when it was announced.
Sure. The question is lazy and stupid. So the question I'm going to start asking going forward is, who is this made for?
Yeah.
That, in my opinion, feels like a much more valid question to ask, because obviously, fans like us would find interest in anything related to Cape shit, Jimmy Olsen, you fucking name it, right? But at the same time, it's just like, what kind of target audience are you trying to gain by making a TV show where Jimmy Olsen just talks up supervillains in the DCU?
And the reason that's a better question, Phil, is because one, it doesn't come from a place of fan arrogance. Because when a fan asks, who asked for this? It's like they're hunting. Like who dare ask for the fuck off? Absolutely fuck off.
Like I said last week, though, I do think some form of that question is important for the people creating content, because movies are a retail experience, and you need to determine whether you have is someone there to buy what you're selling. I understand the flip side of that question, though, but I think a lot of that comes from, if you look at Hollywood in the last 10 years, they just don't do the research. They don't do the brand market research. They don't do anything when it comes to setting up and putting their movies in the best position.
Yeah, but there's certain things that we just need from scratch. Like, if we wouldn't gotten, if we do the homework that you're saying, then we would have gotten the Matrix, right? The only thing that I'm thinking about this series that I'm on board. The only thing is, like, one thing is it hasn't been confirmed. The other thing is that I'm not too crazy about is the whole Gorilla Grodd, even though
I'm not applying this to Jimmy Olsen, by the way.
Even though there's some implications to the Flash, but at the same time, what I wanted to see, it was like something like some what's the word when you have different stories? Oh shit.
Anthology.
Thank you. I wanted to see an anthology
Yeah.
from him and other people that work in the planet. That
Mhm.
would, to me, that will be interesting because everybody has different experience and they get exposed to different villains and heroes. And
Oh,
I think that-
Ben wants a Cat Grant episode. Sorry.
Well, but
you
but-
never
but-
gonna let me.
but-
Ben,
no.
that is your cross to bear.
Yeah, that's it. I'm
to
fucking.
that-
I'm branded for life with that.
God's got his own cross to bear. So
Yeah.
To that end, though, I agree with you. It'd be cool if don't just focus on Jimmy. Do give us a Cat Grant episode. Give us a Ron.
Yeah,
Troop
no, I'm
episode,
actually serious.
since all of his
Please
lines
do.
were taken out of the movie.
Please
the
do it.
final
Make it down part of the
Yeah,
movie.
something like the X Files type of shit.
I'd love
Well,
to
this
see.
comic covered a lot. The comic covers a lot.
Yeah,
I'd love to see, because we only got 5 minutes of him in the movie. I'd love to see Perry get an
Yeah.
episode. That'd be
Or
awesome.
like even Steve.
I mean, he
Ballmer.
would have seen everything, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I'm going to be brutally honest. I'm so glad you guys are happy for this.
No, that's
Oh, that doesn't-
Oh, God. Phil,
Again,
not like
again,
anything
I will.
in
I,
DCU.
I'm
I,
not
I
gonna,
will.
I'm not going to rain on
surprise.
anyone's
And I
parade,
will
guys.
further
Come
reiterate:
on.
this is not confirmed. This
Yeah,
is pure
Very
speculation.
true, yeah.
Yeah.
Right?
But it, you know,
No,
I was hoping for a
Yeah.
Mr. Terrific. Like Mr. Terrific was a standout.
Yes.
See,
So I
that's
was
the
hoping
one-
for that.
I'm almost, and I'm surprised that that wasn't like announced.
Yeah.
From one of the like, because I feel like I could hear a suit say that. Well, look how great Mr. Terrific tested.
Yeah.
Like, why don't we get him his own? I cannot believe that wasn't announced for. And that's the other thing.
and
These are
Gunn
the-
has even said he's got plans.
Right.
Like the first image he put up was the Mr. Terrific Alex
Terrific.
Ross cover.
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
Right.
And then just the timing, like the fact that the V for Vendetta thing came out right around the really that's 10-year anniversary or the 20-year
Although
20-year
I-
Yeah,
anniversary.
like
of
5
the
days
movie.
after.
If they put that under the Elseworlds banner as like a just a
One-off.
one-off miniseries,
This was
could
Okay.
do
I think it's a good
I,
idea.
and I am not saying either of these are bad ideas.
Yeah.
They're perfectly fine ideas that I will watch. They're just not confirmed. That's
Yep.
all.
Yep.
So
No, yeah, Gunn's been pretty
Well,
quiet when it comes to all this, especially with everything that has been
Well, like I
announced.
said, he's been celebrating Jennifer Holland's birthday. He hasn't really
yeah,
left.
he's got his wife's birthday. It's the holidays. We're probably not going to get much. I mean, that's the thing is like
CCXP. They have a
that
pop-up
too.
in
Oh, that's
Supergirl.
going to be
That's
because
gonna be
apparently-
Supergirls.
And I think we're gonna get a
Yeah, that'll be
Supergirl. I
Supergirl.
think we're gonna get a Supergirl trailer before we get a Lanterns trailer. To be
Oh
honest,
yeah.
that wouldn't
Yeah.
surprise me either. That wouldn't surprise
Yeah.
me. At
I
all.
think we're going to see something from both of them soon. If
Yeah.
anything, I think you know, by January of next year we'll probably have something for both. Maybe.
What if
Definitely
they do?
Supergirl.
What if they do
Definitely
CCXP Supergirl and then Christmas we get a Lanterns teaser?
I hope so.
Like,
I hope.
Yeah,
Merry
like-
Christmas,
I
DC
don't know.
fans.
Fine
Here's
by me.
Lanterns.
It
Fine by
will
me.
I would just like a firm date. I mean, just because I've been
Just
waiting
the
for
prep.
lanterns since
Yeah.
before this.
Yeah.
You know? Obviously, that's just give me the lanterns has been my motto. So I'm hoping nothing's been confirmed yet. I'm hoping this is sooner than later because I'm not a big fan of having. I know a lot of people are, but if I'm running something and I'm trying to keep momentum going, I'm not a big fan of gaps. I think too much focus has been put on just focusing on the movies and not focusing on the brand that is DC. I wish at some point they would come together because there's a lot of really good things going on right now with the brand that I think if they worked in synchronicity could build a lot.
Are you specifically talking about the comics?
No, I'm
Yeah.
talking about DC in general.
The
But
entire brand.
when you're saying general, what are you specifically speaking about? Because we have movies, shows, and comics.
Yeah,
comic book
that's
killing
that's
it right
kind of my
now.
question as well.
Uh-oh.
Anything that has that logo on it.
Okay,
Yeah,
so-
I get it, but I mean DC is killing it with
I just
with,
saw legs.
with this guy
Yeah.
here. I don't know if you can see
I'm
it.
trying to show you the logo.
Who is
Absolute
who is that?
Batman is-
What is that?
Absolute Batman. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah,
There
so
you go.
DC is killing it with Absolute Batman
They are.
and the absolute run. So I need you to explain
right, so-
what is it that they need to.
All these things that are working need to, especially with this show, which has been a huge disappointment for me at least. This stuff needs to be all on a platform where if you're a movie guy, I have a way to bring you in the Absolute Batman, vice versa. When something that is not going on here, something is going on here. I keep the brand momentum, the household approach, which is called retail household approach. Mom, dad, the two kids, everybody. So I have something for everybody in DC, and that's what we have. There is something for everybody in DC, but it's not running it. The momentum is not leading to something else. Absolute Batman is selling a crap ton of copies, and that should be a synchronicity to where, like the animation, a lot of things should be going on. When we're not talking about one thing, DC, that show should be talking about something else, DC.
So who does that fall on? Whose responsibility is that?
That marketing. Falls on it falls on marketing, falls on Burbank, falls on marketing. It falls on not Zazzle, because somebody should be an intermediate there. Fusion's the word I'm looking for.
Well, because here's the thing: you're talking about bridging the gap between the general audience who is initiated through the movies and the shows, and the comic audience, which has always been
everything.
Right. Well, and do you think that part of the reason you haven't seen, because I would disagree that we haven't seen that synergy among movies and TV, because we certainly have, at least this year. Yeah. But as far as bringing the comics and the animation into it, do you think that part of the reason, other than this gap that we have between content, do you think part of the reason is because they're still kind of in limbo as far as all this purchase shit is going on?
That would be an easy one, but I think that most of that would maintain intact for at least a while. I don't think they would be sitting on the edge of their seats waiting, oh, this might break up, because otherwise they might as well just all resign, because you can't create anything under those circumstances.
Well, I get
the question though. I understand that's a valid question.
And to be fair, I do not subscribe to the fear mongering that people have about, oh, this is going to get blown up depending on if this studio buys it, and it especially Dave. You saw Running Man.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. So did Scott. So did Chris.
So I realized that movie was in production long before the Skydance merger actually happened, but it's not like the Ellisons weren't aware of what was in that movie. And if they still allowed that to release and didn't put it in a tax write-off, you don't have to worry about them firing Gunn and Safran for political reasons.
I don't know. There's all kinds of weird things. I mean, going to even the Paramount things. One of the things I read earlier this week was Trey Parker was being interviewed, and he even said the leaders of Paramount don't care that we make fun of Trump and make fun of that. They don't care. They allow us to do what we do. These reports. That's why I found it weird when it came to all of a sudden we got these reports of David Ellison and everybody kind of going oh yeah, they're 100% MAGA, and they don't want any of the, that just seems a little why all of a sudden is this coming out? And then even the Trump administration's they're rooting for it. I'm going, what the fuck is this? Why is even Trump even caring about this right now?
I'll be honest, it's not about the studio, it's about CBS.
Oh,
that's what it's really about. It's about CBS, because that kind of stuff is happening in the news division, but the studio division, nothing to worry about. Seriously, the biggest worry by far of any of these possible suitors is Netflix.
Facts.
And a massive part of that is what you guys were just talking about before I came in, when you were talking about physical media. Bye to that. Bye to that. Man. If Netflix buys. All of a sudden, that Superman Man of Tomorrow streaming on Netflix. Yeah, you want that shit? No.
Nope.
Absolutely.
That headline just makes me queasy thinking about it.
Exactly.
Yeah, they are the worst suitors. They would probably, out of everybody involved, they would probably be the one.
I mean, think about it. I don't understand why
Saudi Arabia.
This is going to
Saudi would be So that's actually the worst suitor out of them all.
I know. I was when I heard about the Saudi Arabia, I was some people in Saudi Arabia were I
think Congress would intercede on that.
Oh yeah, Trump would be no, not gonna happen.
The constituents will be you're gonna sell
an American hero. He's not gonna be.
Well, I don't know if he would. I don't know if he would object to it, but Congress perhaps.
Congress and
Congress and the WGA. The WGA absolutely does not want Paramount merging with Warner Brothers.
I don't think they can do anything though.
Again, Phil, you cut out the first.
The WGA is actually to block the.
Well, I mean, there's jobs. Jobs get lost.
Why is there opposition to it though?
No, dude.
I think
it's their consolidation. What happens is
fucking disastrous. They are.
And that's the thing. I don't think the WGA is in favor of any merger. I mean,
they want to keep
no union's ever going to favor.
Paramount is the whipping boy because they're in the pilot position. like with all the press and whatnot. So they're going to say Paramount, but they don't want any merger. And I get why they don't want any merger. I completely understand. Right. Exactly. They didn't want that to happen.
They fought Fox tooth and nail.
But in the event it actually does happen, it's going to be a lot like that, if not a little less severe, because as Ray pointed out, David Ellison isn't going to give two shits about who's operating DC, because as long as it's making money, it will be fine.
Correct.
Because New Line Cinema, fucking Warner Brothers Pictures, and DC Studios, they are all autonomous they are all autonomous units that operate unto themselves. They are just subsidiaries of Warner Brothers. So if Paramount were to purchase them, it would just be Paramount and Warner Brothers and New Line. It would all be all under one fucking umbrella. That's it.
Correct. And they're not going to upset the apple cart even further because they need content, because of his whole goal is to chase Netflix. Then you need your content creators continuing to produce.
I listened to your episode about breaking down the whole Hughes articles. I have no fucking desire to read that bullshit from Mark Hughes.
Half of it was speculation nonsense.
I have no fucking desire to read anything from a guy who gets pissy over fucking Superman 2 the movie. But anyway, like his whole notion of Apple buying Warner Brothers, I was like, where the fuck do you come up with this dumb shit from?
He's not the only one that has said that,
I know.
though.
I know.
And really what it is, Phil, is it's hopium is what it is, because
there you go. Hopium and hopium. I like that. Yeah.
Because they like the if it's going to be bought by anybody, the best case scenario for all of us would be one of the two whales, either Apple or Amazon. And the reason for that,
I would take Google personally, but sure.
Well, the reason why I don't even know if Google has expressed interest.
I'm just saying, like, of the white whale Titanic, huge corporate companies, Google would fall into that category.
I can't speak like specifically to like Google's interests or whatnot, but I can say that with Apple and Amazon, the reason that they would be best case scenario if anyone was to buy them at all is because movies are not their primary industry. Right. Amazon's primary industry is commerce. Apple's primary industry is tech. Their secondary industry is service to that tech. They use their content, their $1 billion of content they spend every year, to push their phones and to push their tech. That's why when they buy that's why when they buy IP, they leave it alone. They just go, hey, have at it. Here's $1 billion. Go ahead. We brought in $9.5 billion last year, so we can spend with impunity just to push our product in that regard. And that's why the freedom is way bigger with those two, because the financial responsibility isn't that high, and they're also not allergic to physical media.
I'm gonna that was gonna be my my devil's advocate. Apple is a little tell me an Apple release that's gotten a physical release.
F1. It's sitting on my shelf right now.
But that was Warner Brothers distributed, so I'll give you that. But that's it. But anything that's been
you can't get any series.
But if it's an Apple original series, okay, that's still prickly. But if we're talking about them, if we're talking about the hypothetical that's not going to happen, where they acquired Warner Brothers, I don't see them ditching physical,
because they never did. Because here's where I'm coming from when it comes to the movies. It's like Napoleon,
Flower Moon,
Colors of the Flower Moon,
the Killers of the
Highest and Lowest, the
Killers of the Flower Moon
Macbeth.
is so weird because it got this weird Italian 4K release that lasted for a second, and that's it. And like you can't find it anywhere else. It's like I don't know what the deal with that particular movie is, because I've been waiting
all the A20, but all the A24 collabs that Apple has done. The only thing that's happened recently was after 2 years, I could finally buy The Tragedy of Macbeth on like on a separate digital server, but I'm still waiting to get Macbeth, and now the Highest to Lowest is going to be something that I'm going to want. It's like they're not even offering it through like the A24 store where they produce their own physical. So I look at Apple and I see F1 as the exception rather than the rule.
I still believe that they are more amenable to doing physical than Netflix is.
I'm gonna pair with Scott on this. I think the only reason they are the exception rule is because of who distributed it, i.e. Warner Brothers. I think Warner Brothers distributing it could go a long way in terms of it getting a physical release somewhere down the line. If it was just straight up Apple distributing it, like Killers of the Flower Moon or Napoleon, a little different.
And that's what I think would change if, and again, this isn't going to, I do not believe this is going to happen, but if they acquired Warner Brothers, I don't think they would just eliminate the physical media production.
But what they might eliminate is something that did happen with F1, which is then Warner Brothers is no longer participating in Movies Anywhere, because the digital code that you redeemed from F1 only redeemed to an Apple, like you had to have an Apple account.
Well, I'm not looking forward to it. That's one of the reasons I wouldn't be looking. I would hate this about the Paramount deal, because then that means all of my Movies Anywhere stuff is going to go to Fandango at home instead of my Movies Anywhere that I can actually access through my Apple account.
See, I was actually hoping, me being a cockeyed optimist, that maybe that would finally bring Paramount into Movies Anywhere.
I mean that'd be great, but they haven't done it yet.
I know them and Lionsgate. Paramount and Lionsgate are like the two that are my.
I hate it. It divides my library, and I don't like it. I don't.
Fucking
like
pain
it
in the ass.
Yeah, especially with all the new Lionsgate releases that I just.
Do you have any idea how frustrating it is to go in my virtual library and not see any of the John Wick movies there?
Oh,
it pisses me off to no end.
Wait a minute, none of them?
No, because they're Lionsgate.
Because they're Lionsgate.
Wait a minute. Okay, I have to double check this now, because I'm almost certain I saw them.
No, I'm with Phil. I'm telling you, no. Man.
I have all three of them in my Apple TV right now. How did I do? How did that happen?
There.
No, but how? Oh, they're on. Oh, you mean they're not on Fandango at home?
No, they are, but you don't. But there's not Movies Anywhere. Like you get them wherever you purchase.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. So for me, I don't use Movies Anywhere. The reason I use Movies Anywhere is so that because it talks to my Apple TV account. I primarily watch my movies on my Apple TV account, so that's the library that I want them all to show up in. But there's some Lionsgate and Paramount that doesn't show up in my Apple TV. It only shows up on Fandango at home, and that pisses me off. I don't like.
See, I've never had that be the case. So that's news to me. Now, the only thing that happens sometimes with Paramount and or Lionsgate is that here's what does happen sometimes is that when you go to redeem the code, sometimes some movies you've gotten the choice, pick Apple or pick Fandango at home.
Mm-hmm. And some you don't get the choice.
Sometimes you don't get that. Doesn't mean it's not available at Apple, but they're just not giving it to you for free, quote unquote, when you redeem the digital code. Now that now you're speaking. Now we're on the same page.
Yes, because that's what bothers me, because I don't want to have to go between two libraries. Either put them on both or put them on the one that I can use through my box. Because Fandango does not have its own box. Apple TV does. I have it in my living room. Just put it there. So all my John Wicks are there. But lately, like Lionsgate Limited has been on a tear lately with steelbooks.
I ordered 1, 2. I have four coming because on Veterans Day they finally released Dogma, and they put the link up for Dogma and for Battle Royale.
Yes,
and then while I was there, because I could group and get free shipping, I went ahead and got Jackie Brown, American Psycho, and The Surfer.
I already had American Psycho and Jackie Brown on the first printing. Jackie Brown, that's a reprinting because that's sold out. That and Kill Bill Volume 2 sold out pretty fast. So those are reprints. It's great. Or the warehouse thing. They do that warehouse thing.
No, it wasn't because Jackie Brown was not listed as a reprint. That was still.
So they must have just found extras or something, because it was sold out for a while. I pre-ordered that on the first run and was glad that I did, because it was gone for months. And
well,
it's back up there now.
They have like 200 something left.
No, that's good. That's good. But that's the thing, is like it's hit or miss as far as if those codes give me the option or they don't.
Right? No, because I've done it, because I did that because I ordered Den of Thieves, the box set, and I got Basic Instinct.
Yep, I got that.
And I got the Steel book for Apocalypse Now.
That's the only one I missed, and I'm gonna have to pay dearly for it on the secondary market. Which, all right, fine, whatever, it sucks.
But once again, but at least Lionsgate's out there like putting out. You know what's interesting to me as a physical media guy is these boutiques, like the studio, like A24 did it, and now Lionsgate is doing it, where we're gonna sell you these collectible physical media releases, but they are going to be exclusively available through our store.
That's the dogma I have. There is an Australian company called Umbrella Entertainment that I got my Super Mario Brothers tome from, and I also got like Coffee and Tank Girl and a couple of others from them as well. That's where my dogma's coming from, because it comes with a T-shirt and a bunch of like other extras that the Lionsgate Steelbook is not going to have.
Tank Girl.
Yeah, we watched. That was a movie we watched.
Ice-T at his greatest. Telling you, man.
Tank Girl was a movie that we watched
with
Lori
Petty.
Lori Petty, Naomi Watts, Malcolm McDowell. Yeah. Yes, it was a movie that we watched. However, we did have hopeful things to say about it, because we actually said it was ripe for a reboot, because it is. The concept of Tank Girl would work really well.
There was like a rumor that Margot Robbie.
We brought that up because Lucky Chapel production company was originally attached to it for a while, and it would be perfect, because if Suicide Squad had been made in the 90s, it would have been Lori Petty would have been Harley Quinn. Lori Petty's like the 90s Harley Quinn as far as like how she acts in her role.
Well, she was Livewire in
she was Livewire, but also keep in mind at the time before Batman and Robin came out, they were developing Batman Triumphant or Batman Unchained. I don't remember what the exact title was. It had two different titles. They had Harley Quinn in movie. Like there were two different versions of the script going around. They had her in that movie as the Scarecrow's henchwoman, but she was also the Joker's daughter. Madonna and Courtney Love were rumored to play the character way back.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
I remember that too.
So
everything was so speculative. I mean, they even said like, "Oh yeah, George Clooney's not going to come back."
We have to think like in the 90s, there wasn't a whole lot of like, "Hey, let's make this like the animated series," because Paul Dini has talked about like, "Yeah, we don't ever get asked to make live action stuff." That's why it was such a big deal for them, him and Alan Burnett, to get the writing gig for a Batman Beyond movie in 1999.
You know what the weird part about that though is, Phil? Because I remember when we talked about Batman Forever, we caught a good deal of like animated series influence in that movie, not the least of which the first on-screen appearance of Arkham Asylum. So even though Dini and them didn't get asked, they clearly took things.
Well, even Batman and Robin, Mr. Freeze is
Heart of Ice
from Heart of Ice.
Heart of Ice. Well, and now that's the only Mr. Freeze anything that is used. Everybody uses it now. Gotham's used it. Like other incarnate the video games, Arkham,
the Arkham series,
So like that's so even though it's weird that they wouldn't talk to Dini and Bruce Timm, but they clearly drew inspiration from what they did.
They created one of the freaking most popular villains, which is Harley Quinn. I mean, they literally created that for the series. And
Kevin Smith talked about this when he was writing, I believe it was Superman, The Death of Superman Lives. It was when he was writing that. He talked about this on it was a recent episode of Fat Man, or is even way back when it was still called just Fat Man on Batman, when he was talked about essentially getting a gig that what would have become what Kevin Feige has at Marvel Studios way back when. And this is back in like early 90s. Like big Kevin Smith, Harley Quinn Smith is like an infant 1-year-old. And back then, someone at Warner Brothers was like, "Hey, why don't you be our DC guy?" And Kevin Smith was like, "I just like these fucking characters, man. Getting to write Superman is enough for me."
Yeah,
that could have been good or
bad. That was probably a good idea. I like.
He said many times he doesn't want to be in charge of like.
He doesn't want that, and it's funny because how Warner Brothers almost beat Marvel to the punch twice with that, and then the second time with George Miller and Justice League.
And then of course now you got James Gunn, who is the guy that does want to do that. And that's what's so funny is like when we the whole discourse with everything, and I even still see people that go like Zack Snyder should be running DC Studios. Like, no, he does not want to do that. James Gunn wants to do that. James Gunn is the guy who wants to run DC Studios. Zack Snyder is not the guy who wants to run Zack Snyder would like to make movies in the DC universe, sure, and he has, and he probably will. God knows, in a few years from now,
I think he will. I don't know when, but
he'll come back and do some kind of glorious thing. But when people go like, he should be running DC Studios, like, no, he should not be. He does not want to be in the box of DC. He wants to do his thing. James Gunn wants to be in the box, and he's trying. He's trying to do his thing. And, the first year, successful, not spectacular, but successful enough to where it is going to continue. And he has learned big time, probably. And that's why one of the reasons probably why we haven't heard much from him. Is
I was about to say, I think it's benefiting him to be
quiet.
Take a break.
100%. I agree.
Three projects back to back.
Like, dude, take your victory lap and stay quiet.
Well, and it's funny because going back to that Mark Hughes piece for a second, which I didn't read the other half of it, Phil, because like I said, he was speculating on a bunch of nonsense.
That's
and I
what he
didn't
does.
care.
He speculates half the time, and he acts like he's fucking right, and it's bullshit.
But
Mark Hughes, what?
The first part of the piece when he actually brought up the numbers, when he talked about the $150 million, and then the one that really struck me, and I researched it further and added to it in my episode when he talked about how Superman had outgrossed each of the last 9 DCEU movies by like 40% or more. I'm like, okay, let me see this. And yeah, sure enough, because there's the thing, the line of demarcation is pretty clear. It's everything post Aquaman.
Yes,
everything, because Aquaman was the 6th movie in the DCEU. Everything after that was a train wreck. Financially speaking, the highest grossing movie out of the last 9 for the DCEU was Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom at $440 million. Then Black Adam at 393. Then Shazam, the first one, at 363. Then The Flash at 271. Then Ben's favorite movie, Birds of Prey and the Fantabulous Emancipation of One Harley Quinn.
I like it too.
And just the idea that there are people, bots, whoever out there that actually believe that the new buyers would skip the last 9 movies of the franchise's finances and just focus on the first 5 or 6.
Well, you also brought up the fact that Superman also outgrossed every single Marvel movie this year too. And I like Fantastic Four over Superman, and I say that openly because it's the truth.
And that's another funny thing about it, Phil, because they have all manner of excuses for that. Well, this was a down year, down year for Marvel. It's like down year for Marvel. So what? Now we're making excuses for Marvel to prop up your.
Well, Fantastic Four should have been a lot bigger. Yeah, it should have been.
I mean, this is a machine that has been running for 50 years plus, and all of a sudden they got outdone by one movie the first time around.
And not only that, Superman. Like it'd be one thing if
it was Batman,
or
very different positions,
or if it was like if it was
Green Arrow.
It was Green Arrow or like Cyborg that outgrossed Fantastic Four, Thunderbolts, and Captain America. No, it was Superman. Superman outgrossed it. So come on. Like,
yeah, of course the Superman's going to do that, but
right.
Yeah, and then next year Marvel's going to be the top dog, obviously.
They will.
Brand New Day and Doomsday coming out.
If they're not, well, then we have a whole different conversation.
Yeah, that will be fucking scary for the entire industry.
2027, if everything stays locked, though, that's an interesting year with Secret Wars, Man of Tomorrow, and please fucking God, the Batman Part 2. I don't need any.
Delayed
you guys are talking about all this news. You guys talking about Jimmy Olsen show. It's like, okay, I don't care anything DC. I'm just waiting for Matt Reeves to start dropping those gifts.
What's releasing first, GTA 6 or the Batman Part 2?
That's a meme now. I don't even know.
Matt Reeves and them are having a competition. Matt Reeves should go make a game at Rockstar after this.
I think Matt Reeves is out scouting locations right now for Part 2.
Yeah, so I cannot wait till one day
is happening.
When I get that notification and it's Matt Reeves dropping his fucking gifts for the casting again, I cannot wait for it. Like, I don't care about Jimmy Olsen's show. I don't care about what's happening to Man Tomorrow or anything. Like, that's what I'm waiting for. But that'll be a huge year. Like, I still put my money on Secret Wars because I've always said, like, if you get a poster of Tobey Maguire and Hugh Jackman side by side, it's like, yeah, you get a lot of normies buying a ticket to that, right? But we don't know how Doomsday is going to go. If Doomsday is disappointing financially or creative-wise, that could put a big kind of hindrance on what happens with Secret Wars and what people
Isn't Secret Wars
anticipate.
going to film in April?
That's
what they're hoping.
I saw that somewhere in passing from THR.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Again, even though that they start filming Secret Wars in February.
Oh yeah, that's what it was.
But again, even like going back to the whole Doomsday thing, like sure, when are we gonna get the trailer? When are we gonna get the teaser? When not? Like to me, the whole thing is like, how long are they gonna hold the X-Men from a public trailer? When not? Because when someone hears the first two notes or the note of that thing,
But you're talking about the new X-Men, like the official part of the
the
old ones.
forward.
The old ones.
See, and Ronan, that's where I'm torn on this because I mean, don't get me wrong. I love I'm a Fox X-Men fan. I do love the OGs, but son of a bitch, where's my uncanny X-Men?
Yeah,
give me my uncanny
time. You know,
they're gonna
that's
do
the
this.
thing. If they do drop
you're
a trailer
getting
with
it.
Avatar, that's a whole year of marketing. I think they've planned out like, okay, we're gonna start with just a little teaser. A couple months from now, we'll release this. Like that's a good thing. If you have X-Men and you have all these other returning people coming back, you can really, obviously they want to leave some for surprises, but the ones they've announced, you could sprinkle all those throughout an entire year, right? Like, look, we got Laura Kinney 2 weeks before Deadpool and Wolverine in a trailer, right? Like, I don't know if they need to do that, but
I didn't like that they did that.
Yeah, but they could, right? Same thing. 2 weeks before Doomsday, here's right?
Well, like you said,
here's Robert Downey Jr.'s face.
This would be
we haven't
different.
showed his face the whole time.
This would be different because we have names. We already know who we're expecting, right? So
it's not a spoiler.
Yeah, go ahead and like if you have any other surprises, which I'm not expecting, but if you do have any other surprises, leave those out of it. Like I mean, Laura, like that wasn't necessarily like at first I thought it was going to be the biggest surprise of that movie. It turned out not to be. And that was great. I was glad that the other ones weren't part of a marketing rollout like you were talking about, truthfully. So, but anybody that's been announced already, yeah, sure. Absolutely.
Yeah. And there's a huge list of actors. Like not even just like in the MCU, but just status wise, right? So yeah, it's gonna be interesting. Then you got Spider-Man.
Well,
like
just like you remember the Super Bowl. I remember the first Super Bowl spot for Multiverse of Madness, when you heard that voice go, "We should tell him the truth."
Yeah,
everyone knew. They didn't say
Patrick.
it. Everyone knew who the fuck that was.
Yeah,
I definitely knew who the fuck that was. I'm like Captain Picard, son of a bitch.
And that's why there is like to a point of like us talking about the Downey Doomsday thing. There is a massive amount of people that still don't know that news, right? I remember when I was at Super Bowl party and they showed the Flash trailer. My in-laws had no idea Michael Keaton was coming back. You would thought everyone would know that, right? And that was their era. But it's like, oh, he's being Batman again, right? Like I think there's tons of people that don't know that yet, and whether they show his face or not, who knows? But like obviously by the time they see the movie, they'll know. But that's still a big shoe to drop in an actual trailer at some point because tons of people have no idea.
They'll show eyes. They'll show his eyes.
I'm actually really curious. I mean, that's a very valid point, and I'm actually quite curious to see how they react to that because you know how we talk about how. And I do think that we overblow the general audience confusion angle with stuff like that. And I do think it's overblown, but I do think that for a second they're going to be like, wait a minute, Iron Man is Dr. Doom now? Yeah. I think for a second they'll be like that. And it'll be interesting if that does draw them back to the theater. Like, you know, if they'd been sitting out the last couple of years.
But to kind of get to what you were saying Ray, about Uncanny X-Men, like who are going to be the MCU's version, they're gonna hold that close to the chest until Secret Wars is basically almost out. Like because that's they botched the Avengers in these phases. They absolutely botched everything about what the Avengers could have been, and that
what
was.
Do you mean?
I mean, Travis and I have said this before so many different times.
Well,
that was the biggest mistake, not ending each of these phases with an Avengers level.
I think it's more when Chris and I say Avengers, it's almost like with the old MCU phase 1 to 3, you know who your main characters were, right? Steve, Tony, and Thor, and then you had Bruce and Natasha on the side, but still you know who you were going. Where that's been one of the biggest complaints, right? Is what story do I follow? What do I do that? And the Avengers was always a good cap off, and I think like we said, we weren't asking for them to fight Kang or a big event. Just put the team together. Instead of
Secret
the Thunderbolts
Invasion should have been Avengers level movie.
Instead of the last 2 minutes of Thunderbolts in the post credit being like, here's the Avengers. Oh, Sam has a problem. Bucky has a problem. Like this should have been a full multi-story.
So this is a Phase 4 and 5 complaint.
Yeah,
Yes.
That's what they're saying. Like, they had the formula locked in for the first 3 phases. Yeah.
I still think they should have started with Kang because Kang is more of a Avengers villain than Thanos is. I think that they should have started.
They didn't
with
have the
that.
rights to Kang at that point when they were doing Thanos. That's why
Well,
he was a Fox character.
He was considered a Fantastic Four character at the time of the purchase.
And also the weird thing too is like, and it's weird for me because Phase 4 is probably my second favorite phase.
I agree.
But part of the reason it's my second favorite phase is because it goes everywhere. Like after the 3 phases of the Infinity Saga, I wanted something different. I wanted something that didn't have focus.
New corners.
And on top of that, you start. I mean, the pandemic stuff aside, you start Phase 4 with a movie that I consider a lost episode of Phase 3, Black Widow.
Yeah.
So which I did. I liked the movie, but still, it was just the aimless direction. You do wonder if the aimless direction of Phase 4 did hurt them. As far as because you wait till Quantum Mania to introduce Kang, and then that doesn't. That
and then I would argue, and I've had this conversation with Travis. My issue is, I don't know when a phase start since the end of Phase 3. I don't know when a phase started, and when a phase. I've literally had to DM Travis to go.
And I'm losing track now. I used to know, and now I'm like, I guess Fantastic Four, but then they're like, oh well, it's Ironheart.
It's also part of what they're saying.
Each one. Didn't they all end with an Avengers movie?
Yes,
though?
No, they don't.
Technically, Phase 2 ended with Ant-Man.
Phase 2 ended with Ant-Man. Phase 3 ended with Far From Home. Yeah. Phase 3 ended with Far From Home. Phase 4.
They had an Avengers movie.
Yeah, that felt like the finale. And the other ones were like an epilogue in a sense.
It definitely.
But then you had another movie that
right.
But here's what with Phase 4 the idea.
The Marvel Alliance guys handle it.
Well, I mean, I know them though.
Yeah, keep going, Chris. Keep going, Chris.
The idea, like Phase 4 being, I like the idea of where it's like, what happens when you had this huge event? It was dealing with post-traumatic stress. It was dealing, how do you deal with this trauma? It was a lot about trauma. However, what happened, they doubled down way too much in the aimlessness that you're talking about. Became even worse. Like the direction in his whole multiverse saga was like, oh, you have a couple of things with that. Like, where are we going? And they just they never had that direction. So in the idea of the X-Men, like that, they're gonna hold that close to the chest because that's gonna be their bread and butter. It's like, this is what we're building post Secret Wars around.
And if you screw that up, that really hurts. Like if you mess with the X-Men out of the gate.
Are we thinking solo movies in addition to team ups, or are they going to do the Fox thing and only do team ups except for Wolverine?
They got to hit it right out of the gate. I think they're going to hit a team up first. They're going to hit the team first, and then they'll see who exactly tracks.
Before. Yeah. Don't do ones of everybody.
That's fine. That's perfectly fine. Yes.
It's probably going to be a team or multiple teams.
I don't want to see Wolverine in that first
Hugh Jackman being Wolverine, by the way.
You may see Wolverine, but sooner than later, but not necessarily.
Then Travis.
Yeah, his own entity.
Yeah.
Travis, you think you think until you're 90 is a real thing?
I think with the last few years of how many blunders they've had, if there's execs in a room, and it doesn't matter if it's Kevin Feige, if it's like, here's the money signs without Jackman, here's money signs with Jackman, the way they are, just all companies right now with sequels and remakes. I've always pitched you can easily just do the Laura Kinney thing.
How many times have we argued that it's not the right thing to make the decisions based on money?
Yeah, if that were the case,
doesn't matter. That's what they're doing, Ben. Right? Like that's what they're going to do.
If that were truly the case, Christian Bale would have came back to play Batman a fourth time.
That's because he didn't want to come back.
Yeah, and Jackman wants to come back.
Hugh Jackman, we guys got to remember.
Here's the thing: at some point, Hugh Jackman is going to be like. At some point, Hugh Jackman is probably going to be like, "I'm done.
I can't take any more."
Yeah, I'm just saying what Ben said is like
more PEDs.
I think Ben, you're kind of like after Secret Wars, goodbye, right? Jackman out here. I'm saying the possibility it's not that.
I think most of these characters after Secret Wars are gone. I think what Secret Wars and what this is to do is it's a goodbye. It's going to be really cool because a lot of these a lot of success that the MCU got off to that fast start with was based on the brand name that Marvel was from 2000 up until that point. And you're going to get to say goodbye to all these characters, but I do not think there's going to be a carryover. I think they're going to, this is their opportunity to not make that mistake. When it's time to put their Wolverine, they're going to get a Wolverine that fits the stories that they're telling from that point on, and with all of these characters.
The baggage is gone.
Well, I will say though, to pursuant to what Chris was, because Chris, like you were saying, the aimlessness got worse in Phase 4. Well, the thing is, the suits looked at Phase 4, particularly 2022, and they saw $2.7 billion between Multiverse of Madness, Thor: Love and Thunder, and Wakanda Forever. So that's what you're fighting against. You're fighting against the executives that are doing everything based on dollar signs.
Running the show too? Chapek was the top executive at that time, right? Or am I wrong? Wasn't he the one that was in Sony?
He took
But
over.
you might have a different philosophy this time because he did volume. He was a volume guy and a money guy. Whereas I think now that there are different people back at the captain's chair, I think when they're at their best is when they don't flinch and they tell their stories. They don't, to see the difference between Marvel and DC at the height of whatever their juncture was, is they didn't sit around with the poker hats on and saying, how much money can we make if we do this? They knew what they had, they did this, and then they knew the money was coming. So I think that's where they're back at now, but I don't think they're going to hinder on too much of anything. They've built the brand name up enough now to where there's a time when it's time for a new Iron Man, they'll have faith in how they do it. When it's time for a new Wolverine, I think it's going to be years down the line though before we see the
I think Jackman coming back as Wolverine hurt the Wolverine name. Because
I don't know.
Because Logan was such a perfect way to end the story. And him coming back kind of dismissed, like I get it. I get it. I know that we're gonna get into the whole but this movie wasn't a different multiverse, or et cetera, et cetera. But still, like in the court of public opinion, okay, this is this is Wolverine, and nobody else can play him. And I think him coming back did that for that character.
Not Wolverine. That's what's.
It also reset the timeline a little bit as far as 2017 happens. You say goodbye, and it was almost the perfect amount of time of we're getting close, like 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, and more accepting when someone gets in. But now, if general audience wants the Hugh Jackman, it's like, well, he just came back and he was fine playing Wolverine, so why wouldn't he play Wolverine again, right? You almost have that idea,
again.
It's like that mom and dad that break up and get back together like over and over, and I'm done. It's like, well, no, I'm back.
They could come back.
Secret Wars kind of resets that over, unless you like rip them to shred. But even then, it doesn't matter, right? Logan was that's it, it's done, and that's why it's like I agree with you, William. But at the same point, when we're talking about comic book movies, when it's like we're starting over and no one's coming back, it's like, well, how many shit times have we said that with comic books, animated shows, TV shows?
There's a whole thing called Death of Wolverine, and guess what happened? He came back.
Yeah, and even Downey said, he's like, I'm not going to do it. It would just like, he said the same thing. It would like hurt my run at Marvel. He did this whole thing on Joe Rogan about, I think about it, but just it would be kind of cheap if I were to do that. And then he wins an Oscar and he's on stage.
He came back as somebody else, though.
This is an opportunity, though. The nature of the story, the nature of Secret Wars, is different than what you've had in different other junctures of territory.
The X factor, I feel like, with all of this is the industry itself, because that's what you keep hearing about. The industry is hurting. How do we get people back in theaters? How do we do this? How do we do that? And I can hear the suits saying.
Well, the thing is that how that's gonna help movie theaters when you have
I'm not saying it's a good idea. I'm just saying I can hear them.
They're not a new horse, not a dead horse.
Gotcha.
And also, when William's talking about the people in the chair, don't forget Iger's on his way out. So you're gonna have another people in the chair, and who knows how that's gonna go, right? Maybe they're great.
Okay. I hear what you all are saying, but here's the thing, though. It's not. I think the people that they're being assembled have enough faith in what they have going forward that they're not holding on to the USS Minnow with a death grip. I think that if they see a new ship and a new yacht and they build a new yacht, they're going to let go of Gilligan, the skipper, and Marianne, and then they're going to swim over to the new yacht.
I mean,
I need you to do another analogy. Can we give you it?
Thank you,
then
Chris.
you go down that path.
Thank you, Chris.
Titanic.
Once he said that,
whatever. I mean, but I don't think there's a lack of faith in what they got coming to the point.
I got the analogy. I think we all got the analogy. You made us all feel old with that damn analogy.
They know. People won't forgive me. And listen, I said goodbye to Hugh as Wolverine. in Logan.
And Mary.
Anyway, sorry, Conan, you've been wanting to say something. Say it.
Everyone keeps talking over him.
It's all right. To me, the thing is that I said goodbye to Hugh in Logan. I said goodbye there. And I always thought
we all did. Yeah.
If I was ever to see him one more time or see him again, it'd be in Secret Wars because he's still here, Toby's still here, and that's a generational thing that I'm not saying this tops Infinity War Endgame, but that's just a generational thing of like after all these years of rights and lawyers and different studios, these actors who for a generation were these characters finally get to meet and not even like talk to each other, but just something as simple as a salute, an acknowledgement of like, okay, it's our time, our last hurrah on the stage,
passing the torch,
and then pass the torch, which is very comic booky, which is very like Star Trek-y, and they know like, okay, onwards we can't drop the ball with the X-Men because we've seen what Experience did with the first 20 years of the Fox movies, and it's just like don't even go for the quick eye candy. Like I'm not.
Those movies are great. What? Those movies were successful though. What?
No, they were successful, but like to stay more close to the characters in the books and not just put Wolverine as the lead.
I got you.
Also, I will say, just out of pure emotion, at the end of Deadpool and Wolverine, when they had that behind the scenes reel,
yes, thank you,
at the end of Deadpool and Wolverine, that did feel like a
goodbye.
That was
a goodbye to the Fox era.
Was a goodbye to Fox.
They're bringing them all back.
I agree with that.
I know, but still, but once again, I'm acknowledging my own subjective emotional experience of this stupid song from the 90s that it's like, this is high school to me, high school, college. When I'm college, technically, when I'm watching these movies, because my freshman year of college was the first X-Men movie.
It's the worst for me.
And but for me, but there was that. Oh my God! Look, it's the Daredevil clip, and and it was footage I'd seen from watching the special features on the DVDs, and so I know what you're saying because it's like, but I've kind of already said goodbye. I guess I'm just going to say goodbye.
Think of it this way, Scott.
Again?
For real. Think of it this way, Scott. Think of it this way. Think of it less of as a goodbye and more of a thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Aloha. I like that, Phil.
I do like that.
Yeah.
That's
good. Well, see, this is what's interesting about. Okay, so we could just blame Ryan Reynolds because
everyone else is these days, so why not?
Yeah, no, because I mean, the fact of the matter is like Logan was set, and it was going to be the send off for also Patrick Stewart, which was also we mustn't forget that Patrick Stewart was going to be his Xavier send off as well.
Yeah.
And
he showed up also in Multiverse of Madness.
Yeah, that felt fun.
I mean, but he was like, well, fucking, I don't know, but it's like. When you look at Deadpool came out in 2016 and Logan was already well into, and Hugh Jackman has even said that when he watched Deadpool, he went, fuck. Like he went, God damn it. We need to like this whole collaboration does need to happen. And it finally happened. So it was like one of those things where it was like, blaming Ryan Reynolds in a good way because the leak footage that caused Deadpool to be made,
that was
just kind of like made this whole thing where because when Logan was written and produced and made, there was no Deadpool, at least when it came to like, at least, to starting that thing and getting it filmed. And then of course, when, then all of a sudden, well, I don't know the timeline with things, but I'm just saying like Logan was already set and ready to be that last Hugh Jackman movie. And then Deadpool was became a thing. Go ahead.
If I may, the timeline is very clear to me. It was in 2012 that they did the test footage, and it was sometime after that, I think in 2013 or 14, that the footage leaked. And then
it was 2013.
It was sometime after the Wolverine, because after the Wolverine did what it did at the box office, which is not a slight at the film, it actually did well to warrant Logan being made. That was the movie that James Mangold came on for Fox after Aronofsky left, and he took over the Wolverine. And then him and Hugh Jackman, one other person, they all sat down and they fucking cracked the story for Logan. All the while,
Yeah.
Thank you, Michael Green. All the while, Ryan Reynolds was gearing up to finally get Deadpool made because of the test footage. So Deadpool gets made, and then Hugh Jackman watched it, and he's like, "Motherfucker," because they're making Logan by this point, and Logan is the send because Logan literally comes out a year and a month after Deadpool.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So that is literally why Deadpool 2 opens up. Well, that's why Wolverine had to go and fucking die on us. That's why the joke is running through that whole fucking movie, because Ryan Reynolds and Hugh Jackman wanted to work together. And then after Deadpool 2, Fox gets bought by Disney. Everything gets kind of like, well, let's just see what fucking happens, what happens. And
Down the line.
Ryan Reynolds is like...
I would also add to
Sure.
Dave's point about Patrick Stewart. I feel like the multiverse of madness thing, you can blame that on Picard, because when he
got
started
a Renaissance kind of thing.
Yeah, he agreed to come back for that. He did 3 seasons of that show. It was right around the same time, so he was
And
in
it
that.
blew up. Everybody was like,
right.
Yeah.
Kevin
Yes.
Feige
And-
being Kevin Feige, like, well, if I have the X-Men, I have access to it. If he says yes.
And then also, you got to think about
Why not?
Jackman was also going through his divorce, and I'm sure a little extra cash flow. wasn't going
100%,
to-
Scott. I'm glad you said it, because that's
Well-
the same thing that I thought.
They
too.
even
Like,
made that joke
the
in
timing
there.
was pretty
Think
suspicious.
about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, think about that.
Well, the divorce joke is in the movie, but then also when we find out why the divorce happens, and you go, "Oh, yeah, you're going to be." I'm not sure how the rules go, but you're at fault here. So,
And also, just like even from like the salacious standpoint, he is single and his kids are all grown up, so it's not the thing of, oh, do I need to go to the set for 6 months and not see my family? It's like he at that time a semi-single guy, obviously, like what Scott said, but still not married, and all his kids are college pass. So it's like, what am I doing? I'll be Wolverine again. Like why not? Like why? Like it's where other reasons sometimes people say I don't want to be away from home for 8 months. So.
And can I add that he hasn't been officially announced that he's in Doomsday. My guess is they're gonna hold him off for Secret Wars, but the notion that James Marsden might have his moment in the sun as
Fuck yeah.
because people now be like,
poor guy.
Yeah, which again, I'm
either he has a moment in the sun, or that's the running joke.
Yeah,
I want that so bad, and then
too.
I think about how Famke Jensen has been so candid about fuck Marvel.
Yeah.
Like how fucking amazing they did him on the animated on X-Men 97.
That's what I'm saying. That
So
I
they
don't want him
need
to
to
be yo.
make him the badass that he is in the comics.
I don't just do the cartoon. Do it with me. I want a shot of that. Again, I can see it in the trailer. They don't want to show the whole team, but they just show his visor just light up, and it's like, oh shit, okay, cool, that's happening.
I think the X-Men in this movie are going to function a lot like how the Guardians of the Galaxy function in Infinity War.
Which I'm okay with. I'm very much okay with that.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. Yeah.
Functionally, I mean, because obviously, the tagline that we know of right now is, the Fantastic Four, Wakanda, the Avengers, the new Avengers, they're all coming together to fight Doom.
Yeah,
blah, 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 blah,
they're
blah.
also going to have their inner,
Exactly.
inner core morals kind of thing, where oh, we don't like you, we don't like you.
Yeah.
Who are you? Fuck you.
What version of Wakanda is going to show up in this film?
Sorry, what was
Are
that?
we gonna get T'Challa? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, we're gonna get. Yeah,
we're gonna get a recasting of.
Perfect time to do it.
Ben, you've heard about the recent.
Yeah, I heard
buzz
about him
that
getting
too,
cast.
Junior?
Yeah, but is it T'Challa or is he?
I've got a bold
no,
prediction.
who are we talking about?
Chris might appreciate this.
Oh, what's his name? He was in
You're thinking
from F1?
Damson
F1, yeah.
Damson Idris,
Damson
right?
Idris. I don't think there's anything. I don't think anything's been necessarily because he was in. They did that Vogue, that Vogue shoot a couple weeks ago, and there was that Wakanda procession, and Denai Guerrera was Okoye again, but
Angela.
it was
That's
Tiana.
really part of behind the scene or some type of some type of trailer honoring the T'Challa or
Damson Idris.
Chadwick.
Yeah, so that's the speculation, and when he showed up at the photo shoot, he was there with Angela Bassett and Denai Guerrera and everybody. That was everybody just stoking the fire. Okay, is it him? Is he the next T'Challa?
He is.
I mean,
You know what?
Ryan
After
Coogler-
F1, I could see it.
He'd be
I could see it.
perfect.
Coogler is working on that movie, and Nate Moore has said that not only that, Nate Moore's last movie, if I'm not mistaken, with Marvel Studios, is Black Panther 3. I think it was either Captain America or Black Panther 3 is the last movie that Nate Moore is officially an EP on for Marvel Studios for his time there. But more importantly, I think because Marvel Studios has a movie dated, I think, in February of 27 before Secret Wars, I think that movie is probably Black Panther 3.
Well,
Interesting.
27, February 27.
If I'm not mistaken, I believe they have a movie dated for February in 2027. Last I checked, they have an untitled film.
It's already almost 2026, and we haven't heard anything. I don't know about that.
Well, but the assembly line, man, they run under the
They do
radar.
have a machine,
And this is Ryan Coogler.
No, the Marvel machine.
That too.
Yeah. Oh no, Coogler could do it. Coogler can absolutely do it. But yeah, so.
In Coogler, we trust. But I know some of you guys got to take off. We got Chris, we got Scott, and Ben that are going to drop off right now, and anybody else who needs to. But yeah, you guys, let's go. Let's talk about, okay, first we'll go with Mr. Balga, my team leader of last week. That other guy, I don't know, you know.
I wasn't part of that team, but I don't know what you're talking about.
As always, gents, great time had by all. Thank you as always. And but yeah, you can check me every Thursday night on the Geekverse Podcast YouTube channel for Marvel Alliance at 9:10 Eastern Standard Time. This week, David and I dug at the barrels of rumors talking about variants of Doom, possibly. Werewolf by Night sequel in the works, and Oscar Isaac basically saying middle finger to Disney, fix your ways.
I love that.
Until he needs to buy another house, as he said. So
Exactly, yeah.
but yeah, you can follow me on all the socials at Chris Balga, and as always, gentlemen, peace out and have a great weekend.
Talking to Chris.
Later, guys.
Good night.
Bye, Chris. Bye. All right, Ben.
Oh, it's me.
Yeah.
Shit.
Scott always goes last. What are you talking about? Come on.
Hey, thank you for inviting me as usual. I wanted to apologize because the last time I wasn't behind the scenes and
Yeah, and then you would like ducked out.
yeah, because my wife was like, "It's Friday, we have a movie to watch." Like, what the fuck?
But you made it this time. I was like, "Oh shit, Ben's behind the stage. I better get him in before his wife gets."
Yeah, because she used I was supposed to watch Frankenstein tonight, and we watched a new series on Apple. I forgot the name of it.
Is it the Vince Gilligan one? Pluribus.
Yeah, yes, with the
Reese Seahorn.
Yes, correct. It's so good. It's so good.
I gotta watch.
It's so weird and so fucking good. My wife hates it because she hates her. But
well, she is the most miserable person on the planet, so you know it works out.
I know, right? So she like, she was like, "We gotta watch Frankenstein." Like, we'll get to that. So I'm glad she didn't show up tonight. But thank you for having me. This was fun. You can catch me on Real Anarchy, making a fool of myself, either on YouTube or the Twitter handle.
With your Cat Grant videos.
Yeah, fuck, you guys are not gonna let that shit go.
You're also on TikTok. You got the TikTok stuff going on.
Oh, I got the TikTok thing going too. Fuck TikTok, man. TikTok is so fucking weird.
It is, but yeah,
it's like the child who calls you once in a while. That's right. That's right.
Shit. Damn.
Yeah. Well, I have grown-up kids. That's how they are. But yeah, thank you for having me. You can follow me on all social media platforms. Till next time, guys. Thank you for
See you, Ben.
Take it easy, man. Take care, Ben.
All right, later. And fucking Ray, next time is that your final answer? I mean, that's all you had to say.
All right.
You could have just say that. So
is Cat Grant your final answer?
Yeah, thank you.
Caleb's over.
Bye, guys.
All right, take it easy. All right, Scott.
Well, of course, you can follow me on X at ScottDC27, on Vero at Scott McClellan, and Letterbox at Scott McClellan at ScottDC27. I mean, best place to check out all the movies I'm watching, considering that I did, this past week, I did Predator, Christie, Die My Love, Frankenstein, Then I did Running Man. I'm going to do Sarah's Oil. I got the Wicked double feature coming up, and I got Rental Family. So if you want to follow all my reviews, check me out over there. Plus, make sure that you're tuning in every Wednesday night at our new time at 9 p.m. Central, 7 p.m. Pacific for the DC Fanimated stream, which, by the way, if you missed the announcement on Wednesday, for the next 2 weeks after this long run of Batman Beyond, we're returning to Metropolis for the 2-part series finale of Superman the Animated Series. So make sure that you tune in to watch Legacy Part 1, because we're going to wrap up finally Superman the Animated Series.
Should be fun.
Nice.
All right.
All right.
All right.
Scott,
Bye, guys.
enjoy your
Good seeing you again, man. Take care.
You too. Bye, guys.
See you later. And Travis, you need to take off.
I didn't want to cut him off because you wanted.
I know.
But
You kind of you chimed in late.
I was late. Yeah,
so I was like, I don't want to break the vibe. You know?
Yeah, no, of course not.
You're in.
No, I got it. It's a Star Wars PJs. It's not onesie. I got pants, but yeah, we got.
Days on Monday, man.
Thank you, Phil, for like. I've been wanting to like comment about his PJs.
I can see Leia now. I didn't notice.
Here. I'm bold enough to ask.
Yeah, we got every year we get like here we go.
Like, there you go.
So every year we create Christmas PJs, and it just piles up. So now,
why don't you have the all-time best character of Kylo Ren on there, huh?
They don't make much of the sequel trilogy stuff. I got the helmet right here, but like I want to, but
yeah, because that's actual Yoda wearing a Santa hat. That's not babe. That's the baby.
No,
Yoda.
that's not Grogu.
No, that's not Grogu. Thank you. His name is Grogu for crying out.
But yeah, no, I gotta get out of here.
Can't call him Baby Yoga anymore. Yoga.
Yeah. But no, me and the boys, we're going into the woods tomorrow, filming our 3rd movie. So we're gonna get lost up there and have some fun. So
enjoy, man.
Yeah,
nice.
So I gotta wake up early, and because we're going to a spot where people eventually come to, so we gotta beat them before they get there, and hopefully no park rangers because we don't have a permit for any of this stuff. But that's okay.
You heard it here first, folks.
Yeah, but you gotta find out which park I'm in first.
Yeah, exactly. Hey.
Yeah, exactly.
My show is based in the United States. I don't.
Exactly.
I was gonna say that we no jurisdiction.
No jurisdiction in Canada, where it's a whole other country.
Why'd you have to say it? You could have not said it at all, and Travis would have been fine. Good job, Dave.
Oh,
that's
yeah.
True. That's true.
For our first film, we had to go.
Trump's gonna be like, we're gonna get him.
Yeah, those filthy Canadians. No, but for our first film, we had to go back to a place where the fires happened, and there was a sign like, if you enter in here and we catch you, it's like a $5,000 fine. Taylor was scared that whole day. He was every time, and there was tons of other people just walking. They didn't care, but he's like, oh, what if they're gonna call on us? I'm like, if they find us, I will pay the fine. Don't you worry. But he was the most scared I've ever seen that man about getting a $5,000 fine. But yeah, no, this is fun. Great to be back and great to talk and just random stuff. And yeah, Travis B. Snell talking all this stuff with the guys over there, just movies, TVs, stuff like that. So I hope you guys have a good weekend.
All right, thanks.
Best
Travis.
of luck tomorrow.
Good luck,
Travis.
Good luck tomorrow.
Fire rises.
Good, man. All
Okay,
right.
Ray. Been meaning to tell you, but I've been getting talked over for the last 2 hours.
I know. It's been a full.
It's
panel.
all good. No, it's all good. Did you see that fucking Francis Daly and Goldstein are doing a fucking Star Trek
Yeah.
Okay. All right, here we go.
Okay. Yes. Good.
All right,
Yeah, I'm curious. I'm very curious to hear your thoughts.
I actually was like, you know what?
I'm
You know,
curious.
thank you, Phil. Thank you, Phil, for bringing this up because I saw that today and I went, oh, I fucking hope Ray shows up because I want to get his opinion about this.
I was later signing on to this tonight because I recorded a Patreon Friday flight about it. I talked about this and I talked about the Brainiac thing, and I really kind of treat them in the same vibe. But here's the thing: there's two things with the Star Trek thing. First of all, we've been down this road before for the last 9 years about 100%. Like, will they make this? S.J. Clarkson, Noah Hawley at one point was attached to it. Tarantino was going to make one that was going to be rated R. We've been down this road multiple times since Beyond on, hey, they're going to do another Star Trek movie, and it just has not happened. Now, to be somewhat fair, that's also when the whole remerger stuff was happening as well, because when Discovery first started, they hadn't remarried it yet. Like, the rights were still separated. It was CBS All Access. And then when Viacom came back together with CBS and formed like Paramount Global, which is what it is now, that's when Paramount Plus came into the fray. So it's like, okay, now you have movie and TV rights together again. So it's like, all right, you've been trying to get this movie off the ground for 9 years. But to me, it's weird because it's like the reverse of Star Wars, because Star Wars is primarily a film franchise. and up until the Disney Plus era was exclusively really a film franchise until and now in the last 6 years we've had Mando, we've had Ahsoka, we've had Andor, of course, Obi-Wan, Book of Boba Fett, all that, right? So you've got fans that are like, frustrated that we haven't had a movie in a long time because for the first 30, 40 years it was all we had was movies. It's a big screen franchise. Star Trek is the exact reverse. That's a small screen franchise first, a television franchise. 90% of Star Trek as a franchise is TV, whether it's network or whether it's streaming. So to me, I'm not that desperate. I've never been that desperate for another movie. I'll see it, but it's never been like, I don't really think, at least for me as a Trekkie, it's not like a top priority. But the thing that really kind of bugs me about this a little bit is this whole, like, it's going to be unconnected to any prior Trek project, to which I say, okay, when I hear that, and I was talking to somebody on Threads about this earlier, it sounds like you're talking another timeline.
Yeah.
And if you're going to do that, why don't you just make the fourth Kelvin timeline movie in the first place instead of taking us in a whole? Because my whole thing was, and I talked about this last week, I said, because there was a story came out last week that Skydance they said, we're done with the Kelvin timeline. We're not making another Kelvin timeline movie.
Right.
And I'm good with that because the Kelvin timeline literally only existed for legal reasons because Viacom Paramount did not have the rights to connect any of those three movies to the TV show. They couldn't connect it to any of the prime timeline. They had to make a whole new timeline for legal reasons. Okay, cool. You don't have that impediment anymore. And you've literally spent the last 7-8 years branching out, building out more of the prime timeline with Discovery, with Strange New Worlds, with Lower Decks, with Picard. And you've got a new show coming out, Starfleet Academy, in January. And then you've got season 5 of Strange New Worlds, the final season that just started filming up in Canada again. So for you to have that going, and then you got these guys coming in and saying, well, this is going to be completely unconnected to the prior Trek projects. It's like, why are you doing a new universe when you've got the prime timeline here unabated that you could? So I don't see the point in doing this if it's not going to be connected at least to the prime timeline. And that's before getting into the worry. And yes, it is a worry about the game night guys doing a Star Trek movie.
Yeah, but the headline I saw was like the guys who did Dungeons and Dragons, and I went, a lot of people love that movie because it is actually a really good movie.
It's also a Paramount movie. It's on Paramount.
Yeah. But you bring up a good point, Ray. In even though that I don't even like I'm not like big in the Star Trek world. It almost, like, when I read that, like, at first when I saw it, I was like, oh, okay. And then I was like, I'm wondering if it's going to be, this, that, and this. I even tweeted out because I did that stupid thing where I read the headline before I opened it up and I went, oh shit, nope, delete my tweet. I'm like, no, this is not going to be connected. But then I even thought, how do you not even kind of connect a little bit? And I'm like, is this like journalism going like, oh yeah, let's put that in there?
I hope so.
Yeah, and because there's no way you can't connect a little bit
in some regard.
It could be a time jump too. It could be a time jump to the point where it's like Next Generation.
But it would
William, a time jump is fine. Just keep it in that timeline.
That's what I mean. We may be understanding what they're saying.
They may be mischaracterizing the use of the word.
I hope so. I really hope so, because
basically it's not a spin-off of something that's currently existing.
Right. I don't know that anyone who's handling Star Trek would let these two come in and just be like, oh yeah, you guys can make a fucking movie willy-nilly and do whatever. I don't think that would be the case.
I hope not.
I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, we can argue. I guess we can have a discussion rather about what Paramount's biggest IP is. I think it is Star Trek.
Truthfully, I would be inclined to agree. I mean, I'm sure someone would probably try the gall and say Transformers, to which I would say no. Star Trek's been around.
Somebody might also try Ninja Turtles. They might also say that.
Probably the big franchise, but
I think those two, TMNT and Transformers, they fight for number 2 while Star Trek sits above in space.
No, I would agree. I would completely agree.
That's a distant number 2.
Number 1,
easily distant number 2.
Yeah.
And the fact that like this article got released and like I said, and people are going to read the headline and be like, oh fuck. And I did, when I saw it real quick, I was like, oh shit, let me read what they said. There's no way that you cannot connect certain things. You know, there's just no way, in my opinion.
Well, there's no need. There's no need
to do that. Yeah,
because again, and I love the Kelvin timeline movies, and the Kelvin timeline movies do precisely what William likes that franchises do. When you reinvent something and you use it as a vehicle to bring in new fans, the Kelvin timeline brought in new fans. It did. Most certainly it did. There's no question about it. I one of my listeners who now has the record for writing longest email responses on my show, because he recaps Star Trek. He's going through like he's on TNG season 7 and DS9 season 2, and he's going in order of air date. So he's doing 3 at a time, and he also added for good measure TOS. He's 2 episodes into TOS as well. And he writes these incredibly detailed reviews. It's amazing. It's awesome. But like, he came into it through the Kelvin timeline. So it's funny. He asked questions about TOS, and he's like, my frame of reference is the Kelvin timeline. Is this true about this character, about that character? And I'm like, yes, actually, because I have to remind him that the Kelvin timeline, because he doesn't know, the Kelvin timeline was like accelerated early Kirk, whereas TOS, he's in his 30s. He's been in charge of the Enterprise for a minute. He's been captain for so he's in different points in his life, even between the Kelvin timeline and the original series starting in that regard, right? But that's the thing. It did what it did in terms of bringing in new fans, because that was all that Paramount had the rights to be able to do for movies. Okay, because there was nothing happening on TV. The Enterprise was the last thing at that time, and it was dead for a good while. And then on the strength of the
made sure that
say what.
Old Trek fan made sure Enterprise died.
Yeah. Well, William, I still need to dive further into Enterprise, because it's one of the 2 Star Trek series I have not watched in their entirety. The other one being Prodigy. But on the back of the Kelvin timeline succeeding, that's where CBS got the gall, the wherewithal to do Discovery and set it 10 years before the original series, and do some more ground and finally bring the TOS era into today's visual effects with Pixelmondo and all that. So now you're talking about doing the TV shows with the same graphic quality as the Kelvin timeline movies. I mean, we're talking vastly ahead of anything that was done in the 90s or early 2000s, right? So they do that, and then the remarry happens, and now there's no impediment. I understand, like, beyond that, there's also the death of Anton Yelchin. That was going to make it difficult for that cast and crew to come back anyway. JJ said he didn't want to recast Chekhov, and I get why. I totally understand that. So that was already a tragic situation for them as well. But now it's even further. As much as I love that cast and crew, it's even further not necessary, because not only do you have access to the prime timeline, you've been fleshing out more of the prime timeline for the last 7 years. Yeah. And so to me, if you do anything cinematically, because we're talking about, this is the theatrical movie. This isn't like Section 31 that they're talking about. They're talking about doing a theatrical Star Trek film. There's no logistical reason not to connect it to the prime timeline. No, it should be a prime timeline film. It does not have to be the Enterprise. It doesn't have to be Kirk, or it doesn't have to be Picard or anything like that. Just it must be in the prime timeline.
Yes. You know what's kind of crazy is like the headline that I read from that. It's so funny, because what did they use when it came to these 2 individuals to say what they wrote before? Dungeons and Dragons, what is it called? The subtitle, something Thieves, whatever the hell.
Honor Among Thieves.
Honor Among Thieves. Yeah.
Who is the star of that?
Oh, Chris Pine.
Chris Pine.
Chris Pine. Yep. And so then immediately you go, oh, they're going to be helming the, that was my initial thought. It was like, oh, if these guys are on board, they're going to be doing like
when IGN picked up the story, they used the image of Pine's Kirk and Quinto Spock.
Yeah, see, I mean, like, it's so funny, like these tactics that some of these, like these, but at the same time, then you open up the article and then go, oh, it's not going to be connected, and like, you just kind of go like, oh, okay. So then, like, people read the headline and be like, oh, and they'll pass around like, oh, they're finally going to freaking do like another sequel to, because these guys wrote this movie that was starring the Captain Kirk, who played Captain Kirk in these movies, and it's like, it's so misleading, it's so weird.
It's very misleading. Yeah,
it's extremely misleading, and
Yeah.
I think it's, you know, kind of a little bit pursuant to what I was talking about earlier about how it's just kind of a dead period for like nothing is really happening in that regard, like news wise in Hollywood. But my ultimate stance, first and foremost, is let's see if this movie even happens. Because like I said, we've been down this road before in the last 9 years.
We're talking about the duo that was at one point attached to the Flash. So
I brought that up in the Patreon episode.
Mind, right?
They were the third set of direct, because first it was Graham Smith, then it was Famuyiwa, then it was them, and finally Muschietti at the end of it, right? So let's see if the movie gets made first and foremost, and then from that point, please connect it to the Prime timeline, because I see no reason to put it. We don't need to do multiverse with Star Trek. It's not necessary.
There's no way that it just doesn't.
Nah, and you want to be able to monetize your direct legacy. So there's no business reason to not make it. I just think there was it was I think there's a misunderstanding here, because they're trying to make a story out of not a lot of information.
Yeah.
So I think that's what.
Yeah, because there were no direct quotes in the story at all. It wasn't like Ellison or anybody said that they were doing this. This just came from their sources in that regard, and that's fine. I'm not against the movie existing. It's really imperative to me.
Like wait and see until something as actually tangible to make a judgment off of. You know,
totally. Yeah, absolutely, for sure. But no, I'm not against the movie. I mean, you want to, because obviously, I mean the Kelvin timeline aside, you know, and the Kelvin timeline, like that's setting the stage for like the box office expectation. It raised the box office expectations for a Star Trek movie, because Star Trek before the Kelvin timeline was never a summer franchise. Almost like I think maybe one or two. Exactly. Thanksgiving, winter, late fall, winter franchise. I think maybe only Wrath of Khan and maybe one other movie in the original 10 came out during the summer. All the rest of them were November, December.
And Star Trek 5, I think, is the only one that came out in 1989 during the summer. Everything else, First Contact was December. I believe Wrath of Khan was November.
So was Generations was. Yep.
Generations was November. So yeah, I think there's only been one or two of them that have ever done it that way. But it's primarily, all the success of Star Trek movies, like you said, are built on the legs of Star Trek TV series.
Yes,
it's just the story is told better in an episodic format. It's just you just get more out of it. So if this movie never happens, I'm okay. If it happens, I'm okay. As long as I get a proper ending, and I'm guaranteed to get a proper ending in Strange New Worlds, and see how they're gonna undo or are going to work themselves around the fact that once Pike knows what happens to him, you have to account for how he ends up in that chair again, or how he doesn't. Are you going to change that, or are you going to keep that? Is Q going to come along and have it so that everything that we know happens, and then he whisks him away to some other?
I think they set the. I think I refer back to the Khan episode in season 2, where they they threw out the idea of time changing, going forward and backward. The idea because now, because of what happened with that whole thing with La'an and Kirk, and from the other reality, now the Khan timeline is changed. It's no longer 1996. It's like further ahead in the 2000s when that occurs, but everything else still happens. But now it's the future of that has changed from what we knew of it historically. So I feel like
technically you have an alternate timeline. You do realize that, right?
Yeah,
we're dealing with. It's an alternate timeline.
I mean, truthfully, if we really want to take the headcanon far, who knows what timeline we're on with Star Trek based off of all the times they've broken the temporal prime directive.
Oh, well, they've done it so many times. Yesterday's Enterprise is a prime example of
Yesterday's Enterprise. I mean, truthfully, I remember the scene in Voyage Home where they're trying to negotiate the plexiglass from the one guy, and he decides to give him the transparent aluminum formula, and McCoy literally says, "You realize, of course, if we give him the formula, we're altering the future." And Scotty just says, "Why? How do we know he didn't invent the thing?" It's like, okay, you're making a really bold assumption that the dude you're trying to get this plexiglass from invented transparent aluminum, and you're just going to give him the formula for it. So there's no telling how many different timelines we've jumped based on.
That's
what
why I want the what's the guy that David Cronenberg played, Daniels.
Oh, Daniels.
I want him to come back and explain everything to me.
See, and that was a crazy reveal to reveal that he was actually Daniels, like
That
older
was kinda
Daniels.
cool, though.
That was cool.
That was kind of cool because I really think Enterprise. I want to see Bakula come back and tell a proper ending, even if I don't need another episode of Star Trek Enterprise. I need a proper ending to that show because they really fucked that show up, and they did so at the behest of old Trek fan who basically is like dead weight these days. That's everybody ran. They're one of the main reasons why you didn't get a lot of Trek because nobody wanted to deal with that. It was like, oh yeah, Star Trek, that sounds cool. Until you see old Trek fan with the Roddenberry Bible, and you're like, I can't deal with this guy right now. We'll wait a couple more years.
Yeah, and they reared their ugly heads with Discovery. That's for damn sure, among other things. But yeah, I'm with you though. If the movie never happens, I'm okay. If it does happen, I'll just please connect it to the shows, and I'm good. We'll see.
Just seems like
I think that they should do while we still have these actors at this age. They really should do the Captain 7, the Enterprise G. They really need to do that.
Yeah, we did talk about that before on here. Star Trek Legacy, and a lot of response to today's article that I saw in Threads was saying that like we don't necessarily want people saying we don't want this movie. Another variant of who asked for this, Phil. But the replacement is there has been an outcry. There has been a call for Star Trek Legacy.
The problem is when you give Star Trek fans sometimes some things that they don't ask for, you end up with the history that they've had. They got to really be careful with the next steps because they had that thought. I know it wasn't planned that Picard season 3 was received as well as like it was, but it happened. And you really need to make an adjustment to get that out there before these people are in their 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s, and we got to will them on to the.
And the thing is, I don't think Legacy. I think they would be making like sporadic. If they let's say they did Legacy hypothetically, I think it would center around Jerry Ryan, Michelle Hurd, and Ed Spilliers.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah. And Q needs to be there.
Yes, absolutely. And you know what? You might also see Mika Burton and the other actress. I forget.
Oh, definitely her, the ensign. Yeah.
Yeah, you'd see Geordie's daughters there for sure. But I think that's what it would be. It would be like it would primarily focus on them. But no, you're right. John Delancey has to be there for sure.
People want that. That's you make your retail life easy when your customer is saying, "I want this."
That's literally how Strange New Worlds came to be, because that was a situation where halfway through season 2 of Discovery, you had fans that started like, okay, I like Anson Mounts Pike and I like Ethan Peck Spock. Why don't we continue, especially since they showed us the Enterprise? They're like, okay, you're bringing us the Enterprise anyway. Why don't you just continue with a spinoff of them? And sure enough, that's exactly what they did. That was a case where they listened to the fans and it worked perfectly as far as I'm concerned. So
I mean, do it now. I know Metalis is a little bit busy, but he can still do something with it. Or you really don't. I mean, you have the bones there for what that is, and a lot of people. That's the one thing about Star Trek is you can't get 10 Star Trek fans to agree that there are clouds in the sky on any given day. But when it came to start Picard season 3, dude, that was the most unified opinion I've had in a long time.
He is not kidding, because the thing is, like, because I remember season 1 of Picard, we were like, kind of, to use a coin of phrase, pun intended, assimilating the idea of this new crew, right? With with Michelle Hurd and Jerry Ryan, sure. And I loved the Borg stuff that she did with her and Picard. That was awesome. And then we were getting into this idea of, okay, it's a new crew. Okay. Right. But we still wanted to see the appearances from the old guard. I remember one of our favorite episodes from season 1 was the one where he went to go see Riker and Troy and Nepenthe and got like advice from them. And then when Data showed up, it's like, okay, when are we going to see Crusher? Are we going to see Worf? Right. That was always in the back of our minds. Like, how is that going to happen? And I remember when the teaser came out, because it was like, I want to say it was like it's either before season 2 premiered or it was like during season 2. The teaser came out that basically announced to everyone that season 3 was going to be, everybody was going to come back.
Old guard. Yeah.
We all lost our shit.
Yeah.
We all lost
Oh, dude,
our minds.
my dad, who's like a big, like he's a big Trekkie and he loves, Next Generation. Man, I don't know how many times that he was like, "Oh, have you watched Picard? Oh my God." He was like raving about it. He was like,
it was, and it turned out to be a super emotional season of the show.
Like he said, they did it right. They didn't do it like cheaply. Like
no,
especially season 3. Season 3 is a masterclass.
Because they I don't want to say they piecemealed it, but they structured it properly to where they didn't give everybody at once. They actually crafted a story and gave very logical reasons as to why, why is Geordi here? Oh, because he's the Commodore of the Fleet Museum, and we're going here for this. How are you going to bring back Data? Which was the trickiest thing for them to do. Bring back Data was by far the trickiest thing for them to do, especially since they killed him off after season 1. So they're like, okay, we really killed him off at Nemesis. So it's like, how is that going to happen? And they found a way very craftily. And it was weird because the way that they did it in season 3, you didn't even see it coming necessarily, because they go there for a different reason and then come to find out, oh, he's there.
Along with Kirk.
Right. Like
all that other shit.
Unbelievable. How on earth is it? So like, because like when they showed us the poster, they showed everybody there and you see Brent Spiner on the poster, you're like, okay, who is that? Is that Lore? Is that B4? Is it another Soong android?
All the above.
Right. Exactly. But even like when you first saw it, you weren't thinking it was the actual Data until you get to that point in the season. You're like, this is actually going to happen.
Data.
This is actually going to be the actual Data. And then that first time that when he walks into the Titan observation lounge, like the first time they sit at that table together again, and it's like, oh my God. The only other more emotional moment was the reveal of the Enterprise.
See, that one we did a watch, like I told you, I had grown ass man crying, and I'm looking at him, I'm like, oh, that's fine. That's fine. And I understood why. But my favorite moment of that whole thing, like I told you before, is when they changed the name of the Titan and they made it the Enterprise. That to me had more chills down my spine than the Enterprise D, which I understand, which was a cool moment. But what they did with Shaw, how Shaw starts out as a guy when slapped the shit out of him, until a guy, when he had that explanation,
Shaw,
when he sits down and explains what he went through with battle with Wolf 359. And you start to understand.
There's only one complaint I have about that, and it's not his fault. The only complaint I have about that is that I remember after that happened, there was a lot of discussion. Again, the discussion about Wolf 359 came up again, and they were talking about how damaged Shaw's character was. And I was really glad when Will Wheaton brought up Cisco, because Cisco is tied to that as well. And it felt like for a minute everybody forgot.
So it's Picard. They both had to sit in front of Picard.
Right. And what I love about it is, like, it's at two different points in Picard's life, because when Cisco confronted him, it had only been 3 years.
Yep.
It was fresh. Like he had first contact hadn't even happened yet. So when the blood drained out of his face after Cisco told him I was on the Saratoga at Wolf 359, it's in a completely different place than where he was when he found out Shaw was at Wolf 359, because at that point he's older and he's like, nope, I get it. This is it. This is my life. I can't escape this. He was more accepting of it. It wasn't as much of a shock to the system this time in that regard.
It changed Shaw's character too. Even Shaw changed. And Shaw changed from that guy because he got that off his chest. He got that off his chest, and he realized, he understood, especially what they were going through at that particular time, what the Borg were. He saw it happening all around him. He saw the simulation this time around, and I think there was a different understanding. What they did with him was my favorite progression of that season, but how they transformed these group of people into the crew of the Enterprise. They transformed that ship into the Enterprise. You basically watched a crew of the Enterprise grow before your very eyes in a way that you never had before. All the other crews of the Enterprise, you saw them episode 1, there's your basic cast, and they were your cast for the most part. This crew came together and they transformed into the crew of the Enterprise. And that's why they really got to do that show before, you know. But I don't know why. I mean, I don't know. They have to know. Every convention you go. When they held it here in Las Vegas and Paramount, those people were here. Those people were here. Also, all those people come to the Vegas convention, and you could stand anywhere at the Star Trek convention with any of the people who are contemporaries right now, and all you hear about. They call it legacy. I hate that name, but it's for better purposes.
I'm fine with it.
I'm okay with it as far as being able to name it. Everybody was asking for it, and I'm like, that's something that's an easy one.
Well, I feel like legacy works really well as a title because if you're going with this particular crew, you've got Picard's son. You've got Geordi's daughters, and then on top of that, Jerry Ryan, who in her own right is a major veteran now, right? And she came in through Voyager, but became a fan favorite character like to this point, and now she really has kind of reimagined Seven of Nine through Picard, because even the range that she had in this show is different than what she had in Voyager. And that's even a character progression for her. Like, I love the Borg stuff. Like, one of my favorite moments from season 1, where she's about to leave on a mission and she looks at Picard and she's like, when they brought you back from the collective, did you regain your humanity? And he says, yes. And she goes, all of it? And he hesitates and he says, no. But I work every day to get a little bit of it back. And she goes, damn right. And they just had that moment. And that's when the Voyager theme kicked in as well for her. And so I feel like legacy wise, I feel like legacy is a perfect title for that, because you're drawing upon
that's the one I got.
The DNA of the previous crews to form this new one. And I'm with you. They
whatever you want.
I'm with you though. They should do it. But I feel like and I hear you on very valid points as far as the Enterprise G stuff. It's just that they did such a masterful job laying breadcrumbs for the D. And then on top of that, for somebody like me who as a kid saw it destroyed at Viridian 3 in the theater, my godmother took me to see Star Trek Generations.
No survivors.
I had to deal with the death of Kirk, and I had to deal with the destruction of the Enterprise D. That was a hell of a lot for me to deal with at like age 13 or 14, right? And so the idea of she lives again, right? And just like there was that scene where Jack is like he's telling Seven about all the different ships, and then you keep hearing about this like Hangar 12. It's like, okay, what's in Hangar 12? Oh, I know what's in Hangar 12. And then Geordi's like, oh, I've got a better idea when they escape. And it just all of that, just that's what got me.
Yeah, because it was
Totally
off the network,
got
and it was
me.
explainable. But yeah, it was the same thing like that. I had grown people in here and sobbing in tears and stuff. I'm like, let me go ahead. There's something in your eye. I understand. But yeah, when it came to
Something in
seeing
your
it, somebody who's watched all these movies, I've all but one movie. The only Star Trek movie that I have not seen in the theaters was the motion pictures because I was too young. But I've Wrath of Khan, every other Star Trek movie. I've watched every episode, even Lower Decks, which is not my favorite Star Trek, but I've watched it now and I can appreciate it. But every one of those, you never saw you saw the crew progress within the situation that you first saw them in. You saw the crew, the Enterprise D, progress along that side, but you never saw them raise themselves to the level of what the Enterprise means. And I figured that whole season 3 was not just about any particular ship that bore the name Enterprise. It's about what that name means to Starfleet. And if you're going to serve on this ship, that means you are at that level as well. So
and guys, see, everything that William and I have been talking about for the last 20 minutes or so is exactly why you connect the movie to the prime timeline.
Okay,
exactly.
We got to where we
holy shit.
Oh,
That's
I love
exactly
that.
why.
I love that. I mean, that could be its own little segment right there. It's just the fact that, like, Phil,
this is how I feel when you guys talk comic lore. I'm the same way. As
no, but that's the thing is like I brought up that and I wanted Ray's input, and boy did he give it. And I'm like, fucking good. This is why we do this. This is why we have a panel, and we have different voices that have their different, expertise when it comes to knowledge of this stuff right here. I don't know. Even though my dad's a Trekkie, I don't even think he knows as much. But I know Ray knows as much. So when this news came out and, full circle. We just got a fucking whole backstory on what has been happening in the last few years. And then it got back to, this is why it should be connected, and why we probably should not even believe what is written in that article, because there's no way that you can. I mean, I immediately, when I saw the headline, I went, well, it's going to be, I was like, oh yeah, is it going to work? Is it going to be old crew, new crew? What is it? And then I realized, oh fuck, I didn't read the article. And then I clicked it and it said it's not connected. So I was like, oh fuck, I better edit my tweet and be like, cool, I think this could work just with these two, because they've done good work with other franchises and whatever and everything. And I'm like, maybe it could work. I don't know. But at the same time, it was like, man, when you're saying it's not connected, it's like, nah, that doesn't make sense. I mean, even Star Wars can't disconnect from the Skywalker.
They need to.
Saga.
No, they don't.
Well, but again, whether they do something that is connected to the Skywalkers or not, it's all still the same timeline.
Yeah,
and then universe.
Okay, I see where your point is. Like, you don't have to have it so connected where you have to like name drop or whatever.
We don't need like somebody, one of my mutuals that I reconnected with on Threads today because of this. Somebody that used to follow me on Twitter. He said there are thousands. He said there's so many Federation starships. We can focus on a different one. And I was like, yeah, no, that's not my point. The Voyager was a new starship. The Defiant was a new starship. I'm just saying. Yeah, right, exactly. I'm just saying, keep it in this universe, like in this timeline. And Star Wars, honestly, Star Wars is kind of the Bible for it at this point, because through the last 6 years, we've gone all over the place.
Yes.
Right. As far as before the original trilogy, right after the original trilogy, like way before everything.
In the middle of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So 500 years ahead. I want that next scroll to say 500 years after the Battle of Yavin.
That's the thing.
There you go.
I mean, it's hard to disconnect from some of this stuff, but man, yeah, I think this is a good spot to end the stream right here with some, like I said, I'm not a Star Trek expert, and that's why, like, I'm glad the topic got brought up, because I knew, Ray would be able to put his expertise in.
I did want to briefly ask you though.
Okay.
About Running Man.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, no, like you're just briefly your thoughts.
Oh, like when it comes to me, it's funny because obviously the concept I've always, I have not read the book. I've seen the Arnold movie several times, and I always kind of like that concept of it. And I knew this was not going to be based on that. It's not a remake. When people say, "Oh yeah,"
no, it really isn't.
It's literally just based off the book. And Edgar Wright is one of my all-time favorite directors. He is one of my favorites. I was slightly disappointed because the Edgar Wright isms weren't present where I thought they should be in a movie like this. Like when it comes to Edgar Wright doing Last Night at Soho, he was really trying to do, I'm going to try to do something that's completely different from whatever I've done. And when you watch that movie, you go, like this isn't this. If I were to watch this movie fresh, did not know who directed it, I would not suspect this is the guy who made the Cornetto trilogy, in which I love. And I'm like going, okay, yeah, he crafted something pretty great right there. But when it comes to something, when you're approaching the Running Man, just like how he approached a franchise like Scott Pilgrim versus the World, even though that was not well known, and that his movie ended up being a cult classic because of how well he did that movie. When I watched the Running Man, I was like, it was just lacking that Edgar Wright finesse that I was hoping for. And although I was still entertained by the movie, and I'm not saying it's a bad movie or anything like that, I was just underwhelmed. And I think that was just basically my fault of just being an Edgar Wright fan and going in thinking this was going to be like high octane, snappy editing. And there's still some of that snappy Edgar Wright editing in there in certain parts, but it wasn't enough to make me go, like that was what I wanted. So I have issues with it. Scott liked it more than I did when we were talking about it. And he read the book and he recently watched the Arnold movie. And he said the Arnold movie is dog shit, of course. Because it's not anything like the book.
Right.
And it's all cheesy 80s stuff. And I'm like, but there was like some things in there that I was thinking about. Even my dad, who's he's more optimistic about this stuff than I am. He even kind of thought, like, he even was like, yeah, it didn't have that, it was like we were thinking like that. There was something that there needed to be a little bit more oomph to some of the dialogue, some of the humor, and some of the way that they fleshed out some of these side characters that just didn't quite have the impact that we wanted it to have. But still an entertaining movie where I can go, when it comes out on video or it goes on a streaming service, I'd be like, hey, I'm going to watch it again. I definitely am going to do that. It's not one of those where, I watched it, that's it. I didn't need to watch it again. It's not one of those. Definitely not that. So it was like disappointing, but not like disappointing where I'd be like, I never want to watch this fucking movie ever again.
Yeah, it's funny you say that because, and I don't want to. I know we're trying to end the stream here, but I did want to know your thoughts on that movie.
No, it's totally fine. No, it's totally fine.
But it's funny that you say that in terms of like being underwhelmed, because I did have a moment like halfway through the movie where I made this realization. It was kind of a similar thing, and I've seen less Edgar Wright than you have. I've seen Scott Pilgrim. Yeah. I've seen Hot Fuzz and Shaun of the Dead, and I've seen Baby Driver.
Yeah,
like those are the 4 Edgar Wright movies that I've seen. I've not seen Last Night in Soho or anything else that he's done. But I feel like even with the 4 movies that I saw, I have an idea of what like his style is. And to me, I felt like there was a point in the movie where like there were emotional moments that I was expecting there to be a little bit more out of some of the emotional moments. And then in my head, I went, well, that's not really Edgar Wright's style.
Yeah.
I had, and so in my head, I was like, okay, remember that Edgar Wright has a style, and you may disagree with this, but I'm going to describe it. And if anybody's skin crawls, I apologize. It's all subjective. But it occurred to me that he's like 50% Nolan, 50% Michael Bay.
Okay. No.
Because I feel like he has a visual language.
Yes.
That he absolutely does use in this film. There are things that he did that I recall from like Scott Pilgrim and like Shaun of the Dead and whatnot, or Baby Driver, really, that I definitely picked up on in this film. But as far as like his style, the emotional moments are going to be what they are. So as soon as it clicked for me in the halfway through the movie, like, okay, remember that this is his style. This is how he does this. It's not quite, like if a different director did this, they might go a bit harder, a bit more heavy-handed with some of the more emotional moments and stuff.
I see what you're saying. And it's funny because you can find on YouTube, and I should, every time somebody like a while ago, like a few years ago, did a cool little video where they talked about Edgar Wright's style and how he differs from other directors. And one of his strengths was always the transition of the main character traveling somewhere. And you saw that, right?
Well, I haven't seen that video, but
but you know what you're talking. You know what I'm talking about, right?
There's a scene in Running Man that absolutely, absolutely,
yes. And like I said, Running Man it's not like it's absent of Edgar Wright's style. There are he just what this video did was show like oh yeah, when the protagonist the main character travels to another city, they'll like do this thing where it's like, okay, yeah, he's got to get ready, and they do this they'll do like a wide shot that's they're traveling to the new city, and there's a song playing or whatever, the cliche shit. Edgar Wright will just go boom, 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 and start doing all these quick edits and zooms and all this kind of stuff where it's like you're seeing the character go to this like next, wherever that they have to go. and they start breaking down the way that Edgar Wright was like, and I think this was mainly had to do with the Cornetto trilogy. It was like the way that he just moved everything, the way he paced like those movies, and even paced Scott Pilgrim. And we even talked about this before you came on, Ray, with, when Scott, when we were talking about this, like Scott Pilgrim on paper probably shouldn't have worked. Edgar Wright made that fucking movie work.
Yeah, it popped.
Nobody else could have made that movie work. I mean, you hand that to somebody. I mean, yeah, there maybe other directors could have made it work, but Edgar Wright, and the fact of the matter is like that movie didn't even make like a box office buzz.
No, it was
it was kind of a flop.
It was,
and it became a cult classic where like you watch that movie and you go, when you're thinking about Hollywood kind of going like, wow, Hollywood can't make a video game adaptation, yet Edgar Wright took Scott Pilgrim vs. the World, which is based on a graphic novel that has to do with video game elements, and he basically made the best video game adaptation without making a video game adaptation.
That was why we saw it.
Yes.
Before knowing what the source material was, we saw it for the video game stuff.
Yeah.
Because we loved the video game stuff.
And
that was very creative, and it was very like inventive the way that he did it.
And it all so much works. So when it comes to Running Man, so you saw it. And I think it was just like one of those where it's like I wanted more of the Edgar Wright isms in there. I still really enjoyed it. I think Glenn Powell did a great job being the leading man. And there's some scenes, there's some things in there where I was like, great job. And then there's some times where I was like, that didn't hit. But for the most part, I was like, I enjoyed the movie, but I just felt like it was missing something.
I think a good way to categorize it, in my opinion, is this is an Edgar Wright adaptation.
Yeah.
And I know that technically, I know Scott Pilgrim is an adaptation as well, but that is a wilder book.
Yeah.
Than The Running Man. The other thing that hit me with The Running Man is, and yeah, I warned people because my review that I posted earlier today, it ended up being pretty spoiler free. So I warned people. I said, listen, don't go into this movie expecting a remake of the Arnold movie.
No,
that is not what this is at all. No, definitely not. This is way closer to the book, which I haven't read the book either. I want to read it. Like I have it digitally and I'm going to read it at some point, but everything that I know about this movie, it's way closer to that book that he wrote under the name Richard Bachman. So the thing is like, going into it, I forget, I don't know what year he wrote the book, but I feel like when the book was written,
1982.
1982.
Yeah, I love how William popped in for that. Yeah,
the year that I was born. Great. So I feel like in 1982, the future that he wrote was way more dystopian and like wild at that time, whereas now, watching that movie today is like half the stuff in this movie is kind of already happening in the real world. Like,
There's a lot of social commentary that happens in this movie when it comes to repurposing footage for with AI to make you
I mean there's that aspect. I mean the tech aspect, the social aspect, the economic aspect. Like there's and so that was kind of the eye-opening thing to me is like, okay, to bring this book is over 40 years old, but this story now is too close to home.
Oh yeah,
in a lot of ways.
And every dystopian story, if you look at it, every dystopian story that people wrote in the last 6 decades, because they aim for the worst. They aim for the worst. All we've done is make the target bigger so that everything that they threw is hit.
And so if somebody watches, how like people are like, I don't go to the movies to be preached at or whatever, or I want to turn my brain off and disconnect. Yeah, well then don't watch this movie, because this movie has a lot of reality in it.
I always hate it when people say that, because there's always going to be social commentary with every movie. There's always, no matter what no matter how much you realize, you can watch a Michael Bay movie and have brainless fun, but there's even going to be social commentary in that.
There's
okay,
social commentary in The Island.
Fucking A.
is.
Oh, fucking
You know what I
100%, which is an underrated Michael Bay movie.
It might
and I
be
love
his-
that
yeah.
movie.
It-
I
that-
love that movie.
That might be his most underrated movie, truthfully.
Fuck yeah. I agree with that.
Which he also shot here in Detroit, which that was great. But no, like, so that's the thing is like, that's the part of the movie that I loved. All the social commentary. I mean, how frightening all the social
I did too.
commentary and
I did
whatnot
too.
was.
I love that too. Yeah.
And I hear what you're saying as far as like fleshing, and it's funny because there was also kind of a reverse Total Recall situation, because I remember that with the Total Recall, now that is a reboot. That Total Recall movie was a reboot of the Arnold
because
film.
they didn't base it on the book.
They
just kind of like they more so just were like, we're not going to do the extreme stuff that they did in the Arnold movie.
Right. And so I remember that I'd mentioned before about how they basically took Laurie and Richter and fused them into Kate Beckinsale's character.
Yes.
And they did the reverse here, because in the Arnold movie, Killian is in charge and he's the host of the show.
Yeah.
And in this case, they separated it. It's Killian and Bobby T.
Yeah.
But you understand why there's a separation, because what Coleman Domingo does is like, Josh Brolin's not doing that.
No.
Coleman Domingo was the showman. He's the tap dancer, basically, like the soft shoe and whatnot. Like he's getting
the host, and he's like the talent and everything. And Killian is, Josh Brolin's character. I mean, all the way down to where I'm like, I couldn't stop staring. I'm like, he's got fake teeth. I mean, like they gave Josh Brolin fake teeth, and you could see it. And that's part of the character is like, he's trying to be like this guy, and it's like, he's got these big pearly white teeth, and he's smiling, but the way that they portrayed the character, I'm like, oh yeah, this is definitely different from because that was the Richard Dawson character of
Dawson was basically playing a hyper stylized version of himself.
Yes,
in that one,
kissing too many.
Right. So no, I really liked it. Would I call it? I wouldn't call it my favorite Edgar Wright movie. No. Again, I haven't seen all of them, but I certainly did enjoy it, and I liked the social commentary that is in it. The shot that you're talking about in terms of him walking, it's basically the shot where he leaves his neighborhood and he goes to the gate to get let in, and you're like, okay, is he? At first, I'm like, he's being let into the network building. And then you're like, oh, no, he's just being let into the rich part of town. And and it was a juxtaposition, a very stark juxtaposition of walking through where he lived and walking by all those people, and then walking through where they live and walking by all those people to get in that line. And it was done intentionally to show you the separation of class.
Oh, yeah.
With respect to that. So, no, I actually really liked that.
Yeah, no, he like the first act is very solid. I thought it was like, oh wow, like the way that Wright portrayed this dystopian future, I was like, holy fuck. I mean, it was like one of those where you go, I think like, and then even like going into the second act where the Running Man stuff like, really starts and everything starts, it was like, all right, the school. But then I think it's like, I mean, there's things where it fall flat for me where I'm like, this character in the final act that who's in a car, she just becomes like this ally, and I went,
I liked her.
I get it, but I felt like it needed to be more fleshed out.
And I get that, but I also get why she wasn't, because she's supposed to be surface level, and at the end you're not 100% certain that she's like full-blown, and that's an allegory in itself. She is an allegory in herself, in terms of like how she is, what she believes, and what her belief structure might be changing into. But is it just because of him, or is it actually a change in her life? You don't know. And that's what it is with a lot of people like in real life that are in the same position as far as advocacy, especially on social media. I feel like she's somebody that surfs Twitter and like threads and whatnot. Like she's one of the, she had the damn reality show on in the car. When this whole thing was happening. Right. And like, I liked the juxtaposition of her character at that moment for what it, I felt like it was, because there's archetypes, because like between her and then also the dude, and I don't remember the actor's name, but the dude that helped him, the dude that did the show, the real show.
That one. That was like an interesting, like, and I you know what? like that character with his little brother and stuff
Yeah.
like that. I wish they would have focused more on that. I wanted that more to be fleshed out, to be honest.
Well, but
that scene when they were in the car and Richards is in the trunk.
Oh yeah,
beautiful.
Right. And again, that's where like Edgar Wright really is an auteur because of stuff like that he does, and there's stuff like that in the film. But yeah, I actually I hear what you're saying about that guy being fleshed out, but I like the role that he played.
I did too.
For that point, and to me, it was like him and the girl. They represent real life archetypes of characters from those perspectives, and how those characters are actually, how those people actually are in real life. Like people in real life, like that dude and his brother, and I'm guessing that was what mom or aunt or whatever that was with them.
And
right.
Then
Like you understand where they're coming from and what they represent as far as the working class, especially minority working class for them. Right. When he tells them about the radiation accident, that is not being covered by the news. Right. And then also her perspective where she's just, not a care in the world, couldn't care less, believes everything about Richards that, the network has told her, and then gets thrown into the middle of it and panics. And again, the moment when she leaves the scene, you really don't know if she's fully changed or if she's just changed for him.
Yeah.
So I actually really like those aspects. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying as far as it being.
Yeah, I see what you're saying too. But yeah, it's just one of those where now that I know, what it was, I'm like looking forward to watching it again to see it with like, okay, now I know. Then we, have discussions. So,
I'm not going to call the Arnold one dog shit, but I am going to say this one is the better film.
Yeah. Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely the better film.
Yes.
It's the 80s, man. There's so much dog shit in the 80s that was good when you were sitting in front of it.
And we just have nostalgia for it,
Yeah,
it was great the Saturday night that you sat down in front of it. But it didn't age well. And that's why I always tell people who try to remake stuff from the 80s and it's okay to let go of the 80s. As a child of the 80s, it's okay to let go. Just close your eyes and open your hands.
And that's why it was smarter for them to do the book as opposed to the 80s movie. It was much smarter for them to do that.
But they do some representation when it comes to a little bit. Y'all, dude, when I saw that, me and my dad looked at each other and we started laughing. It was so funny.
Well, I also like that because one other thing I said was like, I could see some people, pursuant to what we were talking about earlier, I could see some people thinking that maybe the subtext is a little heavy-handed.
Yeah, of course.
But to me, I've talked about this with the CW, because the two examples that I use from the CW, the DC CW shows, are Supergirl and Black Lightning. Supergirl would just reference the actual real-life incident. Like when the kids get poisoned with the water and Lena Luthor says, "This can't be another Flint, Michigan." She said that. That's a line from the episode. It's like, okay, that's heavy-handed. That's after school special. Whereas in Black Lightning, when the Confederate monument gets torn down, it's not Charlottesville. It's somewhere in Freeland. They built it into their world. And it's still a real-world allegory, but they made it a part of their story and their universe. That's what I think. That's more what I think the Running Man does. It doesn't give you real world. I mean, I know there's that one like 13th and Obama that he tells.
Oh yeah,
right.
They literally like name drop Obama.
Yeah, there is that, great. and then the money thing, like you said, which that was cool. Well, it's also kind of but that's the other funny thing. That could also be a real world parallel because that could have happened.
Yeah, it really could have.
You know what I mean?
You wanted to.
But it was funny, like, when you guys see like what we're talking about, we're not gonna give it away, but it's like it's an interesting little thing what they do with when it comes to the new dollar, I guess you could say. But,
yes, and that's what they call it, the new dollar.
Yeah, so. They call it the new dollar, and it's not normal money. It's a different kind of money.
Did you also catch the logo that they were totally spoofing for the network?
Yeah, Netflix.
Well, I mean, yeah, but like the buttons, the button that they press to like warn the authorities.
No, I didn't see that.
Yeah, it's the Glock logo.
Oh, is it?
Oh yeah, and only because
with the fucking black
But
hole, whatever.
watch it again. It's the fucking Glock logo.
Okay, I'll have to
Absolutely.
check that out again.
And
But I did notice that the network looked like a Netflix logo.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. No, it's
a big N, a red N. It's like Jesus Christ. Yeah, I was like, that's on point.
They were not pulling punches. That movie does not pull
punches. It was like Edgar Wright is like going, "I'll never work for you, fuckers." So that's what he said right there. But anyways, all right, let's go ahead and end it right there. I'm glad that because I didn't know, Ray, that you watched the Running Man, so I'm glad we got that little discussion in before we ended this right here. Let's go around the horn and promote what we got going on. We'll start with you, Ronan.
You can find me at Ronan Jane on YouTube and all the socials. I just did a reaction for Fallout Season 2 trailer. I'm still covering the Tatsuki Fujimoto anime. I just started watching Golden Boy, the anime, for the first time. That shit is fucking bonkers. So who knows, I might drop that in the channel sooner or later if I can get away from the copyrights. Yeah, just prepping for Stranger Things, Fallout, more anime stuff, and I celebrated the Mandalorian 6th anniversary, which I think is a unique thing. And then Monday, I might do a live stream celebrating Life Day. So we'll see how that goes.
Nice. Phil, what do you got?
Much, man. I'm just playing Pokemon as per usual. Unfiltered everywhere.
Twitter.
No. Threads, Instagram, Blue Sky, and Vero, my friends. That's where you will find me.
There you go.
Lots of Pokemon content there.
All right, William.
I don't have too much going on. We have Welcome to Derry live stream, that disgusting show. Episode 4 of that should be on Sunday night at 10:30.
I've heard that show is wild.
Not for the week apart, or not for this
no. If you don't like gore, do not watch it.
It's high quality, so that's what we got next up. Then we got our AFSP marathons on Thanksgiving, Christmas Eve, and New Year's Eve. So those are the immediate big things coming up.
Nice. All right, Ray, what do you got?
Hey, theflightcast.com, but also on Threads and Instagram, and there's the Facebook page and my own YouTube channel. Main shows on Wednesdays, feedback shows on Saturdays, although today I did post a review episode for The Running Man, so I go further in depth from our discussion that we just had on other things, and it is pretty spoiler-free, truthfully. I didn't intend for it to be that way, but it just kind of worked out that way, the way I was talking about it. And then, like Phil brought up earlier, I did my most recent episode of the main show was a breakdown of the Mark Hughes piece. The numbers, not all of his silly speculation on the future of the DCU and all that, but just reinforcing how batshit ridiculous all the narratives against the DCU and whatnot are, because they are, and there's like data to actually back up how ridiculous those claims are and whatnot. And William brings up the holidays. I think what I'm going to do for my Patreon, because I've also got the Flightcast Patreon, which I posted, like I talked about earlier, my thoughts on Star Trek, the movie thing, and then also the Brainiac thing as well. I think I got to do it. I got to do a Thanksgiving thing this year because, so many Christmas movies, so many Halloween movies, so many 4th of July movies. There's 2 Thanksgiving movies, courtesy of John Hughes. Planes, Trains, and
Eli Roth. I got Eli Roth for you. That's one you.
No, not that one. Nope, not that one. Nope, not that one.
Can be added.
But Planes, Trains, and Automobiles and Dutch.
Yeah,
from
Dutch,
the mind of
Dutch is
John
an
Hughes.
underrated gem.
Dutch is so underrated.
Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. Yeah, that's also a classic, especially like that iconic, speech at the end.
Oh God, yes.
Which will fucking break your heart. But Dutch. Not a lot of people know about Dutch, and you should watch it. Ed O'Neill and Ethan.
Well, it's Ethan Embry now. He was Ethan Randall at the time.
Oh wow, interesting.
Yeah,
but if you search his name, you'd be like, oh, that guy. But he's like a kid in this movie. That's what's so fun.
That was the first thing I saw him in before Can't Hardly Wait or Vegas Vacation. I hadn't seen him in anything before.
And that thing you do.
Oh yeah, yep, that's right. He's in that too. But yeah, no, that's Thanksgiving movies, man, from the mind of John Hughes, and Dutch is definitely a classic, underrated classic.
Yes, if you like, one of the reasons why I watched that movie as a kid, because I watched Married with Children as a kid, and Ed O'Neill is the star of that movie, and it was like seeing Al Bundy in a movie.
Oh, and if you want to see Christopher McDonald, aka Shooter McGavin, if you want to see like the precursor to him being a dick,
like
he's arguably worse in that movie than
Yeah.
he is a Shooter McGavin.
Totally. Anyways, guys, well, thank you everybody who's stuck around with us. Thank you, Ronan. Thank you, Phil. Thank you, William. Thank you, Ray, and of course, thank you to Ben. Thank you to Chris, Mr. Bauga. Thank you to Travis, and thank you to Scott, who was on with the panel earlier. We had a pretty full panel. We had a lot of good conversations, and hit that like, thumbs up, subscribe if you hadn't already, and we will talk to you guys later.
Die Hard's not a Christmas movie.